It was Wimixi, and the nanny's eyes brought some mistakes, and then turned her eyes and opened the door to let her go in. The nanny is Li Jiao's distant relatives. She doesn't expect any good face to get from here. As soon as I entered the hall, Wen Xixi heard the voice of Wen Yangyan and Wen Zuoyan. Wen Yangyan was coquettish, Wen Zuoyan's voice was loving, with his father's spoils, and Li Jiao attached and smiled, a warm scene. Dad, buy me a SL for 00. Several my girlfriends have changed sports cars, so only I still drive the BMW 3 Series. Okay, buy it if you like it, as long as you want, Dad will give it. Promise. Ah, Dad, you are so good. Wen Yanyan hugged Wen Zuoyan's neck coquettishly. Li Jiao next to Li Jiao quickly patted Wen Yanyan and blame, you want to strangle your dad, you can see who loves you so much. My dad is the best dad in the world. Wen Yangyan said that he kissed Wen Zuoyan. The laughter of a family of 3 is about to overflow the room. Wen Xixi stood at the entrance of the living room, with a smile on her heart, making her face pale. She settled and walked over. After seeing Wen Xixi, the 3 people in the living room stopped with a smile, and the look changed in an instant. Wen Yangyan sat on the sofa holding Wen Zuoyan, looked at Wen Xixi, peeled a mangosteen and put it into her mouth. Wen Yangyan is a senior student of the dance academy. He was born in elementary school and had a good figure. She was average when she was a child. She grew up fine-tuning when she grew up. Now, she looks like a big beauty, especially temperament, which is very outstanding. Dad, your eldest daughter is back. Wen Yangyan said, saying Wen Zuo frowned, and seemed to be quite dissatisfied with the big daughter. Wen Zuoyan didn't speak. Li Jiao got up, looking at Wen Xixi, he couldn't wait to go up to pull her 2 slaps. A few days ago, she just made some money and Xu Feng invested in a KTV, but she turned to Xu Feng and was put into prison by her. Xixi, if you want that house, just say it, as for getting my friend in prison. You hurry up and find your godfather, the Golden Master, say it, and let me put it. Hearing godfather with the 2 names of Golden Lord, Wen Yangyan smiled with eyebrows and disgusted her expression. He was trembling with anger. Wen Xixi bit his lower lip to prevent himself from getting angry, and his lips said pale, no, he illegally criminal, he should enter prison. What are you pretending to be innocent? Li Jiao smiled and laughed. With a disdainful tone and disgusting, you are raised by a man yourself, doing the selling multiplied by, others touched you and poured a chastity girl, do you think so much? Throw the newspaper on the table, stood up and pointed at Wen Xixi's nose, and scolded, what do you want you to give you, you are so cheap to make yourself, really like your mother, ashamed are you eaten by a dog. She trembled all over, and she was accusing the upper Wen as much as possible. Wen Xixi's voice was very light, but with a very heavy sense of oppression. I work hard myself. Every penny spent was exchanged for my labor. I didn't do it for myself. You have not given me other things except to insult and accuse me. My mother hurts you? That's my mother, you should not force my mother's sin on me. You tell me now, except for my mother's daughter, what did I do? Chapter 16. In this time, there is often a stronger deterrence. The 3 in the living room looked at Wen Xixi, and his expression was confused. However, Wen Zuoyan reacted first, and was breathless, pointed at the door and said loudly, you roll me. I was going to leave. Wen Xixi said, raising his eyes to Shang Wen Yangyan's gaze, this I left, and I will never have any contact in the future. After Wen Xixi finished speaking, he glanced at the 3 people in the living room, his eyes were cold, he turned to exit the living room, opened the door and walked out. Wen Zuoyan was accustomed to the appearance of Wen Xixi's adversity. Today, Wen Xixi challenged him as the authority of the lord of the family, and did not take him in his eyes. Coupled with annoying him, Wen Zuoyan was going to catch up, but was pulled by Li Jiao. Sure enough, People can't look at each other. They look very gentle. I didn't expect it to be a fierce person. Li Jiao complained about Wen Xixi and said, "You are angry with her and hurt your body." Such a Bonqi has a severity relationship, and I guess the house in the city center will not live anymore. As soon as Yang heard it, she looked happy, dragging Wen Zuoyan's arm coquettishly, "Dad, sell it, and sell it when you sell it." Wen Zuoyan looked at his baby's daughter, and Wen also had Wen in the comparison of Xixi, naturally, what she said. Looking up with Li Jiao, you can contact him, buy a car for Yang Yang, and the rest of the money, and make pocket money for Yang Yang. Dad, you are so good. When Yang Yang is happy, the land gave a bear holding a bear, and Wen Zuoyan looked at the second daughter. She was beautiful and good. She really liked it. The family of 3 was happy. Li Jiao answered a phone call, and the person at the end of the phone was clear and listened to it quite young. "Do you have a house to sell in your house?" "Yes." Li Jiao responded excitedly. Good house is not worried about selling. Before the news is hung on the internet, someone asked. Wimples caused by the sensation caused by Wen's house, but it was calmed down in 3 minutes. These Wimixi did not know. After she came out of the Wen family, she took a car to the TV station where Zhou Rairan went to work. Jian Ran came out of the TV station, wearing a work permit, and exhausted. They have recently prepared a variety show, and they are too busy. Wen Xixi watched Jian Ran so tired, swallowing half of his stomach. Regarding Wen Xixi's troubles, the Wen family and severing relationships with the Wen family, Jian Ran clapped his hands fast, but also considers the problem of Wen Xionic no place to live in an instant. Otherwise, do you live in my house first? Jian Ran's mother died early, and her father raised her. Her father had never married and lived with her. Wen Xixi's father was a public official and was unsmiling on weekdays. Wen Xixi was afraid of him. If he was not at home, it would be embarrassing to live with her father, so Wen Xixi refused directly. "I find a house by myself." Wen Xixi said, "Mr. Ying paid me a week's house fee. I stayed in the hotel for a week. I hurried to find the house in this week." "Well, this Ying Yiring is so good." Jian Ran looked at Ying Yi. In the impression, the stars are on the surface gentle and secretly playing big names. It is really rare that the boss like Ying Yi cares about his subordinates. Wen Xixi also felt that Ying Yi was very good. Ying Yi was good to her, and she would pay back in the future. "I have to move immediately." Wen Xixi said, "If things are placed in the hotel, you will have to move again at that time. I want to put my luggage in your house first." Time said, "You go home to pack things first, and I go to your house after get off work." What happened? I immediately left a message to me. Listening to Jian Ran's instructions, Wen Xixi responded and got up and returned home. Wing Kexi has lived in this family for nearly 2 years, and she has feelings for the house. Here is her love kitchen and her original sense of security. She also felt the warmth of the home for the first time in this house. But now it's gone. She has no money to buy this house. As he packed things, Wimbledon spurred her incompetence. If she worked hard, no matter how hard, she couldn't pay the down payment for the house in such a short time. Think about her diligent work every month and working hard, and can only save more than thousands of dollars. And when Yan Yan is coquettish, millions of sports cars. Who would have thought that the two were the same father? Wimixi's eyes were sour, but she held back and didn't cry. In the future, she has no even this home, and she is stronger than now. Wimixi entered the kitchen and started organizing from the kitchen. The kitchen is the supplies she added by herself, each of which is carefully selected by her kitchen. Carefully put the dishes into the box, and Wimixi did not forget to take some foam shockproof to prevent everything from being broken. When it was cleaning up, There was a sound at the door, and Wen Xixi was shocked, stood up, and ran to the door to look at it. Li Jiao took a man and went into the living room while talking, and raised his eyes to see Wen Xixi standing at the door of the kitchen, grabbing the kitchen door nervously. Li Jiao smiled shamelessly, and turned his eyes and said, "Rest assured, people came to see the house. Under the day, you don't look at what you look like." Li Jiao stabbed. Wen Xixi listened, even there is no strength to argue with her. "Anyway, I will leave, and I will endure this time, and I will be completely gone." Due to the house in the living room, Wen Xixi continued to organize the kitchen. In the collation room, Li Jiao patted the door and said impatiently, "Have you sorted it? How many things are there in the kitchen? The finishing is gone." At first glance, there was a rich lord. Li Jiao didn't want to miss the buyer because of Wen Xixi's cleanup and delaying the house. "It's okay," Wen Xixi said, "you can go to other rooms first." Li Jiao was about to get angry, and the buyer stopped her and said, "Are you going to sell a house, or let me see you teach others what others teach others?" Yes. She was so rude to her, how sad her parents would hear. The buyer said. Wen Xixi squatted in the kitchen, holding a porcelain bowl in his hand, listening to the buyer's words, and a burst of heart, gritting his teeth and not letting himself cry. Li Jiao led the buyer to watch other rooms and began to talk about the price with the buyer. The buyer was particularly refreshing. He didn't pay back how much Li Jiao asked. It seemed that he really fancied this house. As soon as the price was proper, Li Jiao didn't mention how happy he was, and arranged Wen Xixi to say, "You move out as soon as possible, we complete the formalities, and this gentleman will stay in." "I move out tonight," Wen Xixi said. Wen Xixi moved everything that night, and sent the key to the city courier to Li Jiao. "She has nothing to do with this house, and ask where's family." That night, Zhou Ran came to Wen Xixi and put things in her house first. The two found a night of house. At 10 o'clock, Wen Xixi, who had supported one day, did not support it and fell asleep. "It was the next day when I woke up. Yesterday, there was no notice." Ying Yi gave Wen Xixi a day off. The announcement today is relatively full, and Wen Xixi can't say to find a house for leave. After she packed up, she went to Baishan Villa. Ying Yi's biggest notice today is at night, a national drama ceremony held once a year in the central government. Ying Yi and Bai Ying filmed a costume TV series with the Best Male and Female Actor award. The TV series was adapted from the website novels, and it was a fire. The national drama ceremony has not begun, and the biggest winners on the internet will be Ying Yi and Bai Yi this year, and at the same time, they will make another CP. Before the start of the national drama ceremony, the actors had to walk the red carpet. Ying Yi arrived early and was arranged in the rest room of the building to rest. When Xixi stood beside him, his mind was swollen, thinking about going back tonight to continue looking for a house. "Have you closed this?" Ying Yi's fingers nodded the phone screen flexibly, and the speaking kung fu, the phone rang a sound effect, and he had a passage. When Xixi stared at the 536 levels on the screen, and the originally swollen brain stared at his eyes widened. "You play so fast," Wemixi said, incredible. Last time Ying Yi said that this game was fun, let her download one for him. How long is this download? It has passed 536. She has been playing for more than half a year. Not fast. Ying Yi Gao was about to speak, and Wen Xixi's ringtone rang. Wen Xixi pulled out her mobile phone and was about to hang up, but at first glance, the landlord of the house she saw was hit by the landlord she saw, and did not break. Looking up at Ying Yi's eyebrows picked up, motioning her to answer the phone. Wemixi smiled grateful and quickly answered the phone. The landlord called and told her that the house was in the house. After listening to it, Wemixi was difficult to show. "Can I pay the deposit for 3 months first and pay it once a month for rent? I don't have so much money now." Ah, many people ask this house. Then you wait for me for a while. Soon, when Wen Shishi hung up the phone, Ying Yi was playing 537. He stared at the screen, his face was expressionless, his beautiful fingers moved back and forth, and the movement was sharp and fast. There is no difficulty in Ying Yi here. Ying Yi passed it for a while. After finishing, Ying Yi looked up and found that Wen Shishi was standing in front of him, watching him intently. Seeing Ying Yi finished playing the game, Wen Shishi looked careful and said to Ying Yi, "Mr. Ying, I am preparing to rent a house now, but I don't have so much money to pay for the rental rent. Can you prepaid my salary for a few months?" After speaking, Wen Shishi also felt that he was a bit too much. "Hurry up," said, "my salary is 4,000. You can only advance me 3,000, can you?" Ying Yi wore a pale suit tonight, sitting on a dark brown leather sofa, and the slender legs overlapped together. The dark tone set off his temperament even more dusty. His fingers knocked on the phone screen gently. Ying Yi looked up at Wen Shishi. His look in brown eyes was unknown. Shishi to Wen Shishi was called for a while, biting her lower lip and lowered her head. The man stood up from the sofa, his index finger stretched out and knocked on Wen Shishi's forehead, and then smiled. Actually, the job of life assistant can be wrapped. Chapter 17. The brain was knotted, and Wimixi took a long time. In the end of the world, when she was about to sleep on the street, Ying Yi opened a weekly room. When she had no money to rent a house, Ying Yi said again. Wen Shishi, who had not realized goodwill since childhood, was stunned in her heart. She wanted to say gratitude, but she couldn't say it awkwardly. She is not good at expressing, but she will work hard. If Ying Yi can cover it, she saves a lot of expenses. At least now, she doesn't have to call a house everywhere, and she doesn't have to worry about being deceived by the intermediary, let alone find someone to borrow money. "Thank you for a smile." Wen Shishi held his phone tightly and said seriously, "Thank you, Mr. Ying, you are so good to me." When you received a good person card, Ying Yi also accepted it and click on the next game. Ying Yi listened to the sound effect. Sound looked up at Wen Shishi with a light smile in the brown eyes. "I'm so good to you, can you be better to me?" Ying Yi could do a lot of things to her, but she could do a few things she could do for Ying Yi. After listening to Ying Yi's words, Wen Shishi nodded and promised, "I will make more nutritious diets to eat for you in the future." With nutrition, it means that he doesn't like it. With a sigh of relief, Ying Yi bowed his head and said, "Don't treat me." Wen Shishi understood what he meant, and smiled lightly. The lounge of the National Drama Ceremony is divided by the crew. This time, Ying Yi's shortlisted TV series is the one that co-produced with Bai Ying. Bai Ying came late because of participating in the event. Before I pushed the door, I heard the conversation between the two inside. The content of the conversation is not as nutritious, and the tone is easy, like a chat between good friends, but more ambiguous than chatting. Bai Ying stood at the door and listened, holding his handbag. Arca checked this assistant named Wen Shishi some time ago, and it is really a bit special. Someone entrusted her star assistant to the interview. She had to arrange for an actress named Chong Shi, who was newly entered, but who expected it to be intercepted by Ying Yi, and dodged her as her own living assistant. This life assistant, I don't know if I am so stupid, I gave her gifts and signatures last time. After letting her send things to Ying Yi on Valentine's Day, she didn't tell Akko what Ying Yi reacted. Bai Ying's temperament is high, which is related to her origin. She was born in her family and was born in a serious college. Before entering the entertainment industry, she didn't want to find in the circle. The people in the circle have a black history more or less, and she doesn't like it. After seeing Ying Yi, this principle is gone. She likes Ying Yi, whether it is his looks, his character, or his acting skills. But Bai Ying himself is also a star, with a shelf, never showing his likes to Yingyi. She is confident that Yingyi does not have no feelings for herself. After all, the number of cooperation between the two of them is much more often cooperated with Yingyi and other actresses. At the beginning of the national drama ceremony, the last best male and female starring was the finale, and Bai Ying and Yingyi jointly won. Yingyi and Bai Ying went on the field, and the host did not have a little interesting relationship. Yingyi laughed lightly, and Bai Ying was also taboo, attracting more people's gossip and gossip. This time, Jia Wen also came together. On the way back, Jia Wen watched Uncle Yingyi lying on the seat and let Wen Shishi pinch his head, saying, "The company invested in a TV series, Xiangxia Theme, tentatively you and Bai Ying starred. The company asked me to ask you for your opinion." Bai Ying's CP effect can also add a lot of points to this drama. Yingyi closed his eyes and enjoyed Wen Shixi's massage, and his expression remained unchanged, frying CP, not afraid of frying in the end. Little couples in the entertainment industry, how can there be a few pairs for a long time? The hype was together, and after a year, there was nothing to criticize. Jia Wen said. "Want to fry CP?" Wimixi was faster in his hand and was faintly excited. "Just make a movie, even CP. You think it's nothing. Afterwards, the two of us break up, there are always CP powder to be uncomfortable." Yingyi said, looked up at Wen Xixi, and laughed. "Xixi, you said right?" After today's notice, Wen Xixi went to Baixing with Yingyi. When he got home, Yingyi changed his t-shirt shorts and played the game on the sofa. Winchi went to the kitchen and prepared dinner for Yingyi. Yingyi's 2 meals today are not very delicious. Dinner Wen Xixi is very nutritious. The main meal is the solar egg pizza, and the bacon is replaced with chicken. In addition, it was paired with vegetable salad, and some yogurt was also used with white porcelain plates, and it made beautiful yogurt flowers. After doing it, Wen Xixi took a photo with a mobile phone and went to the living room. Yingyi heard the aroma of dinner and raised his eyes from his mobile phone. Seeing Wen Xixi come out, first opened the kitchen app. Find the homepage of Wimple, which was uploaded at noon menu and practices. The practice of dinner has not yet come out. Staring at the dinner on the table, Yingyi looked up at Wen Xixi and screamed. Xixi too, in the small money bread made at noon today, the mud was stuffed. Wen Xixi said to Yingyi's gaze, smiled, and soothed, "So you can eat with ease of dinner." Ying Shou. The small bread was so delicious at noon, and it even stuffed his yam he hated. Wen Xixi has such ability to turn his disgusting food into a look he doesn't know, and then feed him to eat. Yingyi smiled, bowed his head and started dinner. After dinner, Wen Xixi packed up the dinner plate. Yingyi looked up at her and said, "Don't wash the plate, there will be aunt to finish tomorrow." "Have you finished the house? Do you want me to help?" Yingyi's enthusiasm made Wen Xixi be relieved again. She was able to cover her thanks to Dade, and she even had to help move. Wen Xixi put down the dinner plate and said, "Everything is sorted out, put it in my friend's house, I can get a car for a while." Speaking of this, Wen Xixi looked up at Yingyi and hesitated his look. "Essence, but Mr. Ying, where do I live?" Yingyi is the artist of Hechin Entertainment. The assistant of its artists should have a dormitory. However, she didn't know where the dormitory was. She had to move in tonight, otherwise she would spend more money on the hotel. "Here." Yingyi held his mobile phone with one hand and pointed his fingers with one hand. Wen Xixi, after the game was played, Yingyi turned back, his lips lifted, and his eyes smiled. Xixi too, Wen Xixi trembled and felt something bad happened. Yingyi looked at her tight look, humming, and said, "You are my life assistant." In order to facilitate my life, of course, live with me. When Shishi took a taxi and went to Joraira's house, she was still thinking about whether a little girl could live with a single man. After thinking about it, Wen Shishi felt that he was completely worried. The lonely men and women can live in the same room, whether it will be unsafe, and Yingyi should think about it. With a place, Wen Shishi had a big rock in his heart. She believed Yingyi's character and thanked Yingyi's help, and she felt excited. She is going to live in the villa. Wimbledee's luggage is not much, and 3 suitcases are packed. One of the suitcases is the utensils in the kitchen. These things spent 2 years with her, and Wen Shishi already had feelings. With 3 tie rod luggage into the Baiqing villa, Yingyi had already walked down from the 2nd floor and took the suitcase in Wimplesi's hand. Wimbledy almost scared a shock. I took it myself, I can get such a bulky thing. Yingyi threw a word and left the back stairs after leaving him with such a bulky thing. The man's body was very tall, and the lights enlarged his figure, shrouded Wimity. Wen Shishi stood under the stairs and looked silently. She secretly failed and broke her relationship with her family. When there was no place to live, she was born with her life, and Yingyi accepted her. In the future, she will live here, and Yingyi is so good. There are rooms on the 2nd floor of Baiqing Villa, and almost no one went in after the decoration. The room decoration was quite attentive. Winsixi took the suitcase in and started to clean up. Yingyi put his hands beside him, and Wen Shishi did not refuse. Arrange everything. Wen Shishi stood in this room, raised his eyes to look at it, and had a feeling of visiting here. The softest part in the bottom of my heart was touched by a house. Wimixi looked up at Yingyi and said, "Here is more secure than the place where I originally lived." She said the truth, but after speaking ambiguous, Wen Shishi scratched his head and said, "I have always been shaking." Yingyi raised his hand and knocked on the wall, and twice, when she looked up at him. Yingyi closed his hand and smiled on his lips. He laughed, like a spring breeze, like a tender willow, full of vitality and sunlight. The brown eyes moved slightly. Yingyi said, "I'm quite reliable here, you can always live here, and you will never shake again." The heart seemed to be a drum surface and was knocked by a drumstick. When Shishi looked up at Yingyi, and the latter looked up at the ceiling, and was adjusting the brightness of the indoor light. The light and dark lights slammed the contour of the man's facial features, and deeply, no matter which one, it was handsome to make people feel handsome. When Shishi defined this kind of mind as grateful. Although her face was blushing to hot, she bowed her head to sort out what had been sorted out. The room was warm and no one spoke. Yingyi's mobile phone ringtone broke the silence. The phone was called by Choran. Now the time is only 8 in the evening. Choran called, mostly asked the job. Yingyi pressed the answer. A new star draft show by the company and satellite TV. Our company wants to wait for a few popular artists in the middle and late stages of the draft show. When the final knockout game is finally made, you will be a guest. This variety show, the ranking of the draft is generally inside, only artists signed by the contract can come to the end. The draft can bring high popularity to the players. Popularity can stack the box office and ratings, and acting skills and character are secondary. Yingyi didn't like this so-called draft, playing the audience, playing with the people. I don't participate. Yingyi refused directly. On the phone, Jia Wen took a breath and tugged the river. You have to participate. So, the show has been broadcast for a period, you go to the first episode, okay? Cha Wen retired said to enter the ground. After finishing talking with Cha Wen, Yingyi hung up his phone. I glanced at Wen Shishi, who packed things and said, I go to the living room to watch TV, and something calls me. Okay. Wimixi was so tired that he had backache and and continued to bow his head. In the living room, Yingyi turned on the TV and sat on the sofa. The name of this draft is Orange Girl. It has been selected before the recording. Now, they are promoted to have 2 people with 2 brushes. Wimixie packed things and was ready to go to the kitchen to clean up her kitchen utensils. When I passed the living room, I glanced at the screen. On the screen, a soft girl, listening to music and dancing. Standing behind the sofa, Wen Shishi stared at the girl, and her hand gradually tightened. Do you know? Seeing Wen Shishi was attracted, Yingyi looked back at Wen Shishi. Wimbledy's subconscious responded, and smiled again, saying, I don't know anymore now. After that, Wen Shishi rolled up his sleeve and went to the kitchen. Women only wear tight pants and a sweater, outline their exquisite figure, which is not a star than the girl's body in the TV. Yingyi put his eyes on the screen. The girl on the screen danced and smiled sweetly and pleasant. She was introducing himself. Hello, the judges, my name is Wen Yangyang. Wen Yangyang, Wen Shishi. Yingyi brows slightly. Chapter 18. When Yingyi has no notice, he will get up at 6:30 and run for an hour. Wingxixi got up early and prepared his breakfast in the kitchen. After breakfast, Wimixie sorted out the disc and went to the living room to get the camera. After taking a few photos and importing the mobile phone, Wen Shishi opened the Chef app. #SS has become the topic of Wimple every day. She landed on the account and received a private message from the Kitchen Niao app. Wen Shishi leaned on the bar in the kitchen, and after looking at the title, she opened her private message. The content of the private message is about a game. The Kitchen app has organized a Kitchen Mother competition. The game lasted for a month and released a total of 90 dishes. After the game, the person with the highest total statistical praise won. Pulling the private message down, Wen Shishi opened his eyes when he saw the winner's reward. A special prize set, a bonus. 100,000. Wimixie was frightened. Continue to pull down, 1, 2, and 3 prizes are 1, 2 or 3, and the bonus ranges from 50,000 to 10,000. There are also winning prizes, with a total of 20, and the things they are delivered are a set of exquisite tableware provided by the Kitchen Treasures, hosted by the Kitchen Niao app. Restarting the interface to the top, Wen Shishi stared at a series of 0 after the prize money, and his heart was exciting. The private letter notice button kept flickering, and Wen Shishi returned to the moment. The person with a private letter was Bai Kai. Wen Shishi puzzled it and opened a private message. Bai Kai, Shishi, did you watch the Kitchen Mother competition? Do you want to participate? Wen Shishi's impression of Bai Kai also stayed at the slightly fat girl when the bathroom was opened at the door of the last year. The girl brought the Northerners refreshing, and she spoke very well. After the last annual meeting, Wen Shishi has never contacted the person who has contacted again, and so is the others. Wen Shishi was impressed with Bai Kai. She opened the typing keyboard and entered the information. Shishi, I want to participate, but I can't win. Bai Kai was online, and quickly returned a series of exclamation marks. Bai Kai, who won you? #S how hot is you made now? Intersection Shishi. Bai Kai, it's too excited, multiplied by underline, multiplied by, just participate. In this competition, there are 2 empty cabinets next to the personal space. I contacted Jishi. We can recommend each other. We are promoting you, and I and Jishi are not high. Shishi, I really have no confidence. Bai Kai, for the first time I met, I think you are too inferior. You said that your cooking skills are so good, look beautiful, what can you be inferior? Get up the sleeves and do it. Let us work with the 3. Not to mention that we can win the prize, the first prize can always challenge it. When Xixi was talked about by Bai Kai, she had a secret love some time ago and broke her relationship with her family. On the one hand, she was inferior to her own, and on the other hand, she was too soft and too counseled. Although Ying Yi said how long she lived in the villa in Baixing, she couldn't keep others' support. She can't continue to make buns, she should also have her own life planning, and take a step forward for her dream. The special prize is 100,000, the first prize is 50,000, and the second prize is 30,000. Fighting one, even if she won a second prize, she can get 30,000. With 30,000 yen, she slowly saved it. At that time, rent a store and open a private restaurant. Everything is difficult at the beginning, and there must be a beginning. When Xixi made up his mind to discuss with Bai Kai, "Xixi, I participated, thank you for being willing to team up with me. Bai Kai, you can pull it down, the two of us are stained with your light, you. Xixi and I have no interest in money, and we both fancy the set of tableware of Korbao. Xixi, I still thank you for being willing to be with me." She and Bai Kai are a little familiar. Xixi just went to see the dishes she released. Xixi is the heir of Jiao's dishes. From Shuoxiaomen, the people made in the usual day are rich or expensive. She is actually very cold, usually cooking, take a picture of a picture, let the passage below, she ignores it. Unexpectedly, Xixi would also form a team with her, and when Xixi's heart was nervous and faintly looking forward to it. "Bai Kai, do you have Weibo? You'd better open a Weibo promotion. If the person and Lilang team, I see that the Weibo of Rulai has started to vote." When it comes to the people and Lilang, when Xixi thought about it again, she opened Weibo and searched for such as the person and Lilang. However, in just 1 month, the fans of the Ruwu rose hundreds of thousands. He and Ling Lang's fans were added to 5 million. There may not be 5 million users in the entire kitchen app. If you use these 5 million popularity, the winner will definitely be such as the person and Ling Lang. After watching the number of fans, Wimixi pulled a Weibo's Weibo, and he and Ling Lang had announced the relationship. By Kai, they are now engaged in husband and wife stalls and fry CP. In addition to their respective powder, coupled with CP powder, the popularity is 1 level. You said that the annual meeting has passed a few days, and the two have established a relationship. Looking at Bai Kai's vomiting, Wimbledy's cheeks bit a bit sour, and did not reply to the news, but just said that she would open Weibo as soon as possible. If the people and Ling Lang are already over, she is now going to clean up her mind and win this game with her heart. Otherwise, I'm sorry, Bai Kai and Xixi can look at her so much. The start time of the kitchen mother competition was the 1st of April. When Xixi filled the entry form and submitted it. At the end of March, Ying Yi eventually took over the Xianxia TV series who cooperated with Bai Ying. Ying Yi's current announcement is much less compared to when Xixi. "Since I saw so many luxury cars in Yi last time, after breaking her gossip on the forum that Yi made money and repaying debts, she became more and more feel that the star Yi was really casual. If you want to get busy, you will take a few more plays, anyway, there must be someone to make an appointment. If you want to get idle, you will take a few less dramas, anyway, the popularity will definitely not fall. Ying Yi looks good, his temperament is outstanding, and he is also good at operating. Such people have been successful since childhood. On the one hand, I enjoyed meals, and the other is my own personality. When Xixi is really envious and admired. The name of Xianxia drama is Wenyang, which is a story of a little lotus demon that is not very cold and a small lotus demon. When Ying Yi got the script, when Xixi went to see the novel again, and felt that the two characters should be changed. Bai Ying is cold, Ying Yi is embarrassed. Entering the crew of Wen Yan, it was half a month as soon as he lived. Gradually in the summer, although the clothes gradually became less, there were 2 plugs in the end, and the caterpillars were still there. Ying Yi couldn't sleep without it. When Xixi had to hug the caterpillar in a fright, and went to X City from City S. The hotel arranged by the crew is quite good. The elevator is a sightseeing elevator. When it is above the 10th floor, you can see the stretching river scenery and refreshing. When Xixi hugged the caterpillar, stared at the scenery outside the elevator, and dispersed the attention of holding her caterpillars. Do you like this, Jiang Jing? Ying Yi wore sunglasses and white t-shirts, handsome. He really can't see his age, all 27 or 8 years old, and he is 18-year-old teenager. It's pretty. When Xixi said, I came to X City for the first time. Being a star assistant is also pretty good. It can be able to follow the celebrities across the country. On the 26th floor, when Xixi followed Yi, caught up with the caterpillars, and looked at the room number on both sides and said, the even room number is on the river. The arranged standard room was a strange room number. Otherwise, get up early every day, open the window to see the Jianjing, and watch the red sun jumping out of the sparkling river surface, and the mood will be good all day. You live with me? Ying Yi said, am I not even? Wimbledee's mind knotted again, just spoke, and looked up and saw Bai Ying and A Ke, who came out of the room. Essence, if there was no one just now, Bai Ying listened to the words of the two. She still looked light and cold, but her eyes stared at Wen Xixi, which was unknown. Hello, Mr. Ying, Miss Wen. Ke greeted first. The place where Ying Yi and Bai Ying live in half of the corridors. This is an ambiguous and clear arrangement. It can make the relationship between the two people more elusive and cause higher attention. Good Miss Bai, Sister Ke, when Xixi saw Ke and said with a smile. The assistants of the two sides were enthusiastic, while the artists of both sides nodded each other. Ying Yi took a step first. He was afraid of being photographed by the reporter who followed him. Even if an assistant followed him, he could render the ink to make the fans unclear. Wimixi quickly followed. Bai Ying turned and stared at the back of the two, and snorted coldly. This Wimixi has a good means. Ying Yi's room was a suite, and when Xixi obeyed his arrangement. She lives on the side, small and exquisite, and a small balcony outside the floor-to-ceiling window can watch the sunrise on the balcony. This play was a new quarter of the new quarter of Huchun Entertainment. Jia Wen also came together and greeted the crew's main creators and actors for a meal. Jia Wen was ready to leave that night. The food of this hotel is still the only one with no taste and a discerning tongue. When Xixi came down from the meal and rolled up his sleeve and entered the kitchen. Jia Wen and Ying Yi were in the room, and Ying Yi was sitting on the sofa, outlined the script. There are 6 books in the script. He has read all of them. Now he is outlined where you need to pay attention when shooting tomorrow. How many periods have you recorded in Orange Girl now? Ying Yi sketched the lines and asked Jia Wen without lift his head. The variety show category is weekly, and it is generally recorded for 3 weeks in advance. The Orange Light Girl has a tight competition. In the early days of the 4 regions of the East, West, and South, the top 20 were selected and 80 in 4 regions. The finals began. Orange Light Girl is hosted by the TV station of City S. Ying Yi watched the issue of the Southern team represented by the Southern team of S area. After letting Ying Yi watch the game last time, Jia Wen never mentioned it again. This time, Ying Yi took the initiative to mention it and was suddenly happy. Orange Girl was broadcast once it was broadcast. Now, among the top 50 players, some have stood out, and the company has prepared to sign a contract. Recording 5 issues, the next 36th. When to record? Ying Yi asked. Jia Wen said, this week and Saturday. It's settled, I will go in the past 36th. Ying Yi said lightly. Jia Wen's originally eager heart was wiped out by the head, and it was cool and cold. As soon as she was anxious, she asked, you don't need to go now, the guests who go now are all small coffee. Ying Yi is worthy, but the final finale will appear. Didn't you say you want to be grounded? Ying Yi looked up at Jia Wen. She was stared at her heart, and Jia Wen helplessly said, I said that let you get grounded, not let you receive hell. Although it has reached the top 36, but there is still a bull ghost snake god. Moreover, the guests invited in the stage are some second and third tier artists. What does he do? I didn't do it. Could you please arrange for Sister Cha? Ying Yi smiled lightly and continued to watch the script. Sister Jia Cha, Jia's sister's sister. Jia Wen went out at the door and hit Wen Xixi, who came with dinner. Wen Xixi saw Jia Wen's anger and didn't even dare to say hello. He stood at the door and waited for Jia Wen to leave first. Jia Wen didn't leave first. She stared at the dinner on the plate and asked, did he put him hate what you eat tonight? All the things that Ying Yi hated. How much is it? Put more next time. After Jia Wen arranged, the wind gone away. Wen Xixi. He entered the room with the dinner plate, and Ying Yi was watching the script. In recent days, he has been watching the script all night, and he can't say dedication. Wen Xixi once looked at Ying Yi's thoughts that she usually didn't have to look at the chicken soup that worked hard. Just look at Ying Yi's working state, and she could fight as a fight. Ying Yi's dinner didn't eat anything, and he thought about Wimbledy's small stove. As soon as Wen Xixi came in and smelled the fragrance, Ying Yi put down the script. Wimbledy handed the wet towel and wiped Ying Yi in the past. Ying Yi held chopsticks. Before eating, he remembered what he thought of and handed the script around him. The lines I draw red line, you read. The assistant's work also includes the words of the actor. However, Wen Xixi has been the assistant for so long, and has always been a kitchen mother. I did not expect that today I have to talk to Ying Yi. Wen Xixi's heart was faintly excited. This excitement distorted when seeing the lines of the red line. Nian Nian. Ying Yi took a sip of cheese and baked potatoes. He knew that potatoes were placed inside, but the fragrant cheese covered the taste of potatoes. And this potato has no soil in the ground, but with a touch of sweetness. Tasty. Wen Xixi held the script, coughed, and stabbed his scalp to obey the boss's arrangement. I like you, like a bamboo shoots just rushed to the point, as if the redry just picked his head, as if the tender willow just pumped the bud. I like you so much, how can you do you don't like it? What happened to the incident raised his eyes and swept Yi. Wen Xixi's heart was empty, and it felt bad. Ying Yi Zhou looked at her kindly, full of gentle smiles, ate his most disliked cheese to bake potatoes. Yi yelled. Xixi, you don't like me enough? Wen Xixi. Although so, Ying Yi also ate things 7 or 8, and then continued to watch the script on the sofa. Wen Xixi was afraid of the words, hiding his sense of existence and sitting on the chair on the side to look at the phone. She opened Weibo with the ID of the kitchen, and the Weibo name was Kitchen Nyang Xixi. After the registration of the day, Bai Kai and Jishi reposted, and the V certification was hung on the next day. Wen Xixi opened Weibo for a few days before it was known that it was not easy to operate Weibo. She uploaded the hashtag rescue, picking boss hashtag menu to Weibo on Weibo. With Bai Kai and Jishi's repost, her Weibo fans have just exceeded 10,000, not even their families. Her cold system is really cold. Wen Xixi is chatting with Bai Kai, how to make himself have more fans. Bai Kai, go to the marketing number to advertise. Those hundreds of thousands of marketing numbers, her advertisement for recommending Weibo is only 1,000 yuan. When Xixi didn't think about spending money to promote herself. On the one hand, she had no money. Secondly, she felt that it would be high in the moment. After chatting with Bai Kai for a long time, Bai Kai finally concluded. Bai Kai, you are too unconfident. Xixi, you are really amazing. I and Jixi like you very much. With this praise, Wen Xixi was warm in heart, and after smiling, he knocked and thanked you. She thanked Bai Kai and Jixi to participate in the competition with her. Even if she did not get a list, she also received 2 friends. Wen Xixi also contacted Aka and Bai Yin with Ying Yijin's crew. When I was in contact, Wen Xixi gradually felt that Bai Ying and Ako didn't seem to like her. City X is in the south, and the temperature in April is already very high. Ying Yi often invites the crew to drink ice water. When Wimbledon handed Aka, Ako always said thank you salty, but when he came to Bai Ying, he didn't look at it. Wen Xixi could only put water aside. Because of his high inferiority, Wimixi is sensitive. At first she thought that she was sensitive, but when she came to the back, seeing Aka and other star assistants smiled and joked, Wen Xixi felt that she should offend them. But how did she offend? Wimixi racked his brain and couldn't figure out. They have few contacts. If they say a little intimate contact, or Bai Ying gives her a gift and signature for the first time. Thinking of the gift, Wimbledon suddenly wanted to understand. She gave her a gift, but she never had a gift. Bai Ying is a big star. She gave herself a gift, but she did not return the gift, and she must have neglected others. After returning to God, Wen Xixi was a little anxious. What should she give to Bai Ying? It can be bought with money. Bai Ying is not rare, and she can't afford it. If you do it by herself, she will only do some snacks and the like. Thinking of this, Wen Xixi went to Ying Yi's afternoon tea in the afternoon, and made another copy for Bai Ying. Wen Xixi gave Ying Yi's more flour ring puffs, and made some diamond biscuits. Diamond biscuits were made 2 copies, one for Ying Yi, full of ingredients. Another part, put less sugar and butter. Female stars are more interested in body weight. If the calories are too high, Wen Xixi is afraid that Bai Ying will not eat. She packed the diamond biscuits with a cowhide bag and took a small dining plate to the crew. Wen Xixi will open a small stove to Ying Yi every day, and the crew will be envious. At this time, Ying Yi said generously, "Come and eat together." Invited so enthusiastically, everyone basically fell back, and Ying Yi was eating. At this time, Ying Yi will be emotional. It's so polite. Wen Xixi stood aside, not knowing what to say. Ying Yi is the highest position in the crew. He usually invites everyone to ice water. Although he speaks and is approachable, everyone still dare not step forward. Moreover, when letting people eat, can you not protect half a dinner plate? Isn't it good at all? Ying Yi's politeness made a circle. No one came to eat with him. He ate puffs satisfied with satisfaction and added sugar for one afternoon. Xianxia drama flew around all day long, and when Xixi opened a small stove, and she was looking forward to filming. What is that? Ying Yi ate puffs, staring at the cowhide bag in Wimbledon's hand. Wimbledon subconsciously hid back and said, "Diamond biscuits, I made some, for Miss Bai." Ying Yi's eyes were gone, and when Xixi quickly explained, "I have no pink CP. She gave me the signature and gift last time. I will return to the gift home." Bai Ying is still filming, and is her opponent's opponent. This TV series, the heroic abuse at the beginning, later the heroine anti-killing. Now that he started shooting, Bai Ying suffered a lot of sins. Mr. Ying. After Ying Yi finished eating, when Xixi cleaned up the dinner plate and asked, "Can I ask you a question?" "Ask." Ying Yi opened the script, his fingers were pressed in the middle of the book, and it was beautiful. Every time I do it, you will let this eat and let the eat. Why didn't you let Miss Bai? Bai Ying filmed the water show, and Aka was rubbing her body. Fortunately, the weather is not cold, and the drama falls is not very sad. I let others eat, others must not eat. I let Miss Bai eat, Miss Bai may eat it. Ying Yi said, his eyes were lifted from the script, looking at Wen Shishi with a smile, and said, this it was done by Shishi for me. How could I really give others to others? In the last word, Wimbledee's heart was jumping, and his face flushed for half a circle. Bai Ying changed his clothes, sat in a chair to rest, and was ready to wait for the next scene. When Shishi came over and greeted them carefully. After jumping 3 times, Bai Ying was in a bad mood. After seeing Wen Shishi, she frowned. When Shishi saw her tight, jumping under her heart, thinking that the time when she came was wrong. I was about to go back first, but was stopped by Bai Ying. What's the matter? Bai Ying asked lightly. Bai Ying asked, when Shishi didn't sting, handed the biscuits on his hand, and said, I see you very tired, and make some biscuits for you. When Shishi opened a small stove to Ying Yi, and Bai Ying was also Bai Ying. Knew. Thinking of when Shishi may be like this with a harmless smile and naive expression, and with such a little cooking, Ying Yi is so special to her. Bai Ying feels very annoying. I have kept weight recently and don't eat biscuits. Bai Ying said coldly. Oh, when Shishi responded, saying, I made this one alone. There is very little sugar and butter, and the calories are not high. When Shishi asked so much because she found out Bai Ying's face was yellow. If the lips are not covered with lipstick, it is estimated that it will be pale. This is hypoglycemia, which should be added with some calories. After all, she is also a fan of Bai Ying, and she still wants to help Bai Ying a little bit. Her kindness in Bai Ying completely became a fuse of her anger. This little assistant cannot look at it at all, and the dog skin plaster is as sticky. Aka! Bai Ying screamed angrily. When Shishi stunned in his heart. Akko had already followed, and his expression was disgusted, and he opened his mouth to catch up with Shishi. She hadn't spoken yet, and Ying Yi's voice suddenly sounded behind her. West is delicious. The anger on Bai Ying's face was stiff, and then switched to the usual high coldness. Looking up at Ying Yi, Bai Ying didn't speak. No, the treacherous scene of Bo Ying just now let Wen Shishi's heart hang on his throat. As soon as Ying Yi came, Wen Shishi stood up at ease. Bai Ying was definitely angry just now. When Shishi felt that she was too dazzling, and when Bai Ying said she should leave when she didn't want it. If she is hypoglycemia, Akko will buy her something. When Shishi was leaving, and Ying Yi's shoulders were held by Ying Yi. When Shishi looked up at Ying Yi laughed and said, "What do you think of me to do? Didn't you say that when you see Bai Ying a little hypoglycemia, do you want to make some biscuits to supplement the sugar?" When Shishi has not returned back yet. After God, Bai Ying had opened his mouth slowly. This is the case, Ak, go for it. Thank you, Miss Wen, you are attentive. Aka took the biscuits over, Ying Yi smiled at Bai Ying and Aka, and returned to his position in Wen Shishi's shoulder. She was kind, but it was like a hard plug to others. When Shishi feels that he is really confident, who is rare. With this time, when Shishi also knew that Bai Ying really didn't like her. In the future, he can contact less and less contact. This time the shooting was much easier than this last Bamboo Peak. After a week of shooting, the days also entered April. Starting from April, the Kitchen Mother contest officially started. Wink 6's 3 meals will be uploaded on the same day. And they are more attentive. Once she was released, she stayed in the top 3, and she entered the top 10 with Jishi and Bai Kai. The first and second place, as Bai Kai said, is such as the person and Lilang. Wing Kai's Weibo is positioned with food blogs, and she will recommend the marketing number of food bloggers to her on weekdays. She brushed for a few days, and almost all of them were promoting the dishes. Although she is the third place, she has hundreds of thousands of popularity between she and Ru. When Xixi held Weibo and promoted hard, but the results were very small. Xixi, old rules, 2525 like. Ying Yi was tired of watching the script. After a while, he went to the official blog of Wen Yan to grab the popularity. Guangbo posted a few stills today. Ying Yi has a separate close-up, with white clothes, standing with a negative hand, black-haired jade, and fairy. Oh, when Xixi came back and hurriedly liked him. After receiving a praise, Ying Yi refresh it down. The system prompts, Kitchen Nyang Xixi praised your comments. Ying Yi's lips tickled and clicked into the Weibo of the chef Xixi. Kitchen Nyang Xixi's Weibo is colorful. Each Weibo is full of 9 pictures, and the pictures of each picture are exquisite and seductive. If you go in, you can move your index finger. Turning to the bottom Weibo is a certified Weibo, which was released in mid-March. Except for the certified Weibo, it was pulled to it, all of which were food bo, and there was no reposted Weibo. At the top, Ying Yi glanced at the number of fans. Let's take a look at the number of likes and comments, and the comments from Wimixi's reply, only a dozen. There are 4 or 5 of them. Winsifer's reply is basically the same. PO Master can forward it directly. I am participating in the competition recently. Those who want to authorize, mostly want to run popularity by themselves, generally do not release their place. When Xixi stared on the chair, staring at the mobile phone, and twice with his hands from time to time, his expression was serious. Contest? What match? When Ying Yi stared at her, when Xixi didn't care. From the official blog of Wen Yang, she put on Ying Yi's Weibo. I didn't pay much attention before. Now, when looking at, when Xixi shocked her chin. Ying Yi has more than 60 million Weibo fans. How much is this? When Xixi looked at it for a while, anyway, put his chin and eye. After giving Ying Yi a bath water, the two entered their room. Ying Yi didn't sleep immediately. He took out his cell phone and turned to the address book and called User. User, what are your companies doing recently? User was still working overtime in the office and received a call from Ying Yi. He responded, yes, the kitchen contest. Why did you ask this? Well, Ying Yi said, saying, Emil can't wait to make 8 kinds of non-heavy samples for me. It turned out that your company was having a ghost. User laughed. By Saturday, Ying Yi and Wen Dai returned to S-City. Ying Yi's guest announced the guests of Orange Girl. After Jia Wen told the show group, the official blog was mysteriously promoted and waited for the audience to surprise the audience. Wimixi was very happy to be able to participate in the recording of this show with Ying Yi. Because Jorai Ran is also from this show group, this is what Garan is busy some time ago. Before recording, while Ying Yi's makeup was made, Wimbledy ran to recording the scene and found himself. Jinren knew that Ying Yi was about to come, and after seeing Wen Xixi and the head said, he ran over. The program of this Orange Girl was planned by the whole process of the TV station of S-City. Hibiscus was one of the planned plans. In her words, it was a small follow-up and was responsible for modifying the wrong words. Except for Jorai Ran, Wen Xixi was very happy for her. All jobs have been done from childhood to large, and slowly, it will always make progress. I can only talk to you for a while, and I will be busy for a while. Garan still worn like a fake boy, and his hair was shorter and more energetic than before. Yes, my handsome writer. Wen Xixi teased with a smile. Jorai Ran snorted, and the joy of gathering with her friends made her eyes flicker. I talked with Wen Shishi for a while, and Zhou Ran suddenly remembered what, mysterious and secretly, and Wen Shishi said, "You guess who has this orange girl in the top 36? Who?" Wen Shishi really can't guess. Wen Yanyan. Jian Ran said coldly, "Wen Yanyan is very stable this time, your dad. Her dad finds her leader." Hearing Wen Yanyan's name, Wen Shishi remembered that the last time Yi watched a show, Wen Yanyan danced inside. She didn't look closely at the time. She did not expect that Wen Shishi's look was dark, Wen Yanyan was beautiful and her body was good, and Wen Suoyan was willing to cultivate money. If you want to be a star, you will definitely fire. Thinking of this, Wen Shishi twisted. To be honest, she really doesn't want Wen Yanyan. Wen Yanyan gave her a lot at home. She didn't want her to make her good. Naturally, it was a normal person. Moreover, Wen Yanyan really became a star, and she might not be able to corrupt her in the future. This kind of routine on the draft show. Wen Shishi was in a good mood. Someone called himself, and Zhou Ran patted her shoulder and said, "I'm busy first, pay attention, don't touch her." "Go," Wen Shishi responded with one sound. To avoid Wen Yanyan, Wen Shishi was ready to go to the lounge to stay. But things are often so uncomfortable. When you want to touch it, you can't touch it. When you don't want to touch it, you will encounter it. Before Yingyi's appearance, Wen Shishi went to the toilet in the background to go to the toilet, and washed his hands in front of the washing platform. The sound of a girl was heard behind him, and he was so angry that he had goosebumps. Wen Shishi's eyebrows jumped, and turned around, facing Wen Yanyan, who had just hung up the phone. Wen Yanyan wore a national dance clothing in the province, and the upper body orange-yellow tight small horse gown outlined the charming line of women. The lower body tight skirt, the right side of the thigh is playful and sexy. She turned into a thick makeup, her back was very straight, very confident and young. When Wen Yanyan saw Wen Shishi, she sighed and sneered. "What are you doing here?" "Work. Can you come in?" "The audience? Do you have that money?" Wen Yanyan said here, and the eyebrows looked down all the eyebrows, and laughed. "You will not participate in the competition. Is it possible to eliminate you?" Wen Yanyan can grasp the psychology of people. She knows that Wen Shishi is inferior. Make her not even prepared to refute. Holding her mind, Wen Shishi looked at Wen Yanyan, smiled slightly, and said, "You care about yourself first. I don't need to care about it." Wen Yanyan crossed her with her head and opened the faucet and washed her hands. Laughing and said, "He Chen Entertainment is ready to sign a contract with me. Do he know about Chen Entertainment? Yingyi's agency. I will be red like him in the future, just wait to see it." Wen Yanyan, after speaking, he sneered and stepped on his shoes and left the bathroom. Wen Shishi turned, staring at himself in the mirror for a long while, and walked out. At the beginning of the recording, 50 players on the stage played together. When the guest was Yingyi, the little girls couldn't control excitement. First, the talent display, in the order of the lottery. The guests were 3 in total before the audience. Cha Wen was afraid that Yingyi's self-worth, and specially asked the company to ask for the first line old drama bones to accompany Yingyi. The old drama bone was sitting in the middle, Yingyi sat on the far right. Wen Shishi sat on the audience behind and looked at the performance on the stage. Most of the talents performed by players are singing. Dance and magic talents will be easier to win. Wen Shishi watched the performance on the stage. Several of them were really good, but most of them were not as good as Wen Yanyan. Although she didn't want Wen Yanyan to win, Wen Yanyan looked good and capable. She could win. Soon, the performance of the performance reached Wen Yanyan. As soon as Wen Yanyan played, there was a supporting brand in the back. Now, they are just 50 and 36, and they have no specific fans. This was prepared for them to make the heat. After Wen Yanyan came on, she looked at Yingyi and nodded at Yingyi. Although there are old drama sitting in the middle of the guests, the most popular now is Yingyi. Her wall is grass, knowing where to fall. Hi everyone, my name is Wen Yanyan. Wen Xixi. When Wen Yanyan introduced herself, Yingyi suddenly screamed. Hearing Wen Xixi's name, Wen Yanyan looked stiff, suppressed the anger in the bottom of her heart, and smiled and explained, "No, teacher Yi, my name is Wen Yanyan." "Oh," Yingyi responded lightly. He said, "I'm calling me assistant." Yingyi called her name, and Wen Xixi froze. Listening to Yingyi said so, Wen Xixi quickly leaned from Yingyi from the seat. Her body was attached to Yingyi's seat, and asked softly after she was lowered, "What's wrong?" Yingyi held her microphone, leaned back slightly, her face was close to Wen Xixi. Near Wen Xixi smelled the smell of perfume he had smelled. The man's voice was not loud, but it was enough to let her hear. There was a faint smile in her tone, and her voice was light and vaccinated. "Your two names are almost the same, but why are you so much better than her?" Chapter 19. When Yanyan's performance was over and went to the background dressing room in applause and laughter. There was no one in the makeup room, when Yanyan threw the door heavy and sprinkled her breath. "This bitch." When Yanyan gritted her teeth. "When I met Wen Xixi here," Yingyi interrupted her self-introduction and made her joke. "Blame Wen Xixi's stinky," and she was still joking her at the end of her performance. When Yanyan pulled the chair, and the chair made a harsh sound on the smooth floor, like a wire scratching her eardrum, when Yanyan was even more annoying, pushing the things on the table to the ground. Cracking for a while, anyway, it was angry. Sitting angrily on the chair and looking at the mirror, when Yanyan gradually returned from the anger. The reason why she was angry was that she was interrupted by Yingyi, and she was named Wen Xixi's name. Secondly, she thought that Wen Xixi was not weak, but she did not expect that it was Yingyi's assistant, and she was so close to Yingyi. After getting angry, think about it, feel that I was too extreme just now. Even if Wen Xixi is more close to Yingyi, she is a little assistant at best. The little assistant can do it anymore, and there will be no big storms. But she was different. She entered the top 36 this time and signed Hechen Entertainment. She was already a little star. Later, let her dad give the operation, entering the top 10 is not a problem. When she entered Hechen Entertainment and allowed her dad to invest in several movies, she would soon be famous. At that time, she became famous and made a movie with Yingyi. The little assistant of Wen Xixi, handling her as simple as pinching ant. When Yanyan returned to God, looked up at herself in the mirror, and sneered. The dressing room was just a mess, when Yanyan was too lazy to clean up, but did not want to carry the pot. She got up and left the dressing room, ready to go to the background lounge to rest. She only performed the show, and finally announced the ranking. The top 36 is still quite easy to make, when Yanyan is full of confidence. She was dressed in dance shoes, walking in the corridor like a kitten, and she couldn't make a hint. In front of the door of the lounge, when she wanted to push the door in, she heard the content of the speech from inside and put her hand back. Hechen Entertainment has signed a lot, and it is very difficult to enter the quarterfinals in the top 36, because those who go in are all signed. Wang Yanran, who was in the same group as Wen Yanyan, nicknamed a small speaker. Usually, it is a gossip little master, and you can all gossip. Then I didn't play anymore, I didn't receive a notice from Hechen Entertainment. Most of the people who did not play. It is said that Hechen Entertainment has signed 3 people this time. If she didn't go in, she would definitely have no drama. Wen Yanyan. I didn't hear it. Wang Danran said, she really can't touch it. She was amazing in the same period, but today I see Yingyi, It seems that I don't like her very much. Stars do not like the company. General stars can't affect, but Yingyi. Wang Ran lowered his voice. It is said that he is a shareholder of Hudson Entertainment, and the senior levels like him. When Yang Yan bites, and he re-hated Wen Xixi. Yingyi didn't like her. It might be the tongue roots of Wen Xixi's slut and Yingyi chewing. At the end of the 50-36 recording, Wen Xixi followed Yingyi out of the TV station. The show was recorded in the afternoon, only 5 o'clock after recording. Yingyi's notice was temporarily answered, and he had to rush back to X City to make a movie that night. After the recording was completed, the driver came to pick it up. Wen Xixi took Yingyi to get on the car and went to the airport non-stop. Yingyi was tired, and closed his eyes when he got on the car. Wen Xixi was a little tired, but she closed her eyes, and the words Yingyi said in the recording hall in her ears. He was so brave. Wen Xixi's face opened his eyes with red face, staring at Yingyi. Isn't it enough? Yingyi noticed Wen Xixi's eyes. He crooked his head and moved towards Wen Xixi's direction. He opened his eyes, and his long and rolled eyelashes were brown eyes. Wen Xixi's heartbeat was shaking again, and she quickly pulled her eyes out. She couldn't suppress her excitement. Her tongue trembled, and after a while, she said, "Well, you are too handsome." She didn't look up. Yingyi but heard Yingyi laugh at her after she said this. Yingyi is a mystery. You can joke with you naive, and you can get your legs. When I arrived in City X, Yingyi took a night show and returned to the hotel. He didn't eat dinner. Before he finished shooting, Wen Xixi was ready for dinner. After Yingyi ate some, he sat on the sofa and watched the script. Wen Xixi put the chopsticks and sat on the sofa to put the picture of the dinner for the dinner. I took a look at the popularity, and the gap between her and the popularity of Ruo and Ruo Lang became increasingly greater. Not only that, she may be squeezed out of the top 3. Because Ling Lang found a Weibo popular food PO owner to participate with them, the 3 of them pushed each other, and the popular PO owner would catch up with her immediately. When Wen Xixi bit her nails and wanted to increase her heat, Yingyi handed the script over. Yingyi's previous drama did not find Wen Xixi. But as soon as this drama was connected, I found Wing Xixi's words a few times. If it is a general word, the little monster played by Bai Ying in Wen Yang is too stunned. If you say it, even if it is a peaceful tone, Wen Xixi feels blushing. Looking down at the script, Wen Xixin was stunned again. Yingyi said, "Pay this word with me." Yingyi's lines have strong skills and amazing memory, but in this play, these 2 advantages seem to be stuffed into the black hole. There is no trace video essence. You look so beautiful. There must be a lot of fairy who likes you, but the one who likes you. Wen Xixi took a breath and continued, "But the little fairy who likes you is only me. Go to my cave with me." Nothing, Xiaoshong. Yingyi leaned against the sofa, and his fingers knocked gently on the back of the sofa. His tone was lazy, his expression was sexy. "There is no small fairy." Wen Xixi emphasized, pointed at the lines, saying, "Are you not ashamed? I remember it wrong." Yingyi glanced at the lines and said, "Let's come again. You look so good, and there must be a lot of fairy who likes you, but the little fairy who likes you is only me. If you don't, you will go from me and live with me to live in the cave." "Okay." Ying to be said. Wen Xixi. Seeing Wen Xixi's expression was speechless, Yingyi's eyes picked, and asked, "I remember it wrong again. You can't agree." Wen Xixi read the novel, knows the follow-up, and explained, "Little fairy is a descendant of the demon god, and he cannot be happy with the fairy. Otherwise, the blood of her demon gods will awaken, and the disaster between the heavens and the earth is the disaster." Looking at Wen Xixi, I smiled and said, I think the little fairy is cute, so I moved the heart. Wen Xixin's heart was shaking. Again, looking at the faint smile in Yingyi's brown eyes, and felt that I was going to be right. At this moment, Wen Xixi's mobile phone suddenly shook. She was sorry, took out her mobile phone and glanced, and when she saw the name displayed on the screen clearly, she immediately cut off the phone. She darkened Li Jiao, and he blacked Wen Zuoyan, but did not want to pull the landline in the black home. Solo the phone. Ying Yi said with the script and said without his head. Wimixi's mobile phone shook again, and she still cut off. Ying Yi listened to the shock of being cut off, looked up at her, and glanced at her mobile phone. Her eyes were slightly puzzled. Harassing calls. The tenderness between Ying Yi was wiped out by a phone call. Wimixi was a little cold. After speaking, he put his phone aside. Wimple's expression changed a little bit, and it was obviously a matter of seeing it just now. And it is not a good thing, the little girl has a melancholy with her eyebrows. Put the script on the table. Ying Yi sat on his body, and his slender fingers turned the script pages. The paper made a slight friction. Ying Yi asked, Is that Wen Yanyan, is it related to you? Speaking of, Wen Yanyan and her are not like her. Wen Xixi was well behaved, Wen Yanyan was publicly tuned, and she made a fine tuning. Except for the name contact, she could not see that the two were sisters of the same father. Wen Xixi was surprised and looked up at Ying Yi. Ying Yi's fingers pressed on the script, looked up at her, and said, If you have a relationship, if she wants to sign a contract with Hudson Entertainment, I can help. Wen Xixi listened to Gideon, and only signed a contract with Hudson Entertainment. The game of Orange Girl can enter the final game. She didn't want Wen Yanyan to move forward at all. She couldn't wait to enter her when she was in the top 30. However, Wen Yanyan has the strength. If she fell down, the reputation of this show would be broken. Wen Xixi sat on the seat, fell into thought, stirred back and forth, and his fingers were all white. Ying Yi stared at her whitening belly and said, I can only let her sign a contract, and she has to work hard in the follow-up game. Each year, there are hundreds of newcomers signed by Hudson Entertainment. 1. Let her prepare for her own psychological preparations. On the phone, Li Jiao was abnormal, whispered softly, and asked her recently. Wen Xixi didn't sting with her, but only said, If you want Wen Yanyan to sign a contract with Hudson Entertainment, you first transfer the house that I lived in before to my name. After that, Wen Xixi did not wait for Li over there. When Jiao reacted, he hung up the phone. She still couldn't bear the house. If Li Jiao agreed to her request, it was equivalent to the house that Ying Yi was going back. To Ying Yi, Wimixi really doesn't know how to thank. As for Wen Yanyan, it is nothing to sign Hudson Entertainment. Sooner or later, her character is to suffer. She danced crab dance at home, and she died horizontally. Let her enter Hudson Entertainment, and try it with those new little stars. This is also a lesson for her. After hanging up the phone that night, Wen Xixi had not received Li Jiao's phone. The next day, she held the script and waited for Ying Yi's filming. The mobile phone shook. She thought it was her own, but it turned out to take a look, but it was Ying Yi. Boyan called Ying Yi. Wen Xixi remembered Boyan. The last time she had an accident, he dealt with it. Boyan is very gentle and easygoing. At that time, Xu Fan's affairs, after he handled it, came to Wen Xixi and Ying Ying to feedback. Boyan said that the court finally judged that Xu Fan's crime was to strengthen the robbery and attempt. She didn't know how Boyan could be charged with the robbery of Xu Fan's room. From this, it can be seen that Boyan's ability is very strong. Ying Yi is really a god, do things for him, strong ability, and people. From the employment alone, you can also see that Ying Yi's character is really good. After Ying Yi finished filming, Wimbledy passed the ice water. Ying Yi took a drink and heat, and Wimixi handed the phone over. Mr. Bo is looking for you, Wen Xixi said. After taking the phone, Ying Yi sat in the seat and hit Boyan back. After the phone was turned on, what Boyan said, Ying Yi's lips gradually hooked up. The house can be sold back, but the price is 3 times the original price. Chapter 20. Ying Yi explained it. After hanging up the phone, he handed the phone to Wen Xixi. Wimples was connected to the phone, and he was still thinking about the content of Ying Yi's call just now. Just listening to Ying Yi's words, Wen Xixi listened to a moment. Involved with the house, Wen Xixi couldn't help but worry. Ying Yi's house will not be a villa in Baiqing. If the Baiqing villa is sold, she has no place to live again. What kind of house? Wen Xixi suppressed it for a long time without suppression, and asked simply. I bought an apartment in the city before, and now the seller wants to buy it. Ying Yi looked down at the script, his tone was light and light. I am 3 times the original price. Wen Xixi stared. The housing prices in the city of S are high, and a house is less than 3 or 4 million. If it turns 3 times, it takes 10 million. How much does it cost? Wen Xixi felt that Ying Yi should not want to sell it, otherwise how could it be so high? Fools will buy it back. Wimixi murmured. When his eyes were raised, Ying Yi's fingers pressed the script, raised his eyes and looked at Wen Xixi with a light smile, with a faint smile in his brown eyes, and asked, What are you talking about? It's okay. Wen Xixi held in her hand cup, drink a bite of ice water. Ying Yi stared at the cup in Wimbledy's hand and looked at the script lazily. His fingers knocked on the script, his voice was slight. Xixi too. Wen Xixi suddenly returned from contemplation. Looking up at Ying Yi, Wen Xixi waited for Ying Yi's instructions. Ying Yi leaned over, and a handsome face was enlarged to Wing Xixi. Wing Xixi accelerated the heartbeat and hid subconsciously. She hadn't moved yet, and saw Ying Yi's hand drawn out the ice water in her hand, with a faint helplessness in her tone. You just drank my ice water. Wen Xixi. Ying Yi continued to enter the filming after a moment of rest. Indirect kissing. Ying Yi had a lot of loss, but he didn't get angry. His temper was really good. Li Jiao's phone call when he was grateful to Ying Xixi died, and Wingxi settled and answered. At the end of the phone, Li Jiao seemed to have just finished the fire, and his tone was not very good. But she was not revealed to Wimple, but just complained about 2 nannies as finding faults. Xixi, I discussed with your dad. The original house was too old. We want to buy you a new set in the same community. The real estate certificate writes your name. The decoration is decorated according to your previous house. What do you think of your dad? Li Jiao did not promise to give her a new house, but gave her a new house. According to Li Jiao's personality, giving her a new house is by no means because of her kindness. I took someone to see the house before, and the house should be sold. After so long, I called her back, and most of them did not talk to that buyer. I just want that house. Wen Xixi said lightly. She has feelings for the house and does not care about the old and the old, otherwise she can raise a higher chip. What Li Jiao had to say, Wen Xixi hung up the phone directly. I hope that the buyer can grind Li Jiao. When she sells the house, she can't wait to sell it. Now, she wants to buy it, but it is not so easy. I was hung up by Wimple again, and Li Jiao's depression was all on his head, and he threw it on the ground with his mobile phone. Stinky, son. Li Jiao scolded. What was so good about the broken house at first, holding the house and not letting go? And that buyer, it costs 3 times the price to sell. Think of the buyer at the time. The buyer also spoke for Wen Xixi, and Li Jiao felt more and more. The 2 of them were a group. This Wing Xixi is really a heart. Li Jiao knew that this was a pit, and she would definitely not jump as she was. When her mother called, Wen Yanyan had been anxiously waiting for. If she does not sign the contract, she can't get in the semi-finals, and now the recording will begin. When all the dust settled, her ambition was gone. Mom, how is it? Wen Yanyan asked Li Jiao. We were played by Wen Xixi's cheap and people. Li Jiao was upset, but looking at her daughter's face, she couldn't get angry. 3 times that of 6 or 7 million. Mom, don't be angry, wait for me to become a star, see that I will not die. Wen Yanyan also hated Wen Xixi to grit her teeth. Let's promise first, I will be a star in the future, and 10 million is just a movie. Wen Yanyan, who came out, said helplessly and said, I buy. Before the record began to record, Li Jiao agreed to Wen Xixi's request. Wen Xixi was happy and found Yingyi. Since Yingyi started to help, this time he did not push it off. Let Chai Wen contact other brokers and prepare to sign Wen Yanyan to Huchen Entertainment. Because the time is relatively tight, the transfer procedures have not passed Li Jiao directly from the buyer to the name of Winxi. Li Jiao also participated and gave the buyer a deposit first, and then all the procedures followed. Together with Wen Xixi, Li Jiao covered up his usual lingering people and became very polite. It took a week to do the formalities. Wimixi came over to do it, and the buyer has always cooperated. After finishing the formalities, Wen Xixi and the buyer said thank you. Thank you for not just thanking him for selling the house back. He also thanked him when he went to see the house. When Li Jiao scolded her, he helped her say. The buyer is a middle-aged man in his 30s. He looks very ordinary and accepts Wen Xixi's thanks with a smile, saying, the house is really beautiful, especially the kitchen, which is very warm. You can see that you are a love life. Girls. The house is yours now. I hope you still live a good life like before. The man drove over by himself, and waved goodbye to Wen Xixi after getting in the car. Li Jiao watched the two of them installed strangers in a fake model and fake them. But she still has to pretend to be happy and kindly say, Xixi, where are you going now, do you want me to send you? The default will not be mentioned. Li Jiao was a little anxious, and after smiling politely, he mentioned, then your sister signed. Holding his footsteps, Wen Xixi turned back and said to Li Jiao, Mr. Ying has helped. Mentioned, the contract will be signed before the 18th record. Laughing, standing there and waiting for the bus. Xixi, Yingyi is a big star. You are with him every day. The relationship must be good. Li Jiaozhang had a chance and said, but the relationship is good, and there is no blood relationship. They can change the assistant at any time. You are good at you while now, let him help Yang Yang. Auntie. Wen Xixi interrupted her beautiful blueprint when Li Jiao continued to depict her biological daughter after becoming famous. She looked at the woman who looked like a famous brand on the opposite side, and wanted to tell her if she had a belly. However, she also knew that even if it was said, the other party would not listen, but she would laugh in the back. She was too lazy to spend a lot of tongue, only saying one. Mr. Ying don't want me. Wen Xixi said, say goodbye, as soon as the bus arrives, she goes to the car and never watched the car again. Li Jiao watched the bus away, and after the reaction came, he was so angry that he kicked on the bus stop. Pointing at the distance from the distance, scolding. Cheap people. What do you think you are good? You don't want you for your biological parents. Where do you come from confidence, say that others can't want you? When Xixi was sitting on the bus, holding a real estate certificate in her arms, the blue sky outside the window, the weather was right, when Xixi laughed. Ying Yi has not announced in the past 2 days, and also gave Wen Xixi to run the house. When I returned to Baixing Villa, it was already noon. Wen Xixi was in a good mood. I thought about what lunch should I make for Yingyi at noon. As soon as I arrived on the second floor, I felt a wet sea breeze. Wen Xixi raised his eyes and looked at it. The sun was just right. The sea breeze blows a lazy chair and shakes slowly. A lazy chair is empty, and the other, lying on it alone. He couldn't install the lazy chair, and his legs were leisurely together, with the tip of his toes gently shaking the lazy chair, lazy and leisurely. In the twilight season in April, all things spit buds, showing their vitality. And all the vitality is not as good as the man in the lazy chair. The heart jumped slightly when Xixi slowed down and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The more you reached the window, the bigger the sea outside, and the bangs were scattered. After leaving Liuhai, Wen Xixi also saw Yingyi. Yingyi was wearing a white clothes, her hair was dark, and her bangs hanged in front of her forehead. His eyebrows were raised, with long eyelashes, clear brown eyes, high nose bridge, and red lips. The face shape of the knife, deep and perfect features, lazy and clean temperament, any woman will be tempted when they see it. The man's toes touched the ground, stomped on the wooden floor, and made a soft da sound. He concentrated on the things of his hands, but found Wimixi. He is making wood carving. The fingers are slender and beautiful, with clear bones, holding a small sculpture knife, and slightly moved on the wood. The action is consistent and skilled, and the carvings can be seen. The wood carving on the hand has been formed, and the final color is made, and it is a coin-sized snail. Large shells, long necks, and 2 eyes stretched out, lifelike. It is said that people who work hard can move the people's hearts most. Yingyi in front of him is that Wen Xixi has seen all of him, the most handsome. After the carving knife finished the last knife, Yingyi put the snail in his hand, touched his fingers, and the man smiled softly. When I put the carved knife on the table, I saw Wen Xixi standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The brown eyes were surprised. The man's eyebrows were slightly raised. After sitting straight, he looked at Wen Xixi and his lips hooked. The sky was blue, the air was excellent, and the man smiled so much. Wen Xixi seemed to immerse his body into the waves, cool and refreshing. "It's busy?" Yingyi didn't ask her about what was going on, and asked Wen Xixi softly. The voice of a man, like a small mallet in the court, knocked on the table, and made a crisp sound, pulled Wen Daixi back from a dullness. "Busy? I'm finished." Wen Xixi smiled and responded. She asked Yingyi to leave and said what was going on. For Wen Yanyan, Wen Xixi didn't say much, only to say that she was the sister of the same father and mother. Everyone knows this kind of family and the relationship is complicated. Yingyi didn't ask more, only when he heard that Wen Xixi said there was a house, he congratulated her a few words. "You can do wood carvings." Wen Xixi walked in front of Yingyi and looked at the little snail in his hand. The little snail is stunned and swallowed cute. It looks like her temperament is slow, her personality is inferior, and she likes to shrink into the shell. But the snail is happy, and it has a shell shrinking, and she doesn't even have a shell that can shrink. Yingyi stretched his hand over, and the snail was placed in his palm. "For you, you have your own house like it." Chapter 21. This sentence says Wen Xixi's eyes shocked. "Come over." The wood carving is very delicate, and Yingyi's carving technology is very good. The little snail was so quiet that she was lying in her palm, the sea breeze was cool, and Wen Xixi's heart was warm. "Mr. Yin, this time Wen Yanyan's contract is troublesome. Otherwise, I ask you to have a meal." Wen Xixi put up the little snail and said with a smile, "Seeking to dinner is a way for general etiquette. It may not be applicable for the picky king of Yiyi." However, Wen Xixi couldn't think of other methods to repay Yingxi. She usually said that she was good to Yingyi and was nice to Yingyi. But if you think about it, how can Yingyi use her to be good to him? Okay. Unexpectedly, Yingyi agreed to be particularly refreshing. He looked slightly at the corner of his eyes and said, "Some time ago, Chawan recommended a private restaurant, saying that let me have time to taste it, so set it there." Yingyi has a restaurant to recommend it, but no matter how good it is, she is still thinking about it. Although the private restaurant is expensive, it is nothing compared to Yingyi Lai. Okay. Wen Xithe responded softly and asked, "Which one is it? Is it from the city?" She wanted to see Yingyi's notice, determine the time for eating, and then made an appointment in advance. As an assistant to doing assistant, Wen Shishi is now planned. Lingyu Restaurant. Yingyi stood up from the lazy chair and walked towards the living room, saying, "City S, not far from the place where you live." Wen Shishi entered the room with Yingyi. The larger, the bigger, she turned to close the floor-to-ceiling window, and the curtains stopped encouraging. Lingyu Restaurant, listening to the name, is very poetic. Yingyi said that it was not far from the place she lived, but Wen Shishi never heard it. Yingyi sat on the sofa of the living room, and put the sculpture toolbox on the table. This toolbox is particularly exquisite, and the sculptures of various sizes are all available. His fingers were beautiful, and he packed up. Wimixi looked at his fingers and flipped, thinking of what he looked like when he was lying on a lazy chair and carved snails. There was a bit of sweetness in my heart, and Wen Shishi's face flushed a little, and said to Yingyi, "I'm going to make lunch." Pap, pressing the buttons, Yingyi turned his head to stop Wen Shishi. "Shishi, your house is coming back, will you move back to live?" Based on, Wen Shishi turned to watch Yingyi. Wimiti really never thought about it if she couldn't go back to live. Asked by Yingyi, Wen Shishi was stunned. If you think about it, Yingyi asks this question, and most of them want her to go back. Thinking of this, Wen Shishi took a trace of cold heart and said, "Move it back." The toolbox put it next to him. Yingyi knocked on the table with his fingers, his expression was serious. "You haven't asked me yet to agree and disagree with you." Wimixi blinked, crying and laughing, but she had to ask. "Mr. Ying, do you agree and disagree with me?" After Wen Shishi said the last sentence, Yingyi took the sentence, "Don't agree, okay, let's go for lunch." Take it. When the toolbox got up, Yingyi saw Wen Shishi stood still without moving, raised her eyes and looked at her, her lips slightly. And Wen Shishi explained, "You are my living assistant, take care of my life, and it should be reasonable. If you live together, if you want to go back, I will let you go back with me. Am I like the boss who does not agree to employees?" Wen Shishi. "Did you just disagree with her?" Wen Shishi responded no, and then went to the kitchen. There is lunch in the kitchen, and Yingyi, outside, is playing. The way they get along with each other are like a little couple. Thinking of this, Wen Shishi made his thoughts stop in time. After shooting his forehead, Wen Shishi felt that he would have more and more dream now. Some people can sting, and some people can't climb. Yingyi asked her to live in Baixin Villa to take care of him, to live and live well. Once she was so troubled by Xu Feng last time, she did not dare to live. Secondly, two people live than one person, which is much more interesting. Wen Shishi had a lunch, took a picture and gave Yingyi. Yingyi had eaten lunch, and the driver happened to pick it up. Wen Shishi went to H City with him again. When in the car, Yingyi's rest was resting on the seat, and when Shishi uploaded pictures taken at noon. In late April, there was still a week before the end of the Kitchen Mother contest. In the last time, the contestants were doing publicity for the last breath. Wimixi entered the competition interface, and the interface showed the current players' ranking. If the first, Li Lao second, Wen Shishi temporarily ranks third. The fourth place is the collaborative partner of Ruo and Linlang, and it has only a few hundred votes that are away from Wingxi. The ID of each user of the Kitchen Mother can vote once every dish. Now there are 100 million votes, that is, at least 1 million fans. He will like each meal. Linlang is relatively small, only 60 million. There are fewer Wingxi, just over 40 million. Wen Xixi feels that she is unwilling to attack, and she can only keep it now. But the bone behind was aggressive, making Wen Xixi a little anxious. Wen Xixi has asked the cooperation on the marketing number. The marketing number said that they have been monopolized. If they can't get a higher price than the original owner, they will not forward her Weibo. This must be done by the people and Linlang, and they are simply not given away. Wimbledon was opened as a picture of the PO. The table made of wooden frames was placed under the green vine, and a cyan porcelain plate was placed on the table. The porcelain plate was just made of oil mushrooms that was just made. Baskets, there are oil-absorbing paper inside, and pine onion and fragrant cheese bread. For example, the setting of the daily plate is very particular. With different green plants next to it, his restaurant must have a very style. For 3 days in H City, Ying Yi returned to S City to participate in an event. After the event, he returned home with Wen Xixi. Before going upstairs, Wen Xixi was going to cook, and Ying Yi stopped. Wen Xixi is particularly concerned about cooking, and she can't wait to turn out 981 flowers a day. Ying Yi feels that he has been fed by Wimple. Xixi. As soon as Ying Yi called her, Wen Xixi stood up and turned to look at him. Ying Yi looked at Wen Xixi's blank look, and was helpless. You said before, ask me to dinner, and do nothing? Wen Xixi suddenly returned, and quickly nodded and said, after the number. After that, Wen Xixi hesitated for a long time and asked, is it now? Ying Yi responded, entering the bedroom and said, I go to change clothes, you also change your clothes and wait for me in the living room. Ying Yi said that he entered the bedroom and closed the door. Wen Xixi looked at the closed bedroom door and was dumb for a while. After that, she had thought about it. Tonight, she had to put a big trick to Ying Yi to do it, and then Po went to the Kitchen Mother. The game will be countless for 3 days. Wimixi racks his brain every day and does not know how many brain cells he died. After a while, Wen Xixi decided to come back with Ying Yi and make a supper for him at night. Tonight, the two went to that Ling language restaurant for a while. Ying Yi went out, changed a black, hooded sweater on the upper body, black pants on the lower body, and a pair of sports shoes. He was very good, his clothes were thin, and black clothes and a pair of brown eyes made him particularly mysterious. Wear the baseball cap, the slender fingers pinch the brim of the hats, Ying Yi said to Wen Xixi, let's go. Wen Xixi also wore a casual suit. It is also a sweater. She was dressed light pink, she looked white, and her sweater lined her neck and white, and her temperament was gentle. When Ying Yi's change of clothes, Wen Xixi quickly contacted the restaurant to make an appointment. On the way, as a native of an old S city, Wen Xixi directed Ying Yi to drive. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a restaurant. I really came to the Ling language restaurant, and Wen Xixi knew why she hadn't heard of it before. The location of the Li Ni restaurant in the center of the city occupied a yard. In the yard, all kinds of green plants. In the season of spring and summer, the entire yard exudes lush vitality. Wing Xixi was stunned by Mimi here. Go, Ying Yi stopped his car and got up towards the yard. Wimixi came back and followed up. The door children standing outside the hall, after seeing the two, opened the door first. The door child recognized Ying Yi and kept his face insulting. After Ying Yi and Wen Xixi entered, the door child looked excited. There are a lot of stars receiving the restaurant on weekdays, but Yingyi is a star in the star. If it wasn't for the restaurant's regulations, he could not disturb the guests, and he would have rushed up to sign. The name of the Lin language restaurant is quite appropriate. As soon as the two entered the restaurant door, they instantly seemed to enter the rainforest. The decoration of the restaurant is all decorated with real green plants. As soon as you enter the door, it is a faint coolness. The waiters led them to the box, and in some places, they needed to bow their heads. Yingyi is the best box on the rooftop of the restaurant. Nowadays, the wind is gentle, and the rooftop is full of green plants around the rooftop. This restaurant owner is really amazing. When Xixi held the menu and looked up at the decoration of the 4-week restaurant. The decoration and care of these plants, I don't know how much manpower and material resources are consumed. Full of it, Yingyi holds the menu, holds his foot with his fingers, and looks up at Wen Xixi and said, "This is the credit of the designer and the decoration worker." Research menu. No matter how beautiful the restaurant is, the most substantial thing depends on the dishes. If the restaurant is so good, but the dishes are general, then it is not true. Wen Xixi looked at the category on the menu, most of which Yingyi didn't like to eat. I couldn't pick it out for a long time. When Xixi asked, "You guys here, can you order it by yourself and let the kitchen chefs do it?" The waiter had a high professional literacy. After Wen Xixi asked, he immediately said, "The dishes on the menu said, do you not make your appetite? Dinner in VIP box is that our boss cooks in person, every dish is guaranteed that you want to forget." Words. Pointing at the dishes on the menu, saying, "Then I can ask for nothing, right?" It can be, but that taste is not as delicious as the original. The waiter said with a smile. Yingyi listened to the dialogue of Wen Xixi and the waiter, and his eyes were on Wen Xixi, who had been looking up and communicated with the waiter. When a woman is wearing a simple style sweater, she tilted her head up and talked with the waiter, her neck twists, and the thin bone that connects the collarbone is protruding, exquisite and beautiful. "You go to the kitchen with her." Yingyi listened to Wen Xixi to explain the waiter carefully, and seeing the waiter couldn't remember it. Wen Xixi remembered his picky research so thoroughly, and remembered it clearly. In this way, there was indeed a lot. Well, Wen Xixi was worried about Yingyi's unpleasant meal. After promised, he asked the waiter, "Can you?" "Ah, yes." The waiter returned to God, and she had already recognized that the man sitting opposite was Yingfei. She did not guess the identity of the woman opposite. However, eating without fear should be Yingyi's assistant. Wen Xixi opened the chair and stood up, and went to the kitchen as the waiter. The kitchen was on the first floor, and Wen Xixi went down the stairs. The design of the stairs was relatively retro, with vines climbing on it. Wen Xixi held the stairs and felt a little familiar, but thought carefully, but there was no specific impression. It wasn't until the waiter entered the kitchen that Wen Xixi remembered where he had seen it. Unexpectedly, she had always wanted to know the private restaurant of Ruji's family, which was accidentally hit by her. In the kitchen, if the person was wearing an apron, he was making a dish, and the waiter called boss. He turned his head and saw Wen Xixi standing outside the door. With surprise and embarrassment on his face, the person greeted Wen Xixi. "It's been a long time." It was a long time, and I had no waves in my heart for a long time. Seeing the two of them new, the waiter didn't say more and exited the kitchen. Wimbledon raised his eyes and glanced at the kitchen, smiled and said, "I came over to eat with the boss. My boss had some picky eaters, so I wanted to explain it." "Okay." Without asking, I cut into the topic directly. I carefully explained Yingyi's dining habits, and Wen Xixi even said how to deal with things to do things. After speaking, Wen Xixi realized that she was so polite and apologized, "I'm used to it." She was indeed unintentional. "It's okay." If the person still laughed, he was still gentle. In the light, he was very handsome. You told me, I can still learn 2 tricks. Walking outside the kitchen. If the person looks at the woman's back, itching under her heart is unbearable. No man can hold the hot body and pure character. Wimple came out of the kitchen, and the waiter who had led her just disappeared. Helpless, Wen Shishi could only return along the original road. When walking under the rattan frame in front of the first floor, Wen Shishi was called Shishi. A woman's voice, with silk thinking of anger and ridicule. When Shishi remembered this sound, it was Lang Lang. When Shishi turned back and saw Ling Lang standing there with high heels. Not yet in the summer, Ling Lang has been dressing up. The lower body hot pants revealed the straight and white legs, wearing a backbone vest, multiplied by sexy. What are you doing? Without waiting for Wen Shishi to speak, Ling Lang had stood in front of Wing Xixi. She is not tall, but high heels are high. Now overlooking Wen Shishi, her eyes are scornful and ridiculed. No one would like to be examined like this. Wen Shishi didn't want to take care of her, only one said, I come here to eat with the boss. Where can I eat it? Just come here. The last 3 days of the game is eaten. Ling Lang's voice was a little sharp, with a bit of sorrow. Are you here to explore the enemy's situation? Feeling ridiculous, I was too lazy to ignore her. Winxie went upstairs. Hey! Ling Lang laughed and said, I have been stepping on my pain. In the last 3 days, do you want to ask someone to help you vote? If you want him to get a ticket, I have a way. He helped you pull it. Oh, when he remembered, he might not look at you. Ling Lang. Her face was a little white, with a cold face, and Ling Lang was startled by her. I used to like your baking, and I also think you are a very distinctive baking PO owner. But now and later, I will not think so. The cooking is like a person, the most important thing is to be delicious. If so, a beautiful meal is difficult to eat. You start to enjoy because it looks good, but day after day, 3 meals a day, you can't bear it. Turn upstairs. I didn't notice, hitting Yingyi's arms from upstairs. In order to prevent her from hitting her nose, her hands held her shoulders with both hands. As soon as Wen Shishi looked up, he looked at Yingyi's gaze. With a slight smile in the brown eyes, Yingyi smiled and said, the teeth are sharp. The 4 words were jumping, and Wen Shishi lowered her head. Pulling Wen Shishi's arm, Yingyi walked to Ling Lang. I didn't look at her, and said directly to the waiter who came over with the trot. Go to the guests on other tables, let's not eat the meal. Yingyi said in a word. A person in the restaurant turned around, the waiter went to inform the Rogao, and Ling Lang had not yet reacted from Yingyi with the scene where Wimbledy went out. Come over. How could Shishi be with Yingyi? She said she came to dinner with her boss. Is her boss Yingyi? When Yingyi took the car, when Shishi stabilized. She was extraordinarily proud. Yingyi was on the stairs, and he must be heard by him. When Shishi felt a little embarrassed. She looked up at Yingyi, and the other party was driving the car. When Shishi looked back, when he was embarrassed, Yingyi said with a smile while driving. Yes, master of philosophy. Wen Shishi. After the 2 returned home, Wen Shishi remade a meal for Yingyi. After Yingyi finished eating, Wen Shishi's PO map was on the chef. She looked at the likes and Ling Lang on the top of her head, thinking about the small movements of the people and Li Lang, and what Ling Lang said. She never wanted to overwhelm them like today. It may be that the desire is too urgent. When Shishi dreamed that she became the first place in the kitchen contest. Below is Bai Kai and Jishi. When I woke up the next morning, when Shishi reached out from the quilt and pulled out her mobile phone, and entered the kitchen app after lighting the screen. Since the start of the game, she wakes up every day to watch the rankings first. According to the speed of chasing her, she should squeeze her top 3 today. Early in the morning, Wen Xixi was a little bit dying. However, when she opened the kitchen contest interface and saw the ranking of the above voting, she was shocked. She seemed to come true. Chapter 22. I just stabbed myself and was still in the pain of Sissy. Wimixi confirmed that it was not a dream. Holding the phone and lying on the bed, my heart was full. After the joy, when she sees inexplicable guilty conscience, she began to think about why she had so many votes. If it was tens of millions, she now voted more than 800 million, and she dumped hundreds of millions of people. Not only did she have a lot of votes, but Bai Kai and Jixi's votes also followed up, and the votes of the two also suppressed those who were like. Bai Kai obviously noticed the change early in the morning, and sent a series of shocking expressions, asking Wen Xixi. Bai Kai, Xixi, did you find the great god to forward your Weibo? With so many votes, the number of big gods is not less than 10 million. Xixi, I don't know, why do you say that there are great gods forwarded my Weibo? Bai Kai, indifferent. JPG, because you are the first, although I and Jixi I am second and third, the number of votes is several 100 million yang, obviously you are mainly you. Xixi, I really don't know, Do you say that someone would make us maliciously brush us? Bai Kai, turn my eyes. JPG, rest assured, the number of votes is refreshed every 10 minutes. I have already brushed it twice. We only increased the votes, and the kitchen lady did not send a warning, so the ticket was definitely no problem. Wing Kai's excitement and fearful heart finally became excited. The big stone hanging in his heart fell, and the red sun shot in outside the window. When Xixi lifted the quilt and ran out barefoot. She wanted to go to the balcony to see the sunrise, blow the sea breeze, and yelling loudly. As soon as Ying Yi ran back, he went upstairs and watched when Xixi stepped out of the room with his bare foot. The woman's face was excited with excited smile, and her eyes flashed with light. The hair is a little messy, with some laziness when I just wakes up. It was also wearing long-sleeved pajamas and the chest of the shirt, with a big smile. When Xixi also saw Ying Yi, with a smile on his face, thinking of this is Ying Yi's house. Holding the car in his body suddenly, his feet stepped on the floor, and it was together. His face was slightly red, and he smiled at Ying Yi's shame. It's very lively. Ying Yi's arm was put on the handrail of the stairs. He only wore a short-sleeved sportswear, his hair was hugged with black sports hairs, revealing a smooth and beautiful forehead, and his facial features were more refreshing and clean. His hair recently was stained with black, and his skin tone became white. Just after running, the breasts were undulating, and the sun was shining. Ying Yi, who is in sportswear, is also so handsome. When Xixi's chest was filled with joy. Looking at Ying Yi, his heartbeat became more irregular. I have something particularly happy. When Xixi said with a smile, the toes moved on the floor, which was particularly cute. The sight was recovered from Wen Xixi's feet. Ying Yi smiled lightly and asked, what happy things? Wen Xixi has never told Ying Yi about her participation in the game. She may not be able to get a good name. But now, she must be the first place. She wants to share this good news with Ying Yi. I don't know which kind person who reposted her Weibo. She was so excited for a while, and she had to take a look at Weibo, and then thank others. The kitchen Nyo contest. When Xixi jumped and said, and the downstairs Cha Wen roared and interrupted her next words. Cha Wen wore high heels and stepped on the wooden floor. When Xixi was inexplicably tight, staring at the stairs, seeing Cha Wen, who was angry. Ying Yi, Cha Wen, screamed again, with anger and helplessness in his tone. You haven't been here for a long time. Ying Yi finished, reached out and patted Wen Xixi's shoulder, stared at her feet, and said warmly, go back to the bedroom to put on the shoes. The kitchen mother contest also swallowed into her belly, and when Xixi quickly entered the bedroom. She is quite scared to Cha Wen, after all, she is the person in charge of her salary. Wei Mixi returned to the room and wore shoes and hurried out of the bedroom. If Yingyi made a mistake, it must be her negligence, and she would not let Yingyi be scolded by Cha Wen alone. How many times have I emphasized? Can't turn around on Weibo. Can't turn on Weibo. Why don't you remember it? Jia Wen almost poked Yingyi with his fingers. When Xixi heard it was Weibo, she quickly opened Weibo. Her Weibo notification was closed. After clicking, the message notification has become 3 points. Wimple had no time to take care of this, and found Yingyi's Weibo first. After opening, he was on the spot. Yingyi's latest Weibo is a food Weibo that reposted at 10 o'clock last night. The food Weibo is matched with 9 pictures. The text written is, "Please click on this link to help Xixi vote, thank you." It was her large Weibo. It turned out that the gods who silently helped her forward the publicity of the tens of millions of fans were Yingyi. The heart seemed to be properly flowed by the warm tea, and it seemed to be pulled up by a thin rope. When Xixi's heart was warm and unwilling, she walked to the sofa and was about to speak. Jia Wen was strong. "Why don't you stop? Most of the artist's Weibo sent by the company to take care of it. If the artist take care of itself, in order to prevent artists from doing some brainless behaviors, the agent will also keep the assistant at all times." After reposting this Weibo, Cha Wen saw this morning. In fact, it is not a big deal, but this cooperation of the Kitchen Mother contest is a kitchen treasure. Some time ago, the endorsement contract with He-Chin Entertainment had a dispute with the endorsement contract with He-Chin Entertainment, and was still under lawsuit. Yingyi's Weibo turned around, as if it was indirectly promoted for the kitchen treasure. Actually, when Xixi touched his head and was about to take all his responsibilities to him, but he expected that Yingyi was interrupted. "I replaced the Weibo password." Yingyi said, "I am my fans under my Weibo, I can't forward what I like." Yingyi was flattened, and he said 2 words, but brought it with it is difficult for people to resist. "If the company's senior officials are pursued, let them come to me directly," Yingyi said lightly. "How dare you find you?" Jia Wen was angry, and finally sighed, "Forget it. Forget it. West, you always pay attention to it next time. Worry about your life." It was also going to talk to Yingyi for an advertisement renewal. After Choran left, Yingyi was okay. He continued to play the game with his mobile phone, and at the same time, the clouds and wind arranged it lightly, "Go breakfast." "Okay." Wimbledon led, but I didn't hold back, and asked Yingyi, "Mr. Ying, do you know the Weibo you forwarded is mine?" Jia Wen was so angry that she was afraid that there would be a misunderstanding between her and Yingyi. Jia Wen, Yingyi was reposted by Weibo to help her. The eyes raised from the screen of the mobile phone, Yingyi raised his eyes and looked at Wen Xixi, his expression was suddenly, and his brown eyes had a light smile. "It's yours? No wonder I want to eat the pictures." Sure enough, the dishes made by Xixi are the most appetite. When Xixi jumped, looking at Yingyi, who was smiling in front of me, consciousness seemed to float in Baiyin among them. Although she and Yingyi knew shortly, Yingyi was really the most exaggerated in this world, and the best person. He helped her so many times, or unintentional or intentional, and every time he helped just right, it was really the angel who sent it to save her. When Xixi feels like this, don't want to find a boyfriend in your life. With Yingyi's repost, when Xixi's tickets really seemed to be brushed out, and quickly broke through the 200 billion, which not only showed that the number of Yingyi fans was amazing, but also showed that Yingyi's fans were all live fans. Bai Kai knew that Yingyi reposted when Xixi's Weibo, and it was a series of exclamation marks, asking Wen Shishi and Yingyi, and Wen Shishi said it was his own boss. Bai Kai screamed twice, and then said, Yingyi is really Taisu, Taisu. Bai Kai said that Wen Shishi absolutely agreed. Not only this matter, but other things are also so on. I have made up a novel of a domineering star and a dumb little assistant, and your life is too dreamy. Bai Kai enviously, if Ying Yijun said on the internet, if there is a big, alas. When Wen Shishi drank the water, picked it out, and wet her chest. What? Ying Yi pulled 2 paper towels and handed over, his fingers still pressed the script, and stared at Wen Shishi. Nothing. It's okay. Wimbley's face was hot. He took the paper towel and wiped his clothes. He didn't dare to lift his head. Thinking of her and Yingyi for the first time, it was really big. Cough. Wen Shishi blushed again, and immediately covered with cough. Essence Yingyi looked up, stared at Wen Shishi's mobile phone, raised his lips, and yelled, Western Sai 2 Wimixi's scalp was numb and clenched the phone. With a smile, Yingyi lowered his head and pressed his fingertips and pressed the script, saying, wouldn't you look at the little yellow picture on your mobile phone? Wen Shishi. She was really looking at the little yellow picture, but it's not used to look at it with a mobile phone. In the evening, when Shishi Po gave Yingyi a dinner for Yingyi, a bunch of young ladies called her in the comments, and guessing her fans who had a relationship with Yingyi. Fans 1, Miss Sister, is the boss in the picking boss? He picks eaters so cute. Fan 2, Miss Sister, I will squat in you every day to learn to cook, preparing for Yingyi in the future. Fan 3, Miss Sister, it's okay, I see others call, and I want to call. Wimixi sprayed out, and the fans' 3 classmates. Your space introduces that your avatar is yourself, but your avatar is a middle-aged uncle with a beard. Yingyi's fans are very warm, not only praise, but also commented. In the comments, Jing Yisha praised Wen Shishi and let Wimixi cheer up, especially positive sunshine. With idols like Yingyi, fans are naturally bad. Wen Shishi scratched the comment and smiled at the corner of his eyes. In Wimbledy Brush comments, WeChat had a prompt message. Wimbledy opened a look and did not find her for a long time to find her. After returning from the restaurant yesterday, if the person contacted her for the first time, a voice was sent first. Wen Shishi did not listen, and then he posted another sentence, Saishi, is there? Wen Shishi stared at the chat box and did not reply. After waiting for half a minute, he sent another sentence. Such as, I mainly want to be sorry to you. Yesterday, I just asked the waiter at the restaurant. Ling Lao's talking is too bad, I want to apologize to you. Wen Shishi looked at this long string and replied directly. Shishi, I hope Miss Ling Lang can apologize in person. If the person was not moved for a while, after a while, a voice was sent. Ling Lang's voice came out. She didn't know what Ling Lang was, but the tone was pretty good. Such as, yesterday, I was talking unpleasant, Shishi, I'm sorry. The attitude is sincere, but is it sincere and sincerely, when Shishi admires Ling Lang, and can be flexed and stretched? Such as, can you forgive her? Shishi, okay. If you are looking for her, it is obviously not to apologize. Wen Shishi did not hold it closely, but just wanted him to finish the rest. Sure enough, after Wen Shishi replied to good, the topic of the person gradually involved in the kitchen contest. Such as, the annual meeting you go earlier, you may not know. At this kitchen contest, President Yu mentioned at the annual meeting that I have been preparing since I returned from the annual meeting. Most of the domestic chefs are gathered in the chef app. It is important for me to win this game to win. I have a restaurant. The success of this game will be a good publicity. So I think, can I give me a recommendation position in your space? Wen Shishi sneered. For example, The votes of Bai Kaiji and I are different. If I can put it on, whether I have won the second or third place, the bonuses I get will belong to you. In addition, I will pay you 50,000 yen for gratitude, can I? In the opinion of Ru, this is a very cost-effective business. For the three of YC, participating in the kitchen contest is just a bonus. He did not get a bonus without the ranking, and paid another 5 pieces of Winxixi, that is, if Wamixi did it as he said, at least 200,000 Yi would be returned. This is not only a very cost-effective business to win Qixi, but also a very good business to anyone. If the person is postponed, wait patiently to wait for Wen Xixi to agree to cooperate with him. However, after a long while, Wen Xixi sent a paragraph that sank the face. Xixi, I won't cooperate with you. One is that I will not betray my team. On the other hand, I hope you can feel that the game is pressed over the head, but there is no sense of frustration. Wimple finished this passage, and added another sentence. Xixi, if you have nothing else, I want to pull you out. I don't want to leave a person who confuses me to betray my teammates to be my friend. After Wan Xixi finished speaking, deleted the person directly. After deleting, I feel comfortable and relaxed. At the beginning of the game, she asked the marketing number to push her Weibo, which was monopolized by the people. How anxious was it at that time? Let the people and Lin Lang experience it. The chat with her tonight is not unparalleled. He said that this kitchen contest will be a good publicity for the Lin language restaurant. When Xixi and Bai Kai said their thoughts, decided to build a few Weibo groups to raise fans. She has no funds now and cannot open a private restaurant. However, she would keep this connection first, and she opened the restaurant in the future to do it. On the last day of April, the game ended. When Xixi led Bai Kai and Jixi to win the top 3. Bai Kai excitedly said in the group, I have been in the top 3 since childhood. Xixi hugs Yingyi's thigh, we follow the light. Jixi usually doesn't talk much, this time I replied, the set of tableware with a specific kitchen treasure is good, but unfortunately the top 3 cannot be held. Bai Kai said, yes, but we have money. Xixi, why did you go? When Xixi returned to God from the kitchen contest competition, and replied, I also fancy this set of tableware. We might as well win. Listening to Bai Kai's joke, when Xixi made an expression and laughed. At the end of the kitchen mother contest, the bonus was deducted from the weekly tax and fees to Wimiti's card. When Xixi received her information from the bank, Zheng and Yingyi talked with Yingyi. Open the phone and look at it, Wimbly's eyes smiled. The bonus of the kitchen Nyang contest has arrived. Wimbledy raised his eyes and said, I am the first place. How much is the first place? Yingyi looked at Wen Xixi and asked. 100,000, there are 80,000 after deducting taxes. Wamixi said excitedly. Yingyi's eyes converged and disappointed, user was too extracted. The first prize was only 100,000, and the tax of 20,000 was deducted. Listening to Yingyi's words, when Xixi laughed, 100,000 for Yingyi nothing, but for her, it was a lot of money. This was the first bucket of gold she was going to open the restaurant. This was the first step of her dream. She was really happy now. However, when drinking water, he did not forget to dig wells. When Xixi always remembered that he was the first place, and 80% of the credit was on Yingyi's body. Mr. Ying, I really thank you so much. If you have not reposted my Weibo, I can't even get into the first 3 now. Wimixi's eyes flashed with star, full of gratitude. Seeing Wen Xixi so happy, Yingyi's eyes also brought some smiles. He knocked on Wen Xixi with the script, and Wen Xixi whispered ouch, and his face was still smiling. Thin lips slightly hooked, Yingyi said, don't be arrogant, you can get the first place because you have strength. Other than strength, even if I help her, there is still no achievement. Ying Yi said this. It seemed to be pointing out that Wimbledon stunned and did not respond. She was immersed in the praise of Ying Yi and felt that she had a lot of confidence, rubbing her head, hee silly. Ying Yi took the script, approached Wen Shishi, pointed his fingers and said, "It's you," read the lines. Wen Shishi looked at the lines, silly stiff on his face, and then read. "Wen Shishi, you are a god, I am a demon, you can help me a lot, but I can't return it, I can only promise it." "Yes." Ying Yi responded with a smile. Wen Shishi stunned and reached out to get the script. "I remember that the lines you said were not this sentence." Ying Yi took the script high, and Wen Shishi reached out enough. He looked at Ying Yi helplessly and said, "Then I won't watch it." After finishing the script, Wen Shishi went to bed after washing, found the hibiscus and sent 2 messages. "Shishi, Hebe Raran, guess I have good news or bad news?" "Shishi, Hebe Raran, I have a good news to tell you." Jorai Ran seemed to be busy. After a while, he returned WeChat to Wen Shishi. "Hisbian Ran, coincidentally, I have good news to tell you." "Shishi, let me first say that I won the first place in the kitchen Niao contest." "Hibiscus. Congratulations. Come back and invite me to dinner." "Shishi, hey, okay. What good news do you have?" "It must be better than my good news." His handsome, almost, "Hey, we recorded Orange Girl tonight, when Yang Yang won the 19th place and stopped the top 18. She has signed a contract with Huchin Entertainment, the only player who was eliminated." Wen Shishi looked at the news sent by Hikami, and unconsciously thought of Yi said in his mind. "Don't be arrogant, you can get the first place because you have strength. Other people who have no strength, even if I help her, still have no achievements." Holding his mobile phone, Wen Shishi sighed with satisfaction, lying on the bed and looked at the ceiling. She was really happy. She won the first place with the help of Ying Yi's help, and even if Wen Yangyang had the help of Ying Yi, she was eliminated. She is stronger than Wen Yangyang, and she really does not inferiority now. Chapter 23. Wen Yangyang was selected in the quarterfinals. Li Jiao did not contact Wen Shishi to find her trouble. Wen Shishi was a little surprised, but soon forgot about it. After dinner for Ying Yi, Wen Shishi received a call from the deputy director of the crew, saying that there was Ying Yi's express delivery. After Wen Shishi and Ying Yi said, they ran downstairs and took it. In the crew, Ying Yi can receive a lot of express delivery, all from fans. Ying Yi stacked those in the room and took it back when he returned to S. Fans sent some gadgets, either dolls or letters, sometimes they are eaten and not heavy. Therefore, when she ran to the front desk of the hotel with a very relaxed mood, and saw a large wooden box on the front desk, Wen Shishi stunned. "Hello, is this Mr. Yin's courier?" Wen Shishi confirmed to the front desk and received a certain answer. The hotel's front desk looked at Wen Shishi apologetically. "Sorry Miss Wen, now it is just when the class changes, no one can help you get it." "It doesn't matter." Wen Shishi responded, looking down at the express delivery information above after. Confirming that there was no problem, leaned over and moved the big box. His face was a little red when Shishi bowed his back against the box with his thighs and walked towards the elevator with a small broken step. When she was about to hold on, a man's voice came from behind. "I'll help you." As soon as he walked away, the box on his hand almost rolled down, and the man next to him stretched out one hand to hold the box steadily. When Shishi thanked him, got up and looked at the man, and when he saw it, he froze again. This person is very strong, with a straight waist, wearing a black casual outfit, bronze skin, tough and handsome facial features, thick eyebrows, like a soldier. The man said no need to thank him, moved the box to the elevator, when Shishi quickly followed, and after pressing her floor, he asked the person, "Sir, how many floors?" "Like you." That person's smile, the teeth were white and neat. Are you a staff member in the crew? When Shishi pressed the closing button and said with a smile, I am the assistant of Mr. Ying. Coincidentally, the man's eyes were bright, and he glanced up and down. I am Miss Bai Ying's bodyguard, Xu Yao. Xu Yao reported his own house, and when Shishi remembered one thing. A few days ago, when Bai Ying went to City B to participate in an event, he was poured to the ground by the crazy male fans. This event brought Bai Ying's scaredness, and a special press warning was held. Bai Ying was not only poured by male fans, but even followed. Female stars are really not easy. Compared with male stars, they need to pay more attention to security issues. The elevator arrived soon. Xu Yao picked up the box and asked, How many rooms do you live in? In front. When Shishi quickly came down from the elevator and took Xu Yao to the door of the room. Xu Yao put down the box, and when Shishi thanked him again, Xu Yao didn't say anything after smiling, and turned to Bai Ying's room. When Shishi opened the door with the room card, holding the box, and moved inside. After moving twice, Ying Yi came over, hugged the box, and moved into the living room. Looking at Ying Yi's unhappy look, when Shishi looked at his body again. Although he looked thinner than Xu Yao, his strength was not inferior. So big box, do you move back? Ying Yi put the box down, sat on the sofa at the air, raised his eyes and looked at Wen Shishi, who was so tired. No, when I came up, I met Miss Bai Ying's bodyguard. He helped me move to the door. When Shishi poured a glass of water and asked, Are the bodyguards hired by the stars? The bodyguard looked so strong that he moved the box and didn't breathe. Ying Yi listened to her words, her eyes were on her back, her brown eyes narrowed, and she was unknown. The strength is the loading and unloading worker. When Shishi didn't hear the tone of Ying Yi's words, smiled at the corner of the lips, saying, The loading and unloading workers can't do bodyguards. Female stars are really a high-risk profession. The perverted man fell down, and there must be a psychological shadow. A cute person, a good cooking woman, usually pay more attention. The higher, I almost can't come down. Her face flushed slightly, and Wen said, I'm okay, after all, she is with you every day. His eyes moved slightly, Ying Yi's lips raised, his eyes looked at Wen Shishi, and brown eyes had some fun. When I saw the unusual of Ying Yi's eyes, Wen Shishi realized how ambiguous the sentence he just said was. What every day with Ying Yi, so don't worry, is Ying Yi the prince of the white horse? Ying Yi's back was tingling, and Wen Shishi's eyes were not aside. Guo Guo said, Look, what is such a big box, what is it? Ying Yi's nasal cavity snorted gently, staring at the box and said, I helped the kitchen mother to propagate, and Yiza gave me a gift. He is very stingy, don't look at such a big box, it may not be worthwhile. The kitchen mother contest, Wen Shishi wanted to be happy when he remembered it. At the same time, she remembered the conversation with Bai Kai and Jishi a few days ago. The kitchen girl competition is over, as fourth, Ling Lang fifth, the two have no bonuses, but one person has issued a set of exquisite tableware provided by the kitchen treasure. Ling Lang took a photo of the tableware and sent a Weibo specifically. The general meaning was that she participated in the competition for fun. The bonus was not interesting. She was very satisfied with the tableware that she could not buy such a set of money. This Weibo, on the surface, the clouds are light, and the soreness inside is fooled. Anyone who participates in the competition knows that this competition is important. After all, it is a competition held by the Kitchen Niao app, which has a high gold content. 3 of them in Winxi. As soon as the competition was over, one of the Weibo certification was added. The first kitchen girl competition, or Asian, or third place, and the big V was marked with red. After Bai Kai satirized, he sent Lin Lang's picture to the 3-person discussion group. He said, "This set of tableware is really beautiful, it is a pity." Kitchen Bao started from making tableware. The custom tableware was really good. When Xixi glanced at it and felt very much. But since it is specially customized in the kitchen contest, it will not be sold in the natural market. When Xixi thinks about it, and I still feel a little regrettable. Do you want to open it? When Xixi asked. Let's dismantle it. Ying Yi responded, sitting sideways on the sofa, watching Winshen of dismantling the box. The box is very heavy, and the packaging is very bulky. After the tool knife was opened with a tool knife, it finally opened the box. After the box is opened, there are several layers of foam under the cowhide paper and under the craft paper. When Xixi opened the bubble, looking at the outline is a tableware. When Xixi's fingers trembled, his eyes widened, and his mood gradually became excited. After she pulled off the outer packaging she was holding her hand, her eyes immediately straightened. Customized tableware. This set of tableware is high-level custom, which is more delicate than the set of prizes, because the ingredients are bone porcelain, which are like white jade under the light. The texture is delicate and transparent. This is tableware. This. When Xixi held a plate, some unparalleled. This is too beautiful. With his arm on the back of the sofa, Ying Yi quietly watched when Xixi dismantle the other tableware and laughed, like, more than just like it. When Xixi looked at the tableware, and had already thought about countless recipes in his mind, and put on the plate countless times. Give you it. Ying Yi retracted his eyes and said lightly, anyway, you cook. In a word, when Xixi felt like he had the world. Really? Really? As a fan of tableware, when Xixi heard Ying Yi's words, and he was about to suppress his excitement. After receiving Ying Yi's response, Wimixi couldn't wait to take out the tableware. After taking it out, I found that there are 2 other sets inside. When Xixi remembered that Bai Kai and Jixi came. Mr. Ying, just leave 1 set of myself, the other 2 sets, can I give it to my friends? When Xixi looked at Ying Yi and asked tentatively. Your things, just deal with it at will. Ying Yi finished, and asked with a gentle voice, have new friends? Yes, this time the kitchen contest met. When Xixi said happily. Looking at Wen Xixi's happiness, Ying Yi smiled and bowed his head to watch the script. When Xixi went to the discussion team to find Bai Kai and Jixi, took pictures to them, and asked them to send the address and say that they would send them. Bai Kai sent a series of dancing expressions and confessed to Ying Yi. Bai Kai, your family Ying Yi is really great. Xixi, helpless. JPG, not my family. Bai Kai, why isn't your family be so good to you? Bai Kai's words, when Xixi, who asked for a while, did not respond for a while. Bai Kai just asked about the Rodals. After the question, another topic began. Bai Kai, I want to take a picture and send pictures, go to Weibo to linger. Wimixi sent a look of laughter. Jixi, I don't need to send it anymore. After a while, I will go to the Senki Cup Chef Contest of the Star Cup Chef Contest after a while. At that time, I will see a meal. The Star Cup Chef Competition is a game organized by City S. The chefs in S City will participate, and the popularity is very high. Bai Kai, wow, you can still be judges. In this way, Wen Xixi also admired. There are not many dishes that Jixi put on the kitchen mother, but each dish can be seen very difficult and exquisite. Her level is definitely much better than her halfway. Jixi, help my dad, if you are okay that day, you can come to watch the game. The participating players are mostly chefs in private restaurants. Xixi, okay? The 2 confirmed the time, and when Xixi's heart was full of expectations. Looking at the level of a private restaurant chef in advance, it is also helpful for her to open a restaurant in the future. Early the next morning, Wen Qixi sent the tableware to Bai Kai first. After sending, go back to cook Yingyi, and then go to the shooting scene with him. At the shooting scene, Yingyi went to make up. Bai Ying came earlier, sitting there to watch the script there. Baying around her, sitting in Akko, sitting in Xu Yao. As a bodyguard, Xu Yao was very low-key, but Wen Qixi found him at a glance. Xu Yao also saw Wen Qixi and smiled at her. When Xu Yao laughed, there were two big dimples on their cheeks, which were very distinctive. Wen Qixi returned a smile politely. When the two came once, Bai Ying put down the script in his hand and looked coldly at Wen Qixi. With such a long period of contact, Wen Qixi gradually knew that she had thought about Bai Ying's temper. Bai Ying was very cold and her temper was hot. She often met her scolding Akko. Not only scolding Akko, she will also scold some new actors in the crew. Simply facing the air. Compared with Bai Ying, Yingyi is much better. Bai Ying was so scared, and was a little scared. Come here. Bai Ying screamed at Wen Qixi. Wen Qixi's heart was hanging, confirming that she was called herself, and got up in front of Bai Ying. Wen Yanyan is your sister? Bai Ying drooled and asked lightly. Wen Yanyan signed a contract with Huchen Entertainment, but was just an inconspicuous little star. Bai Ying knew her. Sisters who are the same. Wimixi said. After listening to Wen Qixi, Bai Ying waved his hand and said, "Go busy." Wen Qixi hurried away. Bai Ying looked at Wen Qixi's back like back, sneered and said, "The temper of the sisters is one day by one." One day after shooting, Yingyi and Wen Qizi returned to the hotel. After dinner, the two were still sitting on both ends of the sofa and holding the script against the lines. With the advancement of the plot, the fairy fell in love with the Lotus Demon, was condemned, and the calamity was below. The fairy forgot the Lotus Demon, and the Lotus Demon followed him without giving up, just begging him to fall in love with her again. I can see you at first glance when I wake up. I can see you last before falling asleep. In me, it is the happiest thing. Wimbledy said with a red face, waiting for Yingyi to continue to the lines at that time. Chuan came in suddenly. After interrupting the words of the two, Yingyi was obviously not very happy, and said to Cha Wen, "The emotion has just been brewed. If you get it, go after I say it." Superior. This time, she came here for the variety show that Yingyi participated in. In June, the Provincial Platform and Huchen Entertainment collaborated on a variety show of a star reality show. The first phase required Yingyi to participate. According to the Taiwanese book, the first phase of the house you have been divided is the worst. I will take a look at it in advance. If I can't live, I will communicate with the show group. Actually, I won't go to the point where I can't live. June is summer, and you are not afraid of freezing a cold, as long as you prevent mosquitoes. After listening, Yingyi said, I almost nothing, mainly Qixi also lived with me, and the conditions are too bad. Wen Qixi, who looked at the lines with the script, suddenly looked up and asked with a stutter, isn't there a special place for the assistant to live for the assistant? Hearing the panic in Wen Qixi's tone, Yingyi looked up at her and was playing with her tone. You didn't say that you can see me at first glance when you wake up. Can you see me the last glance before falling asleep? Wimixi, that's a line. Chapter 24. Here the Taiwanese book on his hand to Wen Qixi. Cha Wen glanced at Yingyi and said, Yingyi hasn't told you yet. The variety show this time was called I and I Assistant's Rural Life. Recently, the star reality show broke out. Everyone has aesthetic fatigue, so the old altar is installed with new wine and pushed this variety show. The above introduces the outline of the variety show I and I Assistant's Rural Life. There are two fixed guests in this variety show, hosting Luan Zhen and old singer Ling Yu. In the entertainment industry, both are low-key and are known for their cooking skills. Take a closer look. I and I Arena Life is still a gourmet program. Rural life is to plant melons during the day. All 3 meals a day are made of crops in the ground as raw materials. After the stars and assistants are done, they are handed over to Luan Zhen and Ling Yu. This kind of program is very interested. However, Wen Xixi was afraid that she could not help Ying Yu win. The guests of the first issue were new small fresh meat cars and actresses Ruan Sheng. The car was not known, but Ruan Sheng asked the program group to invite her to a food PO owner. Chawa's words made Wing Xixi's tension. Make it up. Ying Yu took the Taiwanese book in Wimbledy's hand and said gently, I have enough Xixi, and Xixi is like a tiger, not afraid of them. Chawen's head was numb and pinched his eyebrows. Ying Yu's picky eaters do not have the original taste, which will definitely affect the results. He went to drag the hind legs. He even said that he was even more tiger, and could he have a little face? When Xixi is a wing, I admit, how can you look a little tiger? Ying Yu listened to Chuan, and waved his hand humility, I am a wing, Xixi is the tiger, the cute little tiger. Wen Xixi. This week, Ying Yu returned to the city of S to participate in private activities. Wimixi got a day of free, and immediately contacted him to invite her to dinner. The location of the two for dinner is set at Qianrong Building. Qianrong Building is in high-end business districts in S, and the consumption level is very high. The two often came to visit in college before, but never bought it. There are French restaurants here, exquisite dishes and high prices. The university's birthday, when you blow the candle, say you want to come to this restaurant for a meal. Although Wen Xixi has not had much money now, it is still possible to satisfy the desire to satisfy Jion. In the restaurant in the business district, part of the expensive price comes from the rent, and the other part is derived from the decoration, and the dishes are just auxiliary. But this French restaurant has a style and service in place, and the dishes are more delicious than ordinary French restaurants. Jinren squinted when Xixi looked at her happily and was laughing. After eating the main cuisine, I went to desserts, and Shiran wanted chauffollet. After taking a bite, she nodded happily with the dessert fork. When Wen Xixi saw her happy, she smiled and tasted, and her eyes jumped. It's delicious, Jion Ran said with wide eyes. Wen Xixi took another bite. The desserts in their mouths were sweet but not greasy. The taste was soft, with a pale milk fragrance, which was even better than this dish. The expensive place is delicious. Jion Ran was sighed while eating, looking at the 4 weeks, and said with a smile, I don't know how much we can come here to eat. Rich people are good, just want to eat, just want to eat, just want to eat, just want to eat. She wants to come in such a delicious place. Anyway, it's not what you can afford to eat. When Xixi didn't speak yet, and a woman's voice sounded behind. She raised her eyes and looked at Girano, and Jorairan looked, when Xixi turned back, and found Wen Yanyan standing behind her. It's a narrow road. Seeing Wen Yanyan, Wen Xixi remembered that the last 18th semi-finals were selected. The mother and daughter hadn't come to her yet. She thought the two stopped, but did not expect that they finally came up. Wen Yanyan turned into a thick makeup and wore a small red suspender dress, which was beautiful and moving. At this time, she was looking at the desserts on Wen Xixi and Jorairan, and said with a smile, you can order the cheapest chauffollet once you come here. Don't eat it if you can't afford it. However, when he patted the table and thought of standing up, he was pressed by Wen Xixi. In the eyes of Wen Yangyang, Wen Xixi and usual were the same as usual. She snorted and sneered, by the way, tell you a good news, I will immediately enter the crew to make a movie by you recommends me. With this opportunity, I have a good face, and I will make a movie in the future. Dads are all investing, and I will become red immediately, and it becomes a star. The cheapest star assistant who did not have a good life for a lifetime. She stood up at a time, pointed at Wen Yangyan's nose, and said loudly, "Wen Yangyan, don't be too much." Wen Yangyan sneered without moving, and got up and left. But before taking a step, I was pulled by Wen Qixi. Wen Qixi stood up from her seat. She was higher than Wen Yangyan, but Wen Yangyan wore high-heeled shoes, and Wen Qixi looked up at her. The expensive French cuisine was bought by your parents to make money. You signed a contract with He Chen, and your mother asked for 3 lower and 4 times from me. After signing the contract, I thought NT even get into the semifinals. The character is in front of me. The words poked Wen Yangyan's pain. Not only Wen Yangyan was shocked, but the handsomeness next to her was startled. After Wen Yangyan was shocked, she was angry. She stared at her beautiful eyes and raised her hands to Wen Qixi. Jorai Ran was about to protect it, and Wen Qixi said lightly, "You fight. So many people, you don't want your star image to hit." The raised hand seemed to be pulled by a rope, and Wen Yangyan's anger trembled. Wen Qixi sat down with Hebe, saying, "Let's eat us." Jorai Ran smiled sullenly, sat down, ate Shufrei looking at Wen Yangyan, and frowned at her. The anger Wen Yangyan took a breath, and I looked at Wen Qixi with his face. "Wen Qixi, no matter what you say now, I can still be very red and red, you wait for me." After that, Wen Yangyan stepped on high heels and left. Ha ha ha. Jian Ran saw Wen Ya's anger, holding her belly with a stomach, and vertically boasting Wen Qixi, "Your mouth, it's amazing." Wen Qixi smiled lightly and said nothing. After Jiran laughed, he went to Wen Qixi and asked, "How did Bai Ying and Wen Yangyan know?" It also recommended Wen Yangyan to perform. Bai Ying is too famous. If she takes it, Wen Yangyan, maybe he could really mix out a famous hall. When Wen Qixi took the bus back to Baixing Villa, Ying Yi was already at home. He replaced the clothes he wore when he went out, wearing white tee and furniture shorts, sitting on the sofa, clean and refreshing. When he heard the stairs movement, Ying Yi raised his eyes, his brown eyes moved slightly, and smiled at Wen Qixi, saying, "Are you happy?" The longer the time, Wen Qixi felt that he had a strong sense of belonging to Baixing Villa. Ying Yi's bland greetings can blow away the unhappiness when she sees Wen Yangyan today. The mood was getting better. Wimbley's eyes bent, and said with a smile, "Well, I'm going to give you dinner." As he said, Wen Qixi put on the sofa and said to Ying Yi, I went to eat a dessert, and the taste was good. I made it for you." Smile, with a mysterious smile, he flickered into the kitchen. There was a smile on the corner of his lips, and Ying Yi continued to watch the script. Winchi will also be Shufrei, and she does Shufrei as a recipe for her own research. But the square eaten today is obviously different. Wen Qixi fine-tuned the smell of shulliel that she originally made according to the taste of memory. With Shaw Fuller, Ying Yi had put down the script, looked up, and the fragrance had already rushed over. Shufrei was lying quietly in the cup, the brilliant meringue, and a refreshing aroma. Ying Yi watched Wen Qixi in front of him, quiet, beautiful and delicious. Holding the dessert fork, Ying Yi raised his eyes and looked at Wen Qixi, smiling with his lips. "How can there be such a powerful little girl? I don't want to take you to participate in the show. After participating in the show, there must be many people who know you and want to hire you as a food assistant." The praise of the unexpectedly made Wen Qixi turn around for a while without turning corner for a while. With a tight eyes, Wen Qixi's face immediately became red, and quickly refuted, "I'm not good, how can anyone want to hire me to be a gourmet assistant? That is, Ying Yi can look down on her." Wen Qixi thought of this, and her heart was sweet, like sugarcane, which had just broken, and the sweet juice came out. What if there is it? Brown eyes stared at Wen Shishi, and Yingyi asked with a smile. In this question, Wen Shishi didn't think about it, and blurted out, then I won't go. You helped me so much, as long as you need, I must have been standing beside you. After some ambiguous words, Wen Shishi patted his forehead and blinked what he was messy. On the opposite side, Yingyi looked at her small movement and smiled deeper. In order to alleviate the embarrassment, Wen Shishi picked up the dessert fork and said to Yingyi, taste. After that, Wen Shishi took a bite first. After eating, he frowned unconsciously. Yingyi had a good taste and did not know what Wimbledy was looking for. It's better to eat deliciously today. Wimbledy sighed, I changed the recipe, it still doesn't work. Today, the one I eat with Girano, although the price is expensive, it is delicious. The money was good. Wen Shishi said, dying, looking at Shaw fully, a sip, frowning and thinking about where there was a problem. No, Yingyi said. Wen Shishi looked up, looking at Yingyi unknown. It's not good to have money. The dessert's fork knocked the dessert cup and made a crisp sound. Yingyi looked up at Wen Shishi with a familiar smile in brown eyes. There are more money in the world than me, but at this time, I can eat what you do, only me. Shulil in the mouth is so sweet like melting her. Essence the I Am the Assistant's Rural Life, which was broadcast in June, began to record in mid-May. On the day of the recording, Wen Shishi got up early, went downstairs to open the door to the show group downstairs, and then went up to call Yingyi up and helped Yingyi clean up his luggage. Yi hadn't woke up yet, hugged the caterpillar, and the photographer followed him. Wimixi handed him to the toothbrush with a toothpaste, and then ran outside to clean up his luggage. With so many cameras aimed at her, Wen Shishi was very nervous, and her whole body was tight. Wingkai went to the cloakroom to clean up his clothes for Yingyi. After finding Yingyi's clothes today, he took the photographer out of the bedroom. In addition to photographers who recorded the show, there are behind-the-scenes hosts. Yingyi was changing his clothes and could not be interviewed, and Wen Shishi became the target of the interview. Wen Shishi was sitting in the middle of the sofa, 4 cameras on the front and back, and Wen Shishi said it was unfavorable. Behind the scene, he asked, Miss Wen is Mr. Ying's personal assistant. Do Miss Wen usually cook? Will it be made? Wen Shishi answered in a small voice in the face of the short cannon. The host behind the scenes did not hear, and took a microphone to the front of Wen Shishi, and Wimbledy's entire back was posted on the sofa. Behind the scene was about to speak, the microphone on his hand was taken away. Raising his eyes, Yingyi stood after standing after the sofa, rubbed his head on Wen Shishi's head and rubbed it twice, and presided over the behind the scenes. She is very shy, don't scare her. Chapter 25. The host behind the scenes would like to take over the laughs that Yingyi's hand over and said, sorry. Yingyi was sitting on the sofa, and all the cameras kept Yingyi. Yingyi's expression was unchanged, and Yin Danfeng was interviewed lightly. Wen Shishi looked at it next to him, and felt that Yingyi, who was not chaotic in an interview, was particularly attractive. After the interview, Yingyi, a staff member, helped to hold Yingyi's suitcase, and Wen Shishi got on the car with Yingyi. The real shooting was from the time after Zon saved the plane, so there were only Yingyi and Wen Shishi and drivers in this car. The photographer went to another car carrying the camera. Wen Shishi turned to look at them and relieved. But when I turned back, I remembered what Jia Wen explained, and let her and Yingyi interact and explode more. Yingyi was playing with his mobile phone. He participated in several variety shows and was extraordinarily fans. Yingyi's brain is flexible. When playing games, he is handy and belongs to the game overlord. Mr. Ying. When Xixi hesitated again and again, and asked, "Sorry, I'm too timid, I should talk more and interact with you." Eyes moved away from the screen of the mobile phone. Yi smiled with a smile in his eyes. "I didn't take it for granted. You just need to be responsible for cooking. Isn't there something else? The first time you arrive in front of the camera, there is no need to be restrained, just let go." Xixi raised his eyes and looked at Yi, and the naturalness of Yi appeared in his mind, and she said with envy, "Then when you face the camera for the first time, are you timid on the spot?" "No," Yi said seriously, that he emphasized with Wen Xixi, "I am a natural star, how can I be frightened?" Wen Xixi. Yi participated in the recording of I and Assistant's Rural Life. When he arrived at the airport, "Fans, we are already waiting there." As soon as Yi arrived, the fans boiled. Yi, as he said, was born with a natural star, smiled, kissed, and he greets the fans naturally. Where he walked, the fans rushed up, and when Xixi followed Yi, almost squeezed. When Xixi squeezed out from the wall, and there was no way to open the road without a suitcase, obviously not so easy to chase. When Xixi was about to spread with Yi, immediately Yi, who was walking in front, looked back and looked at it. After taking a step back, Wimixi's hand was pulled from the fan base. "You pinch my assistant," Yi said with a smile. "Let's let it go first, don't hurt her." The hand was held by Yi. The man's palm was dry and powerful, with the temperature of his body. When Xixi was held tightly, his heart was, and he almost didn't stand firm. The man's hand was slightly strong, and the crowd spread out. Wen Xixi rushed to Yi's arms. With her legs standing firmly, Yi held her waist with one hand, bowed in her ear and said softly, "Be careful." Yi said "be careful" with the sound of breath, no clear, but with a slight dumb throat. Wen Xixi had a hot air in his ear, and his ears were red to the earlobe. Wen Xixi, who jumped around the deer, quickly got up from Yi. After standing firmly, Yi's hand was loosened, and he said, I'm okay. Yi, your assistant is cute. There is a small in the fan group." The girl shouted with a smile. When Xixi heard the praise of people, her heart was hot, and she was about to leave. "I feel cute too." Wimbley's brain has a firework, and bang burst. The fans were slamming and joking. Yi waved with a smile and waved at them, entering the plane. Yi's legs were long and walking fast. When Xixi followed his legs and followed him, unknowingly running. When I was running, I remembered what Yi's and fans just said, and my heart was sweet, and her lips laughed. City S to Z's saves only an hour of voyage. From the plane, the program group sent a special car to pick it up. Wimixi got on the car with Yi, and the car was installed with large and small cameras. The front co-pilot was sitting behind the scenes of Yi, and Wen Xixi and Yi sat behind. Since it is a rural life, the location of the shooting is naturally in the place where the mountains are surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the scenery is pleasant. The car was on the highway from noon to the evening, and finally turned into a mountain. Below the highway of the mountain is one side of the river. The two sides of the river are stretched out of the mountains. On the green mountains, the water is lingering. The golden-red sunset penetrates the water vapor and projected on the river surface, with sparkling waves. The scenery here is unique and the air is particularly fresh. After entering the mountain, Wen Xixi opened the window, and the breeze outside blown in, showing a light aroma. There are tea fragrances, floral fragrance, and the smell of grass. This makes Wen Xixi think of Y province. The place where she is studying in Province Y is in a small town. There are also such green mountains outside the town. Not only Wen Xixi, Yi was also attracted by this scenery. For the first time, he came to such a place and smiled unconsciously. The scenery here is beautiful. The host behind the scenes also said with emotion, and then began to interview Ying Yi. Now filming all year round, rarely have time come out to play. Ying Yi laughed. You are good, I will contact my agent, let's sign for 2 more. Host behind the scenes hosted behind the scenes. People were amused by Ying Yi's, and said with a smile, yes, we can't come to you. The beautiful scenery is to be equipped with beautiful men. Hey, you know that there is a beautiful man who is like a comic character on the internet some time ago. The voting rate is the highest. Ying Yi turned his head and stared at Wen Xixi lying on the window to see the beautiful scenery. He smiled lightly and said, it's not beautiful. Look at my assistant, just look at the scenery after getting on the car, and never see me. Wen Xixi, I still didn't look back in the memories, heard the word assistant, turned back and glanced at Ying Yi blankly, thinking that he had any instructions. The little girl was still laughing on her face, and she seemed to look at the scenery to remember some beautiful memories. The smile in her eyes was deeper. Ying Yi rubbed her head and said, keep watching the scenery. You can see me every day in the future, the scenery may not be. With a smile at Ying Yi, Wen Xixi turned to watch the scenery, staying Xia. Ying Yi smiled deeply. Although the place is remote, the road is pretty good. The car stopped in the mountains, and a small mountain village like a paradise appeared on the face. The village relying on the green mountains, the smoke was cooked in dinner, and it was very light and vaccinated. After getting out of the car, the staff took the suitcase to Ying Yi down, and Wemixi picked it up. The director and other 2 stars of the program group have arrived. The village entrance has set up a table, and the cameras have been completely placed, and the table is surrounded. The car is a new small fresh meat. Children's star is currently studying in the film academy. He had a show with Ying Yi some time ago, so the 2 met before. Seeing Ying Yi's coming, he had a smile and greeted. Little fresh meat is very handsome, thin and long, shorter than this Ying Yi, and the temperament is green and sunshine. His assistant did not change, it was his original assistant. He was a fat middle-aged man. He tied a small braid behind him, and laughed like Maitre Buddha. Compared with the small fresh meat group, the other group of stars did not look at it so well. Ruan Sheng was born in the early model contest. She was average in facial features, but a melon seed face was particularly good-looking. She made her debut a few years earlier than Ying Yi, and was 35 years old this year. But there was no wrinkles on his face, and it looked very young. Facing Ying Yi and Wen Xixi, she just sighed slightly, even if she said hello. Her assistant was not delicious for cooking, and she also invited the food assistant to come over. Speaking of the gourmet assistant she asked for the program team, when Xixi recognized the bone of the last time he participated in the kitchen contest with Rulang. The bone is not tall, wearing a very punk, wearing a baseball cap, a large necklace on his neck, and 4 or 5 rings on his fingers. His face was a little fierce, his eyebrows were very dense, and a pair of big eyes were particularly god. When you do NT laugh, you are all angry. You're late. When Chaji passed by Ying Yi and Wen Xixi, he said such a sentence first, and then tilted his body and greeted Wen Xixi, hi. The aunt's eyes could not be blocked. Wen Xixi's heart jumped, and the aunt's heart was all sore. With a smile at Chiyang, Wing Kai said, hello. How late? Ying Yi asked casually. As soon as he asked, the director of the show group shouted, pay attention. Ying Yi and Wen Xixi returned to look at the director. Today's house allocation is based on the sequence of 3 groups of stars entering the village. The other 2 groups of stars have selected the house. Ying Yi, this is yours. Okay. Ying Yi responded. Wen Xixi hurriedly ran to quickly take it in the past. She remembered that Chuan said at the beginning that the house they lived today would not be good. The envelope was handed to Ying Yi. Ying Yi opened it and looked at it. There was only one photo on the envelope. The old tile dripped water and looked particularly horrible. Let's live here. Ying Yi looked up at the director. Yes, because you are the latest. The director said. You set the air ticket, the car is sponsored by you, and the morning or evening I came is not you. Ying Yi said clearly. When the director's face couldn't hold, Ying Yi turned his head and asked the car, You give the director to the director how big the red envelope was stuffed. I thought Ying Yi was going to make trouble with the crew. In the end, not only Wen Shishi, but the other people in the crew also laughed. Ju smiled innocently and said, No money, I have a brother, you have money. Ying Yi put away the envelope and said to the director, You just signed me for one issue. If you sign me more when I had to make a ticket to drive myself. The home dinner is a dinner. Today, you don't need to drive. Teacher Luan and Teacher Ling are preparing to start at 7 o'clock in dinner. The photo was handed over to Wen Shishi, and Wimbledon looked at it behind. Ying Yi looked back and comforted, Jia Wen has seen it, the place where he lives is not too bad. Wimbledon did not think the housing conditions were poor, I just think this house is a little gloomy. When I lived, the camera was placed in it, and the lights were bright, and it looked like an old house in ancient times. The lights are all sunlights, which are bright like daylight. The ground is paved with soil, the wooden door is smooth, with the traces of years. The place can indeed live. The only deficiency is that there is only one room here, and they live in the lobby. Other rooms collapsed because of their years. The two beds are separated by a person's distance, which is considered a standard room. Ying Yi said it was good before entering the door. When he saw two beds, he called back. Deputy Director. Following Ying Yi's deputy director, he asked Ying Yi, Teacher Ying. Ying Yi pointed at the bed and asked, You find a partition and separate the two beds. The deputy director some embarrassing thoughts, saying, Just stay for one night, the partition is not easy to find so late. It's not easy to find and trouble out to find it. Ying Yi's tone was obviously serious, and his expression gradually became serious. He raised his eyes and looked at it. Looking at Wen Shishi, he said, The innocence of the girl's house cannot just make a joke casually. The eyes shocked, and Wen Shishi seemed to be sitting in front of a small stove, and touched her properly and delicate warmth and softly. Ying Yi was afraid that she would be said after sleeping with him a bed, and Wen Shishi said that Ying Yi said that the two would live in a room before the beginning, and did not think about it in this regard. Unexpectedly, from the beginning, Ying Yi said that the two would live together, just joking. From the perspective of men and women, he gave her absolute respect. The deputy director understood it and quickly ordered the following. Ying Yi just disappeared in a serious moment. He turned back and said, We have to hurry up to grab the meal. Okay. Wen Shishi said with a smile. According to the instructions of the map, the rural house is closest to the No. 3 room they live in. Ying Yi and Wen Shishi instructed in the route that they arrived at the rural house a few minutes later. The pastoral home decoration is quite fun. The fence of the wooden tie is gathered in a yard. After opening the chainman, there are vegetable gardens on the left and right sides. In the westernmost side of the yard, there is a small shed with chickens and ducks inside. A puppy was lying next to the chicken and duck, and he was spitting his tongue and watching people coming and going. In the middle of the yard is a grape stand, and a long table is placed under the grape rack. A few dishes were placed on the long table. Wen Shishi glanced at 2/3 of Ying Yi's picky eaters. The dishes on the table can clearly see that the practice is different. Some dishes are light, mainly soup and green vegetables, and the other party is heavier, mainly dried pots and meat. Ying Yi and Luan Zhen and Ling Yu knew both. Luan Zhen was the host. Ying Yi participated in the show he hosted, while Ling Yu sang the theme song for his film. When the old friend met, Ying Yi was in a good mood. After entering the yard, he was about to call. A man with a slightly fat body and a beautiful facial features came out. He hung a white towel on his neck. After seeing Ying Yi, he screamed with a smile. Ying Yi, Teacher Ling. Ying Yi smiled at the other party and reached out to pick up the plate. After Li Wan was taken over by Ying Yi's plate, he rushed Xixi and smiled. After saying hello to Ling Wheel, Luan Zhen also came out. Luan Zhen is thinner than Ling Wheel, and he looks extremely elegant. After the greetings, the car and Ruan Sheng also arrived. After the dinner entered the final finishing work, everyone opened it. Wimberley looked up at Ying Yi, and the chopsticks didn't move a few times. There was really nothing he liked to eat. When Xixi tasted the dishes made by Ling Wheel and Luan Zhen, the cooking skills of the two were really exquisite. When Xixi ate a few dishes and couldn't help glory. Because it is so delicious, and the practice is difficult to find. When Xixi was a bit full, and he walked back with his stomach behind Ying Yi. Ying Yi walked ahead. When Xixi asked, Mr. Ying, are you full tonight? Full. Ying Yi replied. Hearing Ying Yi's words, Wen Xixi was quite surprised, and at the same time he was relieved. He didn't have to give Ying Yi a small stove alone tonight. She eats a bit, she really doesn't want to cook anymore. However, when the two returned to room 3, when the lights were cleaned, they went to bed. Ying Yi knocked on the partition in front of him and whispered. Xixi to Wimberley's scalp tightly, drove the sleeping insect away, and asked very well, are you hungry? Still Xixi understand me? Ying Yi got up and put on his coat. The sounded, and when Xixi got up from the bed and put on the jacket. The staff fell asleep, and only a few cameras were turning. The lights outside were still on. After the two went out to look at each other, they went to the low kitchen next to each other. The flashlight of the phone was turned on, and when Xixi looked up and Ying Yi said, there is seasoning, but there is no material. Because the show wanted to go to the countryside to pick the materials needed today, and then cook, so the kitchen only. The seasonings needed for cooking, other empty and empty. Ying Yi was hungry. He took out his mobile phone and pulled his sleeve, saying, wait a while, I go to the courtyard of Teacher Ling's house to steal something. When Xixi. Ying Yi was picking up his own eaters, just now in front of the camera. If you say you don't like to eat, it will not be polite. So after the staff fell asleep, she got up and said she was hungry. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Ying Yi decided to pick 2 cucumbers, touch 2 eggs, and let Wen Daishi make a cucumber scrambled egg. He opened the door of the yard. Unexpectedly, the dog of the rural house did not call. Ying Yi cat in with his waist, found the cucumber shelf, and turned on the flashlight of the mobile phone. As soon as the flashlight of the mobile phone opened, when Ying Yi was about to start, a crispy cucumber came next to him. Ying Yi turned his head and saw that his heart almost jumped out. The car was squatting under the cucumber rack, holding a cucumber in his hand, looking at Ying Yi with his eyes bright, and screamed softly. Brother, why are you here? Ying Yi slapped on the shoulder of the car, and the car cucumber almost didn't catch it. Ying Yi picked 2 cucumbers and asked, how about you, what are you doing here? Zhu bit the cucumber, rubbed his stomach, and said, I'm hungry, come to find something to eat. Ying Yi remembered the table on the top. The car was eaten until others put down chopsticks. He liked chopsticks. Have you eaten so much today and hungry? Zhuan touched his head and said embarrassedly, how long do I have a long body, how long I eat? Hey, brother, are you hungry too? Ying Yi said. He took 2 cucumbers and thought about it for a long time, and said, do you go back to eat with me, my assistant cooks? Zhu heard the assistant cook, immediately waved his hand and said, come on, Assistant, assistant. Assistant, 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 it is the assistant. How can I cook? My meal can poison me to death. I might as well be cucumber. She is a little kitchen. Churju believed Ying Yi's evil. Her eyes opened, and they were particularly naive. Really? Then I'm going. Ying Yi glanced up and down, saying, You're going, go out of 2 eggs, and let Xixi make cucumber scrambled eggs. Okay. Churju obeyed the command, bowed to the chicken nest towards the chicken nest, took 2 steps, returned, and had cucumber leaves hanging on his head. He said, Brother, let's eat fried cucumber. There are dogs next to the chicken nest. You'll stab your cucumber, Ying Yi relentlessly said. Car. I dare to ask him to go to dinner, just want him to get eggs. Intersection. Cucumbers were not full. They gurgled hungry. The car was unable to touch it. The hen nest is surrounded by a wooden fence. At night, the chickens stayed on the wooden shelf at the top. Churju's heart hangs his throat, standing not far from the chicken nest, staring at the puppy who is still sleeping. The dog's hearing is quite ordinary. Ying Yi and Churjun did not call in the yard. The caw of the car was fierce, and when he touched the chime of the henhouse, he slipped in after opening. He found the egg nest, and he dared not breathe out of the atmosphere, and he couldn't touch it again. The car was in a hurry, and took out the phone to turn on the flashlight. As soon as he shot the egg nest, Ying Yi shouted in a hurry, Turn off. Churju saw another 3 eggs and looked at Ying Yi at a loss. At this time, seeing the bright chicken fluttered in an instant. Snow flowers jumped off the wooden racks on the top, the feathers were flying, the car was like a drum, holding the eggs and holding the head, and shouted, Don't peck your face. Lang the dog chain barking. The car was almost tripped in the chickens in the hen nest, and when he heard the movement outside, the light was turned on in the room. Ying Yi went in and pulled the car and ran away. When he went out of his arms, the 2 ran in the direction of their respective houses. Ying Yi ran 2 steps and looked back at Churju. He was stupid enough to lose his temper. He called the car and said in a hurry, Here. Churjuan held 5 eggs, 2 sounds after 2 sounds, and Sada chased. Ying Yi ran away. Wen Xixi was still waiting in the kitchen. When she saw 2 panting people running in, she glanced at the flashlight of her mobile phone. Ying Yi in front hugged a few cucumbers, and the car behind him hugged 5 eggs and a feathers. Wen Xixi. That dog is terrible. Churjuan was frightened, holding the egg and said, I was almost bitten. After Churju finished speaking, his pupils bumped up, and after a while, he calmed down and warmed Xixi. Sweetly smiled, Miss Sister, I'm here to dinner. Churju laughed, revealing white teeth, and a small face of a melon seeds was particularly cute. The heart of the old aunt Wen Xixi was captured again, and quickly took over the eggs on his hand and said, Good, good, you can wait a little. Cucumber scrambled eggs are simple. The eggs are stir-fried directly into the pot. After a while, Wen Xixi was holding the pot, and the vegetables were cooked. There is no tableware. When Wen Xixi and Ying Yi came to the kitchen, they only paid attention to whether there were pots and soy sauce vinegar, and did not find tableware. After Ying Yi left, Wen Xixi looked at the kitchen carefully before discovering the problem. It's so fragrant and fragrant. The car stretched his head and smelled it into the pot, his legs raised and jumped, expressing joy. Silly only wanted to eat, and couldn't wait to start. Ying Yi stopped him and took an iron spoon from the kitchen shelf and handed it to the car. He took the iron shovel in Wimple-Sai's hand and said, Just eat it like this. As soon as the voice fell, Ying Yi took the pot in Wimbledis' hand and put it on the ground. 2 large tall men who were more than 1 meter were squatting on the ground, and 1 person shoveled 1 person and a spoon. Wen Xixi. Winchi really didn't know what to say for the 2 idols without idol baggage. The appearance of the two is famous in the entertainment industry. One handsome and one cute, even if the posture is indecent, it is still beautiful when they eat. The car's mouth was full, her cheeks were bulging on her face, and their eyes were still bright, like a small hamster. Wen Xixi really looked at his heart and wanted to touch his head. When the car was eating, his eyes could not be idle. He looked at the kitchen and asked Yingyi, "Brother, the kitchen utensils are quite complete, why are there no tableware? The show group is not so cut. Take the shovel from the spoon of the car to grab the eggs, grab the spoon with a spoon," and said gently, 80% did not find sponsorship. Wen Xixi. Yingyi said, "The car of the car also said that I feel reliable, it is indeed the evergreen tree in the entertainment industry. I understand everything." He stuffed his mouth with satisfaction, and the car looked up at Wen Xixi and praised, "Miss, my brother is right, your cooking skills are really great." Wen Xixi was already very happy. After hearing the praise, Wen Xixi's heart was warm and smiled back. After swallowing the last taste, the car was put down and asked the good Yingyi, "Brother, where do you find an assistant? I want to find one." Yingyi took a quiet sip after receiving the water delivered by Wimple and said, "You can't find it." The only Wen Xixi's face blushed here, and quickly said, "No." Who expected? Chiju sighed and acknowledged Yingyi's words. "Really, I envy you when I think of my yo brother." Wen Xixi's heart was warm, and Yingyi praised her in front of her, but also praised her in front of others. This is really the most warm help for inferiority. I added a meal in the middle of the night, although it was not full, but it could support it tomorrow, and the Chiju walked with satisfaction. Before leaving, Chebun asked Wen Xixi, "Miss Sister, you can leave a address for me, and the recording of the show is over. I will send you a biscuits to eat, which is to repay your meal. Just send it to me." Yingyi was brushing his teeth, and the electric toothbrush buzzed. He said, "Xixi has always been with me." Chezhuan touched his nose and said, "I don't want to give you to eat, you let me steal eggs, and all of them are feathers. Taste, you have to take a bath when you go back." Wen Xixi. What did the two do in the pastoral home? As soon as the car left, Yingyi finished his teeth and said with a smile to Wen Xixi, "I said it was right before, you can remember you when you see it." I know that Yingyi's feeling is that I heard the words of the car. Wen Xixi laughed and said, I just talk about it casually." With a soft smile, Yingyi raised his eyes and stared at Wen Xixi, with a slight smile in his eyes. "I'm not talking casually." With a slight meal holding the water basin, Wen Xixi smiled with a smile and put the pot in front of Yingyi. When the second day of the recording started, Wen Xixi understood why the car wanted to change the assistant. I and assistant's pastoral life in the morning was recorded by stars and assistants to water the vegetable gardens assigned by the selected house home. There are 3 types of transportation at the vegetable garden: tractors, bicycles, and small carts. The motor of the tractor can be used as a watering machine, and everyone thinks about it first. The game is called Long Chopsticks. The star is the star with a 50-centimeter chopsticks with tomatoes and put it into the bamboo basket in front of the assistant. The assistant sliced the tomato and finally cut the most tomato team to win. Chezhu was full of confidence at first, because he had played this game before the variety show he had previously participated in. But as a black hole in the game, Young Ge succeeded to dragging all of them the lead. He was slow to cut the tomatoes, cut thick and ugly. "Brother Yan, hurry up. It's soon." Brother Yan said with a smile, kindness like Maitre Buddha, and his movements were still slowly. The villagers watching were laughed at watching the game. There are so many tomatoes in the bamboo basket, knowing that this game is hopeless. Sitting on the ground with the buttocks, with the pivot of the first place, took a tomato from the side and looked at Yingyi and Ruansheng. Ruansheng's victory was amazing, his look was tight, and he tried his best. She quickly clamped tomatoes and wore hip-hop bones to cut the tomatoes quickly, just like singing rap. Compared with their two groups, Ying Yi was idle a lot. Pass. In the end, Ruansheng first, Ying Yi's second, and the third. Ruansheng got the first place and got on the tractor, and the bone drove away with her. Ying Yi pushed the bicycle, patted the seat, and called, "Xixi, come up." When Xixi watched the woman's bicycle, hesitated, and said, "I'm very heavy, it's not easy to carry." "Just come up." Ying Yi said lightly, "My car skills are very good." Since Ying Yi said so, Wen Xi's clothing obeyed the bicycle. Ying Yi said, walking, stepped on his feet on the ground and kicked back, and the bicycle slowly drove. The roads in the village are quite flat. The air is fresh in the early morning, with a little fog, and on the skin, it is cool and refreshing. The environment affects the mood. Wimbledee's pure house is empty, and the mood has become much better. She held the car seat and asked Ying Yi after considering for a while. "Did you put water on the game intentionally?" Ying Yi's tomato was stable, that is, the speed slowly slowed down. He should be so hard to watch Ruangsha's game, so he deliberately let her put some. Ying Yi, ahead of acknowledgement, was very frank. His legs slowly stepped on the pedal and said lightly, "How tired the tomatoes are, the bicycle is good." Then I realized that Ying Yi said this sentence. He was not because of Ruansheng, he didn't want her to cut her tomatoes. With a slap under his heart, Wen Xixi's toes raised slightly and swept over the grass on the side of the road. "Miss Sister, brother." The voice of Che Ikai came from behind, and Wen Xixi turned back and laughed. The car was sitting on a small cart like a little monkey, and the back of the circle held the car handle and pushed him with a smile. The teenager played vigorously, and his face was reddish. "Brother Yin pushes the car." Wen Xixi smiled, and Ying Yi, who was riding in front of him, said that Ying Yi was really slow enough to ride a bicycle. He was pushed by Yao Ge to catch up with the small cart. After thinking about it this way, Wang Xi West rushed the car and said, "Should I carry you on a bike? How can I let the stars carry an assistant?" "Hey!" When Xixi's speaking kung fu, a stable bicycle suddenly stunned. As soon as Wen Xixin was accepted, he hugged Ying Yi in front. Her hand was grabbed on Ying Yi's waist, tentacles hard and warm. After grabbing, Wen Xixi blushed and heartbeat. After stabilizing the balance, he quickly pulled back his hand. The hand she was going back was intercepted by Ying Yi's halfway, pulling Wen Xixi's hand on his waist steadily, and Ying Yi turned back. The sun shot a side shadow on his face, and the man's facial features were profound and handsome. "Hold tightly, my car skills are not good, and it is not bad for me." "Wen Xixi, didn't you say that your car skills were good?" Intersection. There was a car chasing behind. Ying Yi speeded up, and soon threw them behind. When I was in the vegetable garden, Ying Yi stopped the car and said to Wen Xixi, "You go to the vegetable garden to wait for me for a while, I will go to Ruansheng to see it." Wen Xixi came down from the bicycle and responded. Looking up at Ying Yi's walking towards Ruansheng, Ruansheng came earlier. With the help of the villagers, he began to connect from the reservoir to the vegetable field. After entering the vegetable garden, all of the fresh seasonal vegetables, all the 4 seasons, cucumbers support the shelf, the tomatoes and eggplant branches are scattered. This place has not been raining recently. The sun is poisonous at noon today, and the vegetables in the vegetable garden are also stunned. When Xixi stood there and watched it. After a while, Ying Yi came over. He longed his legs and jumped from the gully. After Ying Yi came over, he smiled and asked Wen Xixi, "Are you thirsty?" The son was so dehydrated, and Winxi nodded and said, "It's a bit." Ying Yi stretched out his hands from his back and handed it to Wen Xixi. Cucumber with a smile in brown eyes. Eat it, I just picked from Ruangsheng's vegetable garden. Wimbledon stunned, Ying Yi had stuffed the cucumber into her hands. Before Wen Qixi reacted, Ying Yi's jumper had skipped the gully and went to Ruangsheng's land again. He stood in the field, white tee on his upper body, and shorts in the lower body, which was particularly refreshing. The long body and long legs, even in the field, have a refreshing breath. It seemed that Ying Yi stole her cucumber, and Ruangsheng chased Ying Yi twice. I don't know what to say. Ruangsheng's face calmed down towards Wen Qixi's vegetable garden. Wen Qixi sank, watching Ruangsheng, who looked tight, came over, and he didn't dare to breathe. After half a day, Wen Qixi was really afraid of Ruangsheng. Bai Ying is cold, but does not eat the coldness of fireworks. And Ruangsheng, the kind of cold, can make you cicada without saying a word. Ruangsheng came over from the road, entered the vegetable garden of Wen Qixi's family, first glanced at the cucumber shelf of the vegetable garden, and then walked over at Wenqi. Wen Qixi swallowed, first presented the stolen goods. Ruangsheng saw her handing a cucumber and glanced at it. This is what Ying Yi used labor to eat for you, eat it. What do you mean? Wen Qixi didn't understand. It seemed a little too lazy to explain. Ruangsheng said with a deep voice, Ying Yi helped me pour the vegetable garden. After a while, I lent you the tractor. He raised the cucumber by the way. Wimbledon looked up. Then the water pipe. He had never done such a work and sweaty, but he was organized by the well, and he was still directing his bones. I'm going to help. Wen Qixi didn't go away, and got up and left. No, Ruangsheng said lightly, let them do men, let's go to help. Wen Qixi, but... Ruangsheng's eyes crossed and asked, what? My words are not good. Make good. She stood in the vegetable garden, watched Ying Yi busy there, thinking that she could not fall behind, and started to check the vegetable garden vegetables and thought about the menu tonight. Ruangsheng took this book on the field and took a mobile phone to play. After a while, Ruangsheng suddenly beckoned at Wen Qixi. Wen Qixi made up. Ruangsheng asked, I have not showed you my husband. Wen Qixi. Intersection, no, Wen Qixi said. Ruangsheng suddenly enjoyed, and his face smiled at his face instantly. He opened the screen of the mobile phone. Her husband, the football star Li Jin. Ruangsheng grabbed Wen Qixi excitedly. Gao Leng just disappeared just now. He opened his eyes and said at Wen Qixi, look at my husband, is he so handsome and handsome? Wen Qixi. This dazzling husband is crazy demon, it really is named. Chapter 1. Wemixi rode a bicycle, and the floral basket was filled with fresh vegetables she just bought in the vegetable market. The vegetable market was not far from her house. After a few minutes of journey, Wen Qixi entered the corridor, opened the door of the basement, put the car, and returned home with the vegetables. When I went upstairs, Wen Qixi answered the call from the stepmother Li Xiao. Qixi, I have a friend who wants to see the decoration of the house in our house. I will take her over in a while, are you at home? Where? Wen Qixi responded and opened the door with the key. Li Xiao at the end of the phone twice. He hung up the phone. Wen Qixi entered the door with the vegetable basket and looked up at the house she lived. This house was temporarily living by her father after her graduation, 100 square meters, refined decoration, the city center, good location, and a lot of money. Standing at the door and looking at the kitchen, Wen Qixi carried things. In the afternoon, Li Jiao, who was exquisite and dressed in her makeup, came over with a fur with her friend. Li Jiao also has 40 this year. The proper maintenance and heavy foundation can't hide the traces of years on her face. When she was young, she was a promoter, and her mouth was quite sharp. He took her friend to see the house before and after, and his mouth had never stopped praising this. When leaving, Li Jiao wrapped the fur on her body, picked up the LV bag on the table, and said arrogantly, "Sisi, you usually go home and walk around. Your dad misses you." "Okay, I know. Thank you, Aunt Li." After the polite words, Li Jiao and her friends opened the door and went downstairs. "Take out the car key." Not far away, a big red BMW Mini lights up. Li Jiao got on the car and the friend asked, "This house is good, but it is too small. It is worth not a few dollars. It is worth not a few money, but I don't want her to live." Li Jiao started the car and sneered, "She is so big, it is not like our family. Yang Yan is still in college, and she cannot always rely on her parents." Unlike Wen Shixi's, Jorai Ran was stingy and screamed on the side of the phone. "Remember the resume of the star assistant I voted for you last time? The reply will be given today, and you will go to the North Building 3207 for an interview at 2 p.m. this afternoon." Jorai Ran and her are friends who have been with college. Later stayed in City S when Xixi was laid off because of the bankruptcy of the company in the past 2 weeks. Jorai Ran was helping her find a job every time. Wen Xixi did not refuse the beauty of her friends. The two looked for them together, and they were always more efficient than her. The resume was submitted by the acquaintance, and after the news was released, it was also the Hikarani. Her dad was arranged by her dad. She was a cultural position on the TV station. She occasionally met a few stars. The star assistant in her eyes was bright and low-key. During the interview, the reporter asked questions. If the assistant did not ask, the reporter would cooperate. Wimixi's character is too slow and swallowed, and her assistant is a kind of training. She didn't expect Wimple to kill decisiveness, just hopes that she can be more impatient. Don't be bullied. This is undoubtedly good news, and Wen Xixi is also happy. Herban hung up the phone and rushed to Wen Xixi's house. Wimbledy dragged the floor and knocked. The door sounded. She went to open the door and smiled at her at the door. Hibiscus has short hair, shirt denim Korean down jacket, dressed like a fake boy. She is thin, 8 centimeters shorter than Winxie, and will be 160 enough. Come and come. Jion Ran went to the door to change his shoes and pulled Wimbledy to run into the living room. I turned on the TV and picked a variety show, and said to Wen Xixi seriously, "First watch the variety show, find a feeling. If you want to go to the interview, shouldn't you think about the questions about the interview first, and then prepare clothes and then prepare clothes and makeup?" Wen Xixi's helpless logic of Jiono Ran walked into the living room and sat in front of the sofa, but the TV screen stopped. There are a few people standing on the screen, and the part of the lens can only be seen below the waist. From the perspective of the legs alone, the longest and most straight one is the middle one, but the 2 legs that attract Wimixi are not just the 2 legs. There is also the outline of the 3rd leg. "This. Who is this?" Wen Xixi asked Ji Ran. "Ying Yi," Jion Ran returned from a sudden, saying, "It's so big. He has taken a lot of underwear advertisements, and his fans call him big, but he doesn't seem to like others to pay attention to him. After all, with his status in the entertainment industry, it has long been selling meat. The angle of shooting is very important. The angle is good, but it is small. How can it be so big?" The picture shook. From the leg to the face, Wen Xixi saw the master of the 3 legs. In the entertainment industry, those who look like they may not be popular, but the appearance of popularity must not be bad. Among such a row of high-value men, Ying Yi's class was superb. The facial features of deep, wide and deep eyelids, affectionate and charming narrow eyes, light brown pupil color, with cat-like mysterious laziness. The bridge of the nose is tall, the thin lips are seductive, and the lip color is red and natural. Some time ago, he starred in a drama. The makeup brand even launched his lips and became a new out-of-stock king. Men's charm is not only indispensable for his appearance. Ying Yi's temperament is clear and humble. At the age of 26, he brings the crispness of the teenager. He is 1.86 meters tall, and his legs are straight and long, and you pay special attention to it. When talking, the voice was clear and magnetic, and the finger held the microphone, with a clear bone festival. Among all the stars present, his coffee is the highest, but he has nothing to do. Playing the game with everyone, and then the stalk thrown by the host, occasionally laughed, fresh and natural, revealing white and neat teeth. When Xixi looked at Ying Yi and asked Jiran, "Who do you say that the star I interviewed the assistant, who would it be?" "It should be the kind of little star who just debuted, it must not be a big star like Ying Yi," Jiran ran while looking at it. "As an assistant for Ying Yi, it must be the essence of people after the selection." He thought that he could not match with people. When Xixi smiled lightly. "Look at the same time, go to the room and change your clothes." The upper body blue vertical striped shirt, black jeans on the lower body, and a green Korean coat on the outside. After simply turning a nude makeup, she raised her eyes and saw Jorai was lying on the door frame to look at her. "What do you look at?" When Xixi smiled crooked her head. "See, you look good." Junren said, "Big eyes and nose, cherry mouth, and the scoring standard on Weibo can already score 6 points. In addition to the height of 168, the 3 siege of 82, 61, 87, when Yang, warm the temperament, how can you wear wings to open the secret? You are the lover's eyes." Ji Raz remarks naturally, brought some friends with prejudice to her appearance too confident. Win Xixi did not believe it. Wimbledon has a long face, in her words, it is very bland. This is the highest evaluation of inferior people. Hey! Regarding Wen Xixi's inferiority, Gehyun couldn't twist, and she said, "Wait for a handsome guy to see you, you know how beautiful you are." The two smiled and went out. The North Building is a work building under the Huchen Entertainment Group. When you enter the door, you can see the poster of the upcoming movie Cloud. Ying Yi, who was in a military uniform, embraced the cold metal firearm with heavy oil paint on his face, and his eyes were righteous in his eyes. Jian Ran grabbed Wen Xixi's arm and said excitedly, "You must be successful in the interview. Then help me to ask Ying Yi, Zhou Ran, Feng Qing, Bai Ying to sign." Junren reported a series of stars the name did not breathe, and Wen Xixi just took a slowly shot to Bai Ying. Bai Ying is a sister of Huchen Entertainment. The signature of this big star is so good. Take the elevator to the 32 floors, and the two are waiting for a while. A man wearing glasses came over and said to the two, "Let me talk to me." Junren whispered, "Come on, when." Warm Sicilian was a little nervous, and after smiling, he got up and walked with the man. Following the man into the corridor of the building, there are various posters on the wall of the corridor. Wing Kai looked up at, most of the poster starring was Ying Yi. Different characters, Ying Yi played differently, he was still very powerful. At the end of the corridor, a small circular living room was connected. The man pointed to the room in the living room and said, "The interview is there, you go in." "Thank you." Men immediately left. She walked to the door of the man designated by the man and knocked politely. There was a clear male voice in it. At first glance, it sounded a little familiar. Pushing in the door, Wen Xixi finally knew where it was familiar. This is a locker room, with a wide space, a large mirror on the left, and 2 rows of clothes on the back and right rows of clothes on the hanger neatly. In the middle of the clothes and mirrors, a man with a long tall figure was bent over to hold panties. The man is good, his shoulders are wide and narrow, and the collarbone is beautiful and exquisite. He bent down slightly, and the 6-piece abdominal muscle contouring clearly. The slender and powerful legs are firm and powerful, not exaggerated, and the underwear is stuck on the thighs. The deep mermaid line is connected between the legs, the third leg. The size is amazing. Winsixi's mind was half a shot, and when the man looked indifferent to putting his underwear and covering other clothes, she was surprised that she had just watched. Sorry, I'm here to interview. When Shixi's voice stuck, at a loss, looked at the cold eyes of the man on the opposite side. When I didn't pay attention to the door, when Shixi's back hit the door, painful, she groaned, grinning her teeth. Holding the door with a backhand, Wimixi was panicked. After saying, "I'm sorry" again, I opened the door and ran away. When standing in the small living room, when Xixi returned to God, and was still playing the picture just now. She blushed to her neck roots, and her cheeks were hot. It's really so big. The man just now is Yingyi. Chapter 2. While returning to Wimbledon, the first door of the small living room was opened on the right-hand side, and a short man came out of it. The man's face was slightly impatient, and said to Wen Xixi, "Are you an interview assistant? Come here soon." The man shouted. When Xixi looked at it, looked up, and understood that he had just entered the wrong room just now. Essence, the eyes were tight, thinking of the cold and ridicule in Yingyi's eyes. I want to be chased by Yingyi as a crazy star chase, leaving such an impression on others, when Xixi felt a little ridiculous. Fortunately, a big star like Yingyi may not be able to see it in the future. Moreover, even if you see it, you may not be able to recognize her. As soon as the self-comfort mode opened, Wen Xixi settled down and went to the interview steadily. Wen Xixi was stuffed in the back door. The short man shouted at her except that at the beginning, and she was so polite. At the end of the interview, the short man asked her to go back and wait for the notice. After thanking, Wen Xixi went out. After going out, I looked at the test room in the middle of the living room. The door of the trial room was closed tightly, and nothing could be seen. Wen Xixi patted his scalp and smiled silently. "What catches your eyes?" After telling the interview process, by the way, this episode told her. Golden's eyes glowed and said, "God, I really want to take a look." Wen Xixi cried and laughed, and asked, "What are you talking about?" Curiosity despite the notification of returning, Wen Xixi did not stop and continued to find a job. She printed a stack of resumes to run the talent market every day. In the talent market of crowds and people, the crowds of crowds crowded Wimixi a little hypoxia. She went to the door to buy a bottle of water, ready to continue. Li Jiao took people to see the house, and brought some sense of crisis to Wimple. Jorai Ran always said that she was angry, but what qualifications she can fight for. With the Kung Fu, the ringtone of the mobile phone rang. When he took out his mobile phone, it was a strange number in the city of S. When Xixi took it up. At the end of the phone, a female voice came. Her voice was crisp and her tone was decisive. "Wen Xixi, you have passed the interview. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, report to the Villa area of Jingyin Road, South District. By the way, take some luggage, go to H City for 3 days." In the joy of interview past, when the other party hung up the phone, it reacted to the work interview of the star assistant. I don't know what the star she is going to do, and I don't know if the star is good or bad. Thinking about it, Wen Xixi's heart settled. These issues are not much. Let me tell Jionre's good news first, and we will celebrate today. Hanging the phone, Jia Wen sighed heavily, and glanced at the balcony. The balcony layout is wide, and the horizontal wooden strips are paved. There are 2 lazy chairs hanging on it. This angle is looking over. You can see a pair of long legs with long straight strokes, which are idle together. Jia Wen got up from the sofa and stepped on high heels to the balcony. The Sea View Villa balcony can be seen in the sea. It is unrestrained, and silver waves are glowing in the sun. When you stand next to the lazy chair, the man in the lazy chair is naturally all of the people. He looks outstanding, his hair is slightly curled, and he has just been washed and has not made shape. Liu Hai hangs on his forehead. Under the forehead is a pair of beautiful long eyebrows. The eyelids under the long eyebrows are wide and deep, the eyelashes are rolled and thick, the eyes are long and bright, and the brown eyes stare at their hands carefully. His fingers were white and slender, with clear bones, holding a carved knife with his left hand, holding a piece of wood in his right hand, and a layer of wood chips on the white shirt. The wood is like a fist, and the outline has been seen. It is like a pangolin, and the nails are uniform and close. With the salty wet and small blades of the sea breeze in the air, the sound of the wood was rubbed. The man lowered his head, his lips were naturally red, and his nose was tall. I called, she agreed to come here tomorrow. Cha Wen sat on another lazy chair and said, I don't know what the little girl created in her life. As an assistant sounded, the man on the lazy chair looked up, and the light brown eyes looked at the opposite Cha Wen, blowing off the wood chips on his hand, and the man's voice was bright and magnetic. Then you have made it evil, and you have to be a broker for me in this life. In this way, Cha Wen was surging. As a school sister of Ying Yi, she knew that she was in a general qualification. She was not ready to work in front of the screen. She wanted to capture the scenes. She did not know how she listened to Ying Yi's suggestion and made his agent. This is 3 years. Essence Ying Yisheng was born with a good skin, his temperament was clear, and he looked good at each other. However, this is not the case at all. His temper and life habits are extremely tricky. When Cha Wen just followed him, he almost couldn't keep it. In the end, Ying Yi retained her with money. This is also the advantage of Ying Yi, which is very affectionate, and it is absolutely not hesitant if you can spend money. Therefore, in all, Ying Yi's assistant is also a fat. The words of Chuan brought some ironic meanings, and next, it was her true idea. Where do you fancy this girl? Ying Yi was not a newcomer. Choosing an assistant should be extra cautious, because the assistant's mouth was not strict, and when she said black materials, she was enough for her to rub her buttocks for a while. Generally, the star of Ying Yi's position, the living assistant will find relatives and friends to do it. Ying Yi's previous life assistant was a middle-aged man who resigned because of his body. When Jarwin was overwhelmed to find the right assistant for him, he didn't know where to find a resume from where to contact Cha Wen. He was engraved with the next piece of armor, and Ying Yi said leisurely, she is a college undergraduate graduation, and the cultural level is high. Cha Wen pressed the temples that jumped into a sudden jump and said, there are many assistants in college graduates. I looked up at the resume on the table, and said casually, she has 3 years of experience as an assistant. She only graduated for 2 years. Cha Wen pointed at the graduation time next to him, and his beautiful fingers knocked. With the resume down with the resume, Ying Yi said, she has a driver's license, she will also take photography, and the wages required are not high. Cha Wen snorted coldly, and refuted it in breath, there are drivers, some photographers, and the assistant salary is not high. She can cook. Ying Yi glanced on his eyelids and his tone was wide. Do you eat? Jia Wen smiled at anger. Ying Yi is picky, and he usually has to eat a knife rack around his neck when he is picky. If Miss Wen can really make Ying Yi's no more discerning meal, then her life assistant is not wrong. When the body was right, the wood chips on the shirt fell on the floor, and some of them fell into the gap of the wooden board. Ying Yi raised his eyes were rare. Otherwise, I still resigned. Jia Wen. I returned home from the talent market, and only in the afternoon. I was squeezed a little sleepy, and Wimbledy entered the living room and opened the TV for a while. She didn't watch TV, and the channel stopped at the channel I watched last time. At this time, a variety show is being broadcast. A group of celebrities judges, sitting behind the long table, when Xixi gaze fixed at Yingyi's body at a glance. He was wearing a white shirt and 2 pieces of buttons, the clavicle was looming, showing an unspeakable sense of abstinence. A light smile in the narrow brown eyes, which is very different from the sarcasm on that day. My favorite dish is sweet and sour fish, the man said with a smile with an interview with the host. The teeth are neat and white, the lip is red, and the smile is clear. The host took the words and said with a smile in the face of the screen, "Have you heard the girls in front of the screen? The favorite dish of the male gods is sweet and sour fish." Xixi turned off the TV, got up and took the wallet, put on the shoes and walked outside the door. What did I have to do tonight? The variety show was inspired by her. It's better to make a sweet and sour fish. After buying the ingredients, when Xixi and Gulanren determined that after dinner time, they went to the kitchen to pack the ingredients. She pierced a low ponytail, pushed her bangs behind her ears, and put on the apron. In addition to sweet and sour fish, there are olive oil Zealand rice balls and soybean roasted eggplant. The floral tablecloth was flat on the striped round table, and Wamixi chose a white porcelain bottle and contained 2 lovers' grass. On the table of 3 dishes, Wimbledy installed the mobile phone lens and was aimed at shooting. When Xixi was the deputy head of the photography community when he was in college, and the photography knowledge was quite solid. After the shooting was completed, when Xixi simply repaired, logged in to the Kitchen Nyang app, and posted pictures. The Kitchen Nyang app is a recipe inquiry and food sharing mobile phone software from the 4th Supreme of Wangxixi. When the Wingxi Si was stationed, the Kitchen Nyang app was also well known. But for 3 years, it has become popular throughout the country. When Xixi likes to cook and is good at sharing. In addition, early staying time, it is now a user of the Kitchen Girl. On her account, there were 50,000 fans. It is 5 o'clock in the afternoon, until dinner time, it is the most active time for the Kitchen Girls. When Xixi photos went up, blinking in a blink of an eye, more than 100 likes, more than 20 comments. These 20 comments are mostly seductive dishes, and there are a small number of 20 dishes. When Xixi picked a few familiar ids to reply, refreshing after replying, ID inside made when Xixi smile and pursed his lips slightly. Such as, after the dishes, "You must be a beautiful woman, mysterious Xixi." Chapter 3. If the person is the other big V of the kitchen mother, is a man. The reason why the kitchen girl is called the kitchen mother is because the positioning is women. The emergence of the rule caused a sensation at the time. As a male chef, there is no rudeness and oil smoke in the restaurant male chef. He speaks slowly and cooking. Although he is a chef, he does not have a hint of fireworks. If he appears, it only causes a small range of fluctuations, then his popularity is because of the new video teaching function launched by the Kitchen Mother app. If the person is the first batch of PO video teaching, the person in the video does not see the light dying. He is warm and elegant, with outstanding facial features, and delicate and gentle when cooking. When confirming whether you can understand, you will look up at the video. The black eyes have a shy smile, and the tail sound rises slightly. Do you understand? If the person is completely on fire, the number of fans surpassed the veteran Wingxi in an instant. When Xixi has watched the video of the person. In all fairness, if you can get so many fans, not just because of his hue. He has real materials. Wamixi does not have sour grape psychology, and even go to his personal space to learn new dishes. She just wanted to be a small fan silently, but who would have taken the initiative to add her? For example, the appreciation of when Xixi was expressed, which made when Xixi be flattered. Later, the two were familiar with 1 or 2 and added WeChat. Wimitica is slow, and there are not many friends who really come down. Originally, There was only his Aaron, and then there were more people. The Kitchen Nyang app held 2 annual meetings, and every time I invited Vaisksi, but Wimixi refused, too busy at work. Regarding Wen Shishi's rejection, everyone's discussion points may be sorry for fans, but for those who feel more mysterious. This mysterious feeling made Wen Shishi a little bit. As the 2 people knew in depth, she had a strange mind about the people. High degree of inferiority made her suppress this thought and did not show it, and continued to disguise her mystery. Her life has always been bland, and the appearance of the person is like a beautiful silk flower on the white table. She was accustomed to embellishment with silk flowers and never wanted to lose it anymore. Pocketing the phone, Wimixi looked at the sweet and sour fish on the dining table, and began to abandon his inferiority and went out. Jorai Ran arrived, and a gust of wind was rolled out of the clouds, exaggerating the deliciousness, and said to Wen Shishi, "You have become a star assistant. You must use cooking to catch his stomach, and then grab his heart." Listening to listen to. In the words of friends, Wen Shishi asked, "What if a woman do?" Jorai Ran stuffed a rice ball and stared at Wen Shishi's 36D and said, "Even a woman, you can win it." Hibiscus laughed. City S was the hometown of Wimixi. She went to Y Province in high school. After the college entrance examination, she took the university in S City. In addition to a small part of this city, Wen Shishi has been there. The place where this small part has not been there includes the villa area of Jingyin Road in the South District. Jingyin Road is a coastal highway, and the villas on this road are all sea view villas. The housing prices of the city of S are proud of the whole country, and the housing prices of sea view villas are extremely high. On the bus, only Wimbledon and the driver. She was sitting at the window and squinting at the blue sea and blue sky. The window opened a small seam, the salty and wet sea breeze blew in, with the softness of the spring breeze. On the multimedia TV of the bus, entertainment news was playing. The hostess tone quickly said, and Wen Shishi heard about it. The martial arts movie Bamboo Peak was shot by Hudson Entertainment. The startup ceremony was held today. The starring Ying Yi was not present. Zhou Ran and director Zhang Jin and the producer Zhou Zhonghua participated in the startup ceremony. Entertainment artists, but the relationship has always been discordant. The resource is compared with Ying Yi. Wimbledon's arm was put on the back of the front chair, and looked up at Zhou Ran, and Ying Yi flashed in the TV screen. Zhou Ran entered the Hudson Entertainment last year and became popular because of starring in a food drama. As a kitchen mother, Wen Shishi is Zhou Ran's passerby. Even so, she did not think that Zhou Ran had the ability to threaten Yi Yi's status. Ying Yi's appearance, acting aura, Zhou Ran is not comparable. The terminal is here. The driver master said a word to Wen Shishi, who was fascinated by watching TV later. "Thank you, master." Wen Shishi returned to his heart, thanked him with a smile, and got out of the car with a small suitcase. The phone explained that it was going to be on a business trip for 3 days, and Wimixi brought his luggage together. After getting out of the car, Wen Shishi climbed to the mountainside according to the instructions of the female voice on the phone, and saw the white piano-shaped villa at a glance. At the door of the villa, the door with ink paint was open, and Wen Shishi walked in. The villa is very delicate. The first floor is supported by 3 piano racks, and the glass walls are on all sides. The location of the piano pedal is actually the stairs leading to the second floor. On the second floor is the entire piano noodles, and the top of the third floor is the large top cover of the piano. The design on the first floor is very empty. There is a real piano with a villa model in the center, and other places are full of oil painting. Winsiferi's desktop furnishings will also be paired with oil painting. She bought basically imitation, because the real traces are priceless. On the first floor, there is a low-key luxury. This made Wimple back to God, and felt that the star she served should not be the kind of little star who just debuted. On the second floor, the familiar female voice yelled, "Okay." When Xixi responded and followed the stairs on the second floor. The second floor is an open living room. The floor-to-ceiling windows are open, the sea breeze blows in, and the curtains of the white yarn flutter with the wind. The morning sun was particularly bright and dazzling, and the lazy chair was reversed. In the middle of the living room, a beautiful woman with a low ponytail was sitting on the sofa with a pure white tone. Women did not pay attention to when Xixi, just on the screen of the iPad, seemed to be working. "Hello, I am Wemixi." When Xixi stood in the living room and briefly introduced itself, Cha Wen looked up and glanced up and down. The clothing match is thoughtful, the height is suitable, the appearance is okay, the temperament is gentle, and the appearance is still speaking. Put the iPad into the bag next to him, and stood up, and said to Wing Sixi, "I am Jiawing and Yingyi's agent. You can call me to Cha sister. If you have any job problems in the future, you can pass the work." The phone number was connected just now. Jia Wen was not surprised to the response to Wimple. Among the fans, there are many celebrities assistant to approach idols. She naturally treats Wen Xixi's surprise just now. "What we hire you to do life assistance, you are responsible for taking care of his clothing, food, housing, and stars. I have a work chasing. I have a job to be busy. I can't tell you one thing now. Not good, it's very picky. Don't eat river fresh. He likes to eat sweet and sour fish in the variety show." Chai Wen was listed at the air, glanced at Win Xixi, and added a sentence, "I just told you, I must guarantee the same every day." Wen Xixi. Jia Wen ignored West's eyes stunning. "I went out and said, artists, especially the popular artists such as Yi, consume a lot of daily consumption, which is not conducive to physical health. You must not only guarantee to do well, but also look at him. Okay." When Xixi felt some headaches, forcing others to eat things that do not like to eat are inevitable. When Xixi's personality was calm and stable, and was a reassuring person. Jia Wen looked at the time and said, "Yingyi is running, come back for a while, you can pack him first." The order of the aircraft flying H-City filmed. The fierce Chuan stepped down on the high heels and went downstairs, and when Xixi returned from the huge space, she was regarded as a human essence and wanted to be an assistant for Yingyi. When Xixi sat on the sofa, looking back at her and Yingyi's first meeting and fell into despair. There was a feeling of offending her boss before work. But if you think about it, Yu Yiping sees many people and may not remember who she is. Because if you remember, he would not let him impress his like to see my naked and body abnormal fans as his assistant. The psychological construction was just solid, and the door opened downstairs. When Xixi stood up from the sofa and listened to the sound of "up the stairs," and his expression gradually tense. Ying Yi was wearing a red vertical sportswear, with fair complexion and red lips. He was covered with a layer of fine sweat beads on his forehead, rolled into the neck, rolled his throat, and showed the sun and sexy. When men's brown pupils saw Winxi, they shrink subconsciously, and when Xixi didn't understand what eyes it was. She cleaned up her thoughts and smiled lightly, saying, "Hello, Mr. Ying, I am your new life assistant Wen Xixi, you may not see. Meet again." Ying Yi's nose smiled, thin lips raise, the smile is fresh and dry. Wen Xixi. Chapter 4. The heart is full of embarrassment. When Xixi said, "Mr. Ying is really good." "Yes, this is born," Ying Yi replied. When Xixi. Ying Yi got up and walked towards the room where the sofa was facing. Two long legs walked over. Before entering, he said to Wen Xixi, "The driver came at 9 o'clock. You have half an hour for half an hour. Time helped me pack my luggage, Come in. Ying Yi ran half an hour along the morning of the beach and took off his sports shirt, and the white tee inside was half wet. Back to Wen Xixi, Ying Yi raised his arm and took off the white tee directly. The whole back was revealed. With his undressing movements, the muscle lines were obvious and the lumboscolus was powerful. Throwing the sports top, Ying Yi turned around. The unexpected Wen Xixi saw Ying Yi's upper body, his eyes dodged, and he didn't look aside. I have done my assistant, and I will watch it every day. Ying Yi's voice smiled, and he picked up washing clothes and bath towels in the cloakroom, and walked into the bathroom. When pulling the bathroom to push the door, Wen Xixi called Ying Yi in time and asked, Mr. Ying, what do you need to bring on the luggage? Ying Yi turned his head halfway, only showing his side face, lip color red. He smiled lightly, and his brown eyes were not emotional. He asked, Miss Wi's resume wrote 3 years of star assistant experience. These little things have to ask me what I spend money. What do I spend money? Wen Xixi, a tight throat, a gentle smile, responded. Ying Yi opened the door and walked in, pulled the door again. The water in the shower splashed out, smashed on the ground, snap. Ying Ji unbuttoned the bathrobe and walked to the shower with his eyes closed. This is the price of lying. Wen Xixi has some headaches. After writing a resume, she sent it to Jianan, and Jinren said to her, in the past 3 years, the work experience of the star assistant is obviously the modified place. I don't know what she changed elsewhere. Wen Xixi didn't bottom out. I turned on the phone and glanced at the weather in the city. Now the winter and spring are alternate. The phone mail prompted the sound, and Wimbledon took a look at it, and Cha Wen, who had a rapid efficiency, had already sent Yi's schedule for a week. When the popular artists turned the axis, Wen Xixi listened to the sound of the bathroom, and some admired Yi's physical strength. When filming in H City, you have to go to City B to participate in the premiere halfway, and the dress must be prepared. Wen Xixi made a plan and opened Ying Yi's cloakroom. Looking at the magnificent cloakroom, Wen Xixi admired Ying Yi again. The entire cloakroom is full of flat, with wardrobes on the left and right sides. There is a high cabinet in the center with a ceramic white swan decoration. Ying Yi has made a lot of effort in the cloakroom. The clothes are arranged according to the color. The same color is arranged to varying depth according to the degree of depth, and there are hundreds of light shirts. Wen Xixi had no boyfriend, and the match for men was completely for the foreigners. She thought about the matching style of the male star when watching entertainment magazines on weekdays, picked a few clothes, and hugged out after folding. Ying Yi was sitting on the bed after taking a shower. His hair was not dangling in front of his forehead, and he was watching the script. The room heating was very full, and Ying Yi wore only grey shorts and white short shirts. Sitting on the long legs, he looked down at the script, frowned slightly, the spine was slightly curved, and his neck was as white as jade. Wimixi took his eyes back, put his clothes and various skincare products, and the suitcase had been filled with a full. She pressed her body and put on her luggage. Ying Yi slowly, and Wen Xixi stopped the car. Ying Yi rushed to the West Sea with a smile, reached out and touched from the bed, and pulled out a green oil from the bed with the long arms from the quilt. The thing was about 1 meter 5 meters. Ying Yi was tall, and he could not drag the ground with the long plush toy with his arms. Wen Xixi watched Ying Yi clearly in front of himself carrying a magnifying caterpillar. After the earthquake, he smiled and said, the suitcase can't be stuffed. How do I sleep? Ying Yi watched at a glance. Wen Xixi, with a little smile in the brown eyes, asked, hold you? Ying Yi is the most popular male artist of Huchen Entertainment. The resource allocation is all over. The driver drove the GMC series of RVs. Wen Xixi hugged the caterpillars and wanted to put the trunk. Ying Yi looked down at the script and said inadvertently, The caterpillars should be placed on the bed, and the trunk is too dirty. Wen Shishi took a deep breath and hugged the caterpillars into the car. Yin Yi's fans did not know how to know Yin Yi's flight information. After arriving at City H, the pickup team of people, Yin Yi wore sunglasses, and the bodyguard beside him opened his way. The fans screamed crazy and said loudly, "I love you, Yin Yi." Yin Yi walked to the safe passage and looked back at him. Only half a face showed under the sunglasses. The red lips moved slightly, and it was particularly enchanting. Yin Yi said the 4 words, "I love you too," with the shape of the lips. The screams of the fans almost exposed the airport roof. Sure enough, the male star who is most likely to be fans, hugging caterpillars, who followed by Wamixi, admired the 5-body investment. Yin Yi's smile completely gathered after getting on the car. He took off his sunglasses and had a strong dark circles. After 2 days of rest, I did not take a break. The spirit of strong support collapsed after getting in the car. Yin Yi put on his neck pillow, closed his eyes to raise his eyes, and arranged Wen Shishi, "I have a headache, help me pinch it." "Okay." Finally get up and go to the back seat. Yin Yi was too tall and sitting on her. She was bent in the car, and her index finger was placed on Yin Yi's temples. The acupuncture point was pressed behind Yin Yi, and she pressed softly. Yin Yi's headache was caused by fatigue. He was pinched by Wen Shishi for a while, but he improved. Yin Yi closed his eyes and felt the pinch of the woman's fingers, and asked with a smile, "Have you ever been a masseur before?" "No, the man just took a bath in the morning." The hair was full of fragrance, and when Shishi stared at Yin Yi, his hair said lightly, "My godfather is a Chinese medicine, and has learned some fur." The title of godfather is not very clean in the entertainment industry. Yin Yi listened, smiled slightly, and didn't speak anymore. When Shishi rubbed all the way, holding the caterpillars when she got out of the car, and couldn't stand up. When Shishi contacted the production of Life According to Chawen's prompts. The new drama filmed in H City this time is a costume martial arts drama Bamboo Peak shot by Hudson Entertainment Group himself. Most of the actors in the play are the artists of Hudson Entertainment. As the most popular artist of Hudson Entertainment, Yin Yi was arranged into the best suite of the best hotel. Holding the caterpillar carrying the suitcase, when Shishi entered the elevator with the room card and Yin Yi. The suite is on the top floor. Yin Yi's body is leaning on the elevator, and his eyes are not clear after the sunglasses. He seemed to have been sleepy, closed his eyes, long curly eyelashes can reach the lens, lazy and sullen. With a sound of ding, the elevator reached the 26th floor. Yin Yi stands upright and has a straight body, waiting for the elevator door to open. "Why do you live in the best suite when Yin Yi is here? We still have to give him a place." This 2 male lead, the starring actor, is not the only one. As soon as the elevator door opened, the 2 outside the door were shocked. The roots of the chewing tongue behind were hit by the master. The woman who just talked was counseled, hiding towards the man around him. The person outside the door is Zhou Ran and his assistant. Seeing Yin Yi stepped down the elevator, the ridicule in Zhou Ran's eyes was fleeting, and he greeted Yin Yi with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Yin." After saying hello, he was dissatisfied in his eyes, and he drew an assistant with his head, saying, "Don't talk in the future." After speaking, Zhou Ran looked up and smiled at Yin Yi. Wamixi, who was also holding the caterpillar behind Yin Yi's body, nodded. Wen Shishi was the first time to see Zhou Ran in reality. His looks are Zhou Zheng, and he can also clarify in the entertainment industry. As a passerby, Wen Shishi was excited to see him. "Are you not satisfied with the room that you arranged for you?" After taking off the glasses, Yin Yi folded slowly, with laziness in the brown eyes and particularly sultry. "It's good." The assistant was so frightened that Zhou Ran looked stiff and smiled. However, The actual situation is that his room is really far worse than Yingyi's. Although he is a suite, he is half smaller than Yingyi's room. He is unconvinced at all. Otherwise, let's change it. Yingyi listened to Zhou Ranko's words, put sunglasses at the neckline of the shirt, and said friendly. The suggestions made by Ying, who were Yan Yuzhai, made Zhou Ran a little bit excited. He said politely, "How are you so embarrassed?" "I'm sorry. The eyes are freely, Xixi, there are many suites in the suite, don't squeeze the standard room with them, live with me." Wen Xixi. Zhou Ran kept his smile, his teeth bite tightly. Chapter 5. Watching Yingyi's and Wen Xixi disappeared at the end of the corridor. When he got on the elevator, Zhou Ran smiled. A female assistant who did not dare to collapse a word just now was angry and said, "What does his last sentence mean? Prove that his assistant lives better than us. Bully. You shut me up." Today's affairs were caused by the female assistant, and Zhou Ran nestled a stomach. He really didn't believe it, he did not believe that Yingyi had no flop day. "Yes, Zhang Dao is here. Hey, don't take the wind for me, I should ask you to produce it with Zhou. After the shooting at noon, I am waiting for you in the hotel." "Okay, the members of the other crews will come together. I am not sick of the starting ceremony." Having caught up, it was an apology. "Haha, right?" Yingyi hugged the caterpillar, finished the phone, looked up at the time, and immediately at noon, he had no time to rest. Wen Xixi brushed the door and pushed the door. It really was the best suite, which was big and luxurious. No wonder Yingyi said that when he wanted to change with Zhou Ran would be excited. Wimitalai took the luggage and went to the master bedroom for Yingyi's luggage, and turned back to the caterpillar and put it on the bed. Although caterpillars are plush toys, for Wemixi, who had been afraid of software animals since childhood, when the caterpillar was caught in the caterpillars, she still had goosebumps. After packing, Wimitalai took his luggage and was ready to find his own room. Yingyi, who was holding the script, watched Wen Xixi going out and asked, "Where?" Wen Xixi stood on the sofa and reported to Yingyi, "Go to my room. Live here." Yingyi's or the eyes continued to watch the script. "I said that let you live here, and the gentleman said, and the horse is difficult to chase." Wen Xixi. Yingyi. Dinner at noon, and Zhou Ran also went to go to Essence Directors and Productions are the royal team of Hechen Entertainment. Most people and Yingyi are familiar with each other. Although Yingyi is high in coffee, he is intimate and has a good reputation in the entertainment industry. Wen Xixi also participated in the dinner and sat next to Yingyi. Yingyi did not introduce it to everyone, but everyone also knew that Wen Xixi's identity was very polite to her. Wen Xixi also experienced the feeling of a fox fake tiger. The hotel's meals are good and the taste is average. When Wen Xixi came up with the dishes, most of them got Yingyi's minefield. Sure enough, after the whole meal, Yingyi almost didn't eat anything. According to the filming arrangement sent by the coordinated plan, Yingyi's shooting intensity this afternoon is very strong, and it is impossible to support it without eating. After eating, the crew started to work after a while, and Wemixi entered the shooting scene with the shooting scene. Bamboo Peak is a martial arts drama where the shooting is in bamboo forest. 30 or 50 people in the crew arranged a station here and took an office with a tent. Yingyi's shooting in the afternoon was carried out on Weiya. It was necessary to control the direction with force, and there were various martial arts movements. Yingyi's physical strength gradually overdraft, and his face was not very good. After a play, the makeup assistant came to make up. Yingyi sat in a chair and saw that Wemixi came over with a round food box not far away. The light brown eyes moved slightly, Yingyi's eyes hanging down on the food box, watching Wen Xixi open the food box and brought out 2 boxes of snacks. The 2 boxes of snacks are placed in the white porcelain plate, a round of round crispy cake, with a layer of sesame seeds on it, and the sweet aroma of the stock. On the other hand, pale yellow cakes, cut a detailed triangle, looked at the soft and loose, which made the index finger move. I don't know if it's because I didn't eat much for lunch, or the 2 discs were seductive. Yin Yi had always been online, and suddenly went online. I think you didn't eat anything at noon, and took some snacks. Wen Xixi said. Wen Xixi's hair was not spread out, with a low ponytail, Liu Hai was behind his ears, exposing a sharp chin and 2 ears. She ran a little anxious, with a sense of fans on her face. This is provided by the hotel. Yin Yi took a dessert fork and made a small lemon steamed cake. The light lemon aroma echoed the cheeks, and Yin Yi made another piece. When he eats, his movements are elegant, temperament is dusty, wearing a white costume, like a fairy. No, I borrowed the hotel's kitchen and did it myself. Seeing Yin Yi ate, Wen Qixi also relieved, and said with a smile. Yin Yi looked up at her, and when Wen Qixi was stared at slightly nervous, Yin Yi smiled slightly and said, Miss Wen is really clever and delicate. Wen Qixi. Lemon steaming when the cake and crab shell are yellow. When Wumixi was immersed in the praise, someone said behind him, I have a shot in the upper play. Laughing, what was just talking was him. Miss Wa's cooking skills are so good, I must have watched Gourmet. Gourmet is the drama that has made Zhou Ran's fame. I've seen it. With a smile, Wen Qixi maintained the surface of insulting, covering up the waves of her heart. Not just watching Gourmet, Wen Qixi chased the complete works. Now in the fast-paced market, Gourmet is simply a pearl, which is well made and exquisite. Wen Qixi has also learned a few special dishes. Later, under the comment by the fan Po to Weibo, Zhou Ran also replied to good do. Zhou Ran smiled again. Obviously he was in a good mood. The bone finger was holding the pastry fork. Yin Yi's lips raised a smile, and said kindly, Mr. Zhou knows so much. Come on, let's eat together. The man made him stiff at a word. Zhou Ran smiled stop, said, thank you, I won't eat it. Yin Yi smiled and said inadvertently, Mr. Zhou is always so polite. Yin Yi, who supplemented the sugar, took a lot of good looks when shooting in the afternoon. After the scene was filmed in the afternoon, Yin Yi changed into the costume and was ready to return to the room to rest. Did you eat dinner in the crew? Wen Qixi held the script and asked under the car. Sitting on the car, Yin Yi closed his eyes. In order to catch up, the director usually compressed to a day and a half. Yin Yi was so tired that he didn't want to talk. Take a while for dinner for a while, and he had to continue shooting at night. Without responding, Wen Qixi did not insist again, holding the script and got into the car. Yin Yi returned to the room and washed his face and went to bed. The time is only 6 o'clock, and Yin Yi's shooting is at 7:30. Yin Yi didn't eat, and Wen Qixi couldn't really take him. Opening the door to the hotel kitchen, as soon as she entered the kitchen, Wimbledy sighed heavy sighs, and her challenge came. According to Jawan's instructions, Yin Yi's picky food must be done for him every day. Wen Qixi glanced at the kitchen ingredients, and finally fixed it on a bamboo basket, sweet potato. Sweet potato is also with new mud, and the roots are fresh. Sweet potatoes are rhizomes and can also be regarded as vegetables. With a low ponytail, the people in Wen Qixi and the kitchen borrowed the apron and started to clean the sweet potatoes. After the sweet potato was sliced, anjia butter was put into the pot, and the faint milk fragrance overflowed. Wumixi stir the sliced tomatoes into the pan and stir fry, and then put the sweet potato chips in. Finally pour in water and simmer for 10 minutes. As soon as the sweet potato chopsticks were inserted, when Shishi stopped the fire and poured a box of milk into the cooking machine in the pot. The sound of the cooking machine is buzzing. After being made into a thick soup, pour it into the pot again, add black pepper and salt to season, and after 2 minutes, it is prosperous. Put the previous fried chicken pieces. When Shishi returned to the room with soup, just opened the door, looked up to see Yingyi, and was sitting on the sofa to watch the script. Seeing Wen Shishi coming in, Yingyi put on the script and laughed after sitting up and said, "What did the little chef do?" Wen Shishi was numb by this nickname and put it in front of Yingyi. Time said, "It's about to go to the crew, eat something hungry." "I don't eat it." Yingyi stayed on the thick soup for a moment, then moved away, picked up the script, and said, "Jarwan must let you do something I don't like." At a moment, Wimple's expression was messy. A spoon was scooped with a spoon. The soup is with the aroma of cream and chicken, and the sweetness of tomatoes, which is particularly appetizing. When Shishi looked at Yingyi nervously, staring at him, and drank the thick soup in the spoon. The taste was smooth and the aroma was pleasant. Yingyi chewed the chicken diced and drank the thick soup slowly. When Shishi's heart fell heavily, and today's mission is completed. I got up and packed the tableware. Yingyi took the script and put it on Wimbledy's hand to stop her. When Shishi looked up at him, Yingyi smiled and asked, "What soup is this soup?" When Shishi pursed his lips, "Honestly, sweet potatoes." Eyes shook 3 times. Yingyi said after a long while, "I don't eat sweet potatoes." When Shishi bit her lip and said, "But you have eaten it." The atmosphere solidified for a long while. The brown pupil flashed countless emotions. At the end, Yingyi took the script away, stretched out the tone, and said, "West, you have to be deducted from this." Chapter 6. Yingyi's threat was frightened. When Yingyi went to shoot the night show, she called Jarwan and explained today's situation. Jarwan had a little unbelievable, confirming, "Eat all." When Shishi said, and finally asked Jarwan slightly in the end, "Sister Jar, Mr. Ying said that I did something he did not like to eat for him. I want to deduct my salary." "No deduction." Jarwan said sharply, "The salary is given to you, just let it go." Stare at him. When Shishi said obediently, "Okay." With Jarwan's support, when Shishi was full of gas, and began to fight against Yingyi. When Shishi found that Yingyi's picky eaters picked the taste. The ingredient he hated, as long as he covered the taste of other ingredients, he could eat. Yingyi's tongue is picky, and occasionally winces is not properly handled, and it will also taste some nasty taste. If it is tasted, when Shishi will be warned by Yingyi to deduct wages at a time, and in addition, the kitchen will be restarted. This morning, when Shishi got up early, using broccoli, corn kernels and a little shrimp to make roses and steamed dumplings. After holding the room, Yingyi just got up and was holding the caterpillar to brush his teeth. As he said, Yingyi's caterpillars couldn't sleep, holding caterpillars at night, and holding the caterpillar when he couldn't wake up and brushed his teeth. I don't know if there was a girlfriend in the future. When Shishi watched the caterpillar, and some heels were soft. Fortunately, after Yingyi brushed her teeth and washed her face and put it on the bed again, when Shishi calculated that when she left, she must bring a suitcase. A bug took a car and took a plane. Early. Yingyi smiled refreshing, sitting on the sofa and staring at the roses on the table and steaming dumplings. The steamed dumplings are rose-like rolled with for noodles. The round chassis eggs are brilliant, and some red roses are sprinkled on it. The fragrance is overflowing. Early. When Shishi responded and said, "Call down this morning, eat something to keep things warm before filming." In his mouth, when Shishi stared nervously. The man moved twice and raised his head. The man just got up in the early morning, his hair did not look like, and the bangs that wet his face were hanging in front of his forehead. The eyes were raised, and the brown eyes were lazy with awakening. Wen Qixi's heart hung up. It is still the tone of stretching, and it is still a long cavity. Westside too, Wen Qixi's scalp was numb. What are you eating? Ying Yi's lips were slightly pressed, staring at Wen Qixi for a long time, chewing his mouth again, lip-shaped, and gave Wen Qixi a non-toothed smile, in the brown eyes smile with a little smile. No, I cheat you. Wen Qixi. In just 3 days, Wen Qixi felt like she was 3 years old. On the last day of the shooting, Cha Wen came to the crew in a breeze. Ying Yi was watching the script in the living room. After shooting this afternoon, he had to go to City B to participate in the premiere of the movie Weak Water. When listening to the name of the movie, I know that it is a love movie, and I will be released on Valentine's Day tomorrow. This movie is produced by He Chen, starring He Chen's most popular Ying Yi and Bai Ying. Wen Qixi made a good lunch of the two, placed a plate on the dining table, listening to the conversation between Ying Yi and Cha Wen, trying to avoid making a sound. When Jia Wen came, he took a gift box for Ah, and it should be for Ying Yi. Put on the premiere tonight, and the other is in Bai Ying's hands. Cha Wen said after packing the gift box. Ying Yi and Bai Ying, as the most popular male and female stars in the entertainment industry, have 3 movies that cooperate together. ##, since the publicity of Weak Water, there is no overheating search. The two are the most matched golden boy and jade girl in the eyes of the audience, and they shouted all day to let them two together. The two collaborated on this love movie. However, in fact, Ying Yi and Bai Ying are at most colleagues. In private, there were no food except for hype. The sight moved away from the script, placed on the bracelet, and then retracted. Ying Yi said inadvertently, "Don't wear it. Couples are couples. What kind of couple models do you have to wear to prove that this is not confident in feelings?" Emperor Chuan emphasized, "This must be worn. Part of the entertainment circle is the most interesting in the entertainment industry is the gossip, and it is an ambiguous gossip." Ying Yi and Bai Ying stopped talking about the scandal. Wear couple bracelets on the premiere, and it is too much taboo for the relationship between the two. It will definitely detonate the curiosity of fans and the heat. What? Ying Yi's eyelids lifted, and a sneer of sneer lips. Now my wrist use rights do not belong to myself. Jia Wen. Ying Yi was easygoing, but in fact, he had his own principles. Essence Ying Yi was too strong in filming in the morning. Now, she is hungry. She smells the fragrance. She simply puts the script, got up and walked to the table, watching the clear spinach and the chicken legs on the table. Ying Yi said to Cha Wen, "Come and eat. Xixi has been doing it for a long time." Jia Wen didn't insist on it, sitting in front of the dining table. The lunch on the table looks good and the fragrance is fragrant. Cha Wen pinched a piece of chicken and raised his eyebrows slightly, and the taste was really good. Ying Yi didn't eat first. He held a pair of chopsticks and had a pair on the small porcelain plate in front of him. Xixi too, when Xixi's heart jumped. With a smile in the brown eyes, Ying Yi's lips were lifted. "I have eaten this meal. Did I eat something I hate again for dinner?" "No," Wen Qixi replied, "I have put the shrimp in the morning rows of the rows in the fried dumplings." Ying Yi. When Ying Yi went to shoot the last scene, Cha Wen followed. Wen Qixi packed his luggage in the room. After staying for 3 days, the luggage was empty, and Wen Qixi started a goal bumps. At 5 in the afternoon, Ying Yi was filmed. The driver drove them to the airport and flew to the City B to participate in the premiere. Ying Yi's schedule was still sold. When he arrived at the airport, the pickup team of crowds and seas made Wen Qixi unable to fight. Fortunately, Cha Wen opened in front of him, and she pulled the suitcase and followed Ying Yi's ass. The enthusiastic fans stretched out their hands and the camera, screaming at Ying Yi. Yin Yong's red lips evoked, full of smiles, and greeted the fans kindly. The fans stuffed the gifts in their hands. Yin Yi thanked him one by one. When Wen Shishi breathed a sigh of breath, Yin Yi's body suddenly had a meal, and he took a green plush toy by the fans. Wen Shishi hasn't confirmed what it is. Yin Yi has stuffed the toy into her arms and thanked the fans, and said, "This one is fine, thank you." Holding a caterpillar, Wimbledy almost fainted. The event was held in a movie theater in City B, and the main creators did not fall. The huge poster of a scoop of the water is attached to the promotional box outside the movie theater. The night is dark, and the promotional frame is lighting, which illuminates Yin Yi and Bai Ying, who embraces each other. The men are handsome and women, and they are envious. Putting things on the car, Wen Shishi entered the theater lounge with Yin Yi. Yin Yi greeted several main creations. Bai Ying sat on the sofa on the side and was facing the word with the host. After seeing Yin Yi, he smiled first, and then stared at his wrist. When Wen Shishi saw Bai Ying, this was the meaning of understanding the existence of the phrase, "not in heaven." In Wen Shishi's impression, the girl looks like Bai Ying, and she is a beauty in Joraira's mouth. Slap your face, big eyes, high nose bridge, pink lips. Anyone in the facial features will be brilliant on the face of others, and she will occupy 5 itself, which shows how beautiful it is. The appearance is one aspect, and the temperament is one aspect. Bai Yingruo's name was cold, and she was sitting on the sofa elegantly in a dress, and she was full of high profile, high-looking. She has a cold temperament, and she is also clear. Only when Yin Yi greeted her, she smiled. At other times, she had no expression. Even if there is no expression, sitting there is a painting. Wen Shishi was Bai Ying's Yang fan, and she also remembered that Jiran asked her when the interview. In the crew, Wen Shishi was afraid of the relationship between Yin Yi and Zhou Ran, and did not sign Zhou Ran. This time Bai Ying must have won. Outside the host is in the hot field, the actors inside chatting, makeup. Yin Yi came late and was still reading the word. Bai Ying was holding Weibo with her mobile phone. Wimixi walked over for a while. Bai Ying looked up at her and lowered her head again. "Miss Bai, I am your fan. Can you trouble you to sign me?" Wimbley said. Bai Ying was calm, and Yin Yi, who looked at the words, raised his head. Bai Ying's head was swiped with his mobile phone and didn't speak. The assistant who stood on the side opened his mouth and said, "Thank you, like it, I'm sorry, Miss Bai Ying is not signed during working hours." Wen Shishi, who was rejected, the face was slightly red, and the people around him looked at her. "Okay, I'm sorry. I felt that I had conflicted others," and Wimixi apologized. When she was embarrassed, a lazy sound sounded. Shishi too, when Shishi's eyelids shook, hurried to him, leaned down and asked, "Mr. Ying?" As soon as she leaned, the distance between the two was closer, and Yin Yi looked at her at the corner of her eyes. With a smile on her face, her ears were flushed, her lower lips were tight, and her lips were looming a small pear vortex. Yin Yi asked, "Do you don't like me? Why did you work with me for so many days and didn't ask me to sign?" Wen Shishi. Hearing this, Bai Ying's finger with a mobile phone screen, looking up at Yin Yi. Chapter 7. At the beginning of the event, Yin Yi took off his down jacket and handed it to Wen Shishi on the side. He is the most outstanding among the male actors. A high-definition dress, tailoring in a tailoring, wearing ink butterfly bow tie in the neckline, the elegant people are deep. Yin Yi is very high, and the long down jacket is extremely large. Wen Shishi holds a large down jacket, only looking at Yin Yi with a pair of eyes. The host on the stage was saying the words to render the atmosphere. The brown pupils are through his unique laziness and idleness. After Ying Yi was in the camera, he always looked like this, with a temperament and easy, like a Sangxiang who just drank and appreciated flowers. The host on the stage was introduced, and the field was boiling. Ying Yi's eyes were slightly raised, his lips were smiling, and his legs were on the stage. It was only a few days of effort, and when Cixi looked at Ying Yi, who detonated the audience on the stage, thinking that he was a natural star. When Xixi hugged the kung fu on the down jacket, and came in front of her, she looked up and looked like Bai Yi's assistant Aka. Aka is not tall, with a slightly fat body, short hair, wearing black frame glasses. Miss Wen. Ako greeted with a smile. Ako was her elder. Wimbledee's worship was worshipped and screamed with a smile. Sister Ka, Ako came to send gifts to Wang Xixi. A white box, a bow with blue silk. Passing the box to Wen Xixi, Aka smiled and said, Bai Ying asked me to prepare before the field. This is a small gift from her endorsement product, which contains her signature. How are you embarrassed? It's my tang too, just now, I should apologize to Miss Bai. You can hold it, we have always been good to fans. Ako said that he stuffed the box to Wemixi. Wemixi some helplessly accepted. Aka said, when you were signing a signature just now, she was enti distinguished from her words, and let me apologize to you. In the future it's a friend to meet, don't say so politely. Ako's stories are clear, and one shows that the gift from Bai Ying is because of good fans. Wen Xixi admired Aki more and more. Okay, thank you. Wen Xixi didn't refuse anymore, and thanked him with a smile. At the end of the event, the assistants put down their down jackets on each artist, and then separated their own next notice. Ying Yi came over and stood in front of Wen Xixi, stretched out his arms and waited for Wen Xixi to wear a down jacket for him. Ying Yi stood there, standing long, and half of Wen Xixi's head. Wen Xixi took the gift from Bai Ying and worked hard to wear a down jacket. Ying Yi put on his sleeves, his brown eyes moved slightly, looking down at her, and asked, what kind of baby? Bai Ying and Aki stood beside him. When Xixi glanced at it with a smile, Miss Bai gave Mimi gifts, small gifts for endorsed products, just like Bai Ying, still have no smile. When Xixi said in a row, Ying Yi's lips pressed, and nodded towards Bai Ying slightly, and turned to ask Wen Xixi, do you still want my signature? Yes. Thinking of what Ying Yi said before the stage, Wen Xixi hurry up. The corner of his lips rose. Ying Yi looked at Wen Xixi cordially, posing a posture of signing. Wen Cixi realized that he quickly took the paper and handed it to Ying Yi from the bag. Ying Yi took over, and seemed to sign 2 words on Xiaoben to Wen Xixi. Wen Xixi took a smile and looked at the 2 words of Long Fei Feng on it. Ying Yi stood beside her sideways and saw that she didn't understand. She posted it beside her, her fingers were on the small book, her bones were clear, and she was beautiful and beautiful. Pointing at those 2 words, Ying Yi's words said one word by word. No, Wen Xixi. Bai Ying was going to shoot in X City. After the plane of the night, Aka reminded the 2, and the 2 left. When the parking lot was opened, the door was opened, and Bai Ying took the skirt up and sat in the car. Ying Yi changed his assistant. Bai Ying asked Aki with her eyes closed. In the impression, Ying Yi's assistant seems to be a middle-aged man. It should be, but this little girl hasn't seen it before. Aka said, looking at the 2 together, she should have known each other for a long time. Bai Ying opened his eyes and turned his eyes on Ako's face. Ako looked at, and said with a smile, I go back to check. During the speech, Ako picked up a box from his legs, and Karcher's logo was marked in the center of the box. Aka looked at Bai Ying, and Bai Ying's gaze was also on it. Throw it. Bai Ying finished, closing her eyes again. Ying Yi returned to S City that night, and he announced the next day in City. Wing Cixi waited for him down the stage, and when he was bored, he would brush on Weibo. She hadn't played Weibo before, and even the dishes in the gourmet last time were uploaded by fans to ask her for authorization. After making an assistant, Jia Wan ordered her to open one, and often stared at Jiang Yunyi's news. After registering on Weibo, the first thing she was paying attention to was Yunyi, and later she followed a few food PO owners. The kitchen app is just a food app, users are much worse than Weibo. She watched a few fans of the PO owner of the food, hundreds of thousands of millions. Out of curiosity, she searched for Rulai. I do nt know if I do nt know, a search is frightened. For example, there are more than 3 million fans on Weibo, which is almost the total population of a small city. For example, it is obviously more attentive than taking care of Weibo. In addition to some dishes, there will be some photos of traveling on Weibo. He seems to have a fixed time to travel abroad every year, and the place where travel is very unpopular. His travel is generally with friends, with SLR and various photos. In the scenes of the scenes of the scenes, there will be his photos occasionally. In the desert, the dazzling golden sun, the long yellow sand, like the person standing beside an inconspicuous green plant, smiling very gentle. Wimixi saved the photo in the mobile phone, and occasionally looked at it, with some longing in her heart. Open Weibo. When Xixi searched Yunyi, there are a lot of content. The latest popularity is about a scoop of weak water. Thinking of yesterday's premiere, the two staged the classic confession bridge in the movie in the stage. Wimbledon entered the topic and brushed it twice, and the girl's heart was excited. In the topic of hashtag, there is a moving picture Jiugonga, and the first is the Republic of China movie collaborated by Yunyi and Bai Ying. For the first time, the two of them met. The cold female student Bai Ying floated with shyness in her eyes, and the exaggerated Yunyi's brown eyes were full of stunning and serious. After brushing all the movements, when Xixi's girls trembled into Yunyi and Bai Ying's CP powder. When she continued to brush down, a message popped up on WeChat notification. The message was sent by the person, only 4 words. Such as, "Are you at work?" A heavy hammer knocked in his heart, and when Xixi was knocked back from the pink bubble back to reality. After the last time I comment on her, when Xixi is busy looking for a job for forgetting to reply to the comment. If the person took the initiative to come to WeChat to find her, when Xixi talked to him about the recent unemployment, and if the person took the initiative to let her go to his restaurant to work. At that time, when Xixi knew that if the person opened a private restaurant and was also in S City. Watching the video of the PO, the kitchen furnishings are very high-end, and the space is also large. At first glance, it is not a general private restaurant. Such a proposal surprised Wen Xixi, and naturally, refused without thinking. After rejection, if the person did not show anything, Wen Xixi began to feel a little guilty. Later, I thought that he might just mention it casually. Xixi, well, is there something wrong? Such as, the kitchen mother called me and asked me if I would go. The annual meeting of the kitchen app is in March, but the time is only a month. If there are some fans when they are just entering the kitchen mother, they are not able to be invited to the meeting last year. The launch of the video function has caused his fans to rise sharply, and this year is also qualified to be invited. Wimixi, who had originally refused, hesitated to see the news. What are the reasons why people ask this? Will he go? Do they meet after the two? Wen Xixi has only seen him in the video and has never seen him. To be honest, Wen Xixi was a little bit excited. Her heart is moving, she is still inferior. Wen Xixi pursed a string of words, and when he was sent, he had a meal. Hesitated for a long time, entered a few words, then gritted his teeth, and pressed the sending. Xixi, I think about it. When Yunyi ended, Wen Xixi twisted his brows. The sleeves of the down jacket were put on twice before putting it on. Ying-yi looked at Wimixi, who squatted to the zipper, and yelled, "Cece too," when Cece returned suddenly. The little girl's height was worse than him. She was looking up at him, with thick eyelashes long, her eyes were black and white, and their brows frowned slightly. With a smile in the nose, Ying-yi stood, and he was slightly sneered, making Wen Shishi not so tired when seeing him. "What about the key?" Wen Shishi was unknown, so he asked, "What key?" "Here." Ying-yi's finger stretched out, poked her brows, his fingers were soft and soft. "I don't know, I thought I really deducted your salary." There was the power of Ying-yi's finger in the eyebrows. Wimbledy returned to her, and Ying-yi had only left her back. When Shishi smiled, his eyebrows stretched, and trotted to catch up. Chapter 8. The two went to the parking lot, and the driver was waiting. Ying-yi still had to fly in H-City today. The high-intensity notice made Ying-yi tired of being physically and mentally, and closed his eyes after getting in the car. When Shishi sat aside and looked at Ying-yi's notice from Yi sent by Chawen next week. In addition to filming next week, the 2.1 for Valentine's Day, a scoop of weak water will have a feast. The one scoop of weak water released yesterday was over 8 million in the box office that night. At 5 p.m., the setting sun shines into the car, just happening on Ying-yi's chin. The chin is clean and smooth, the thin lips are tight, the bridge of the nose is tall, the eyebrows are slightly fried, and the eyelashes are slightly thick and slightly curled. Both the facial features and temperament are not picky, but they are slightly embarrassed. When Shishi looked at Ying-yi's face, thinking about the gossip that she brushed on Weibo a few days ago. Ying-yi debuted at the age of 20 and has been 6 years now. From the beginning of his name, he has become popular all over the Z country. Even if the value is rising now, the film and television drama One by One is not very rest. A forum has been deeply taken through Ying-yi's identity, and there is one or two reliable. After Ying-yi's debut, his family members have never exposed online. One of the deep puppets said that Ying-yi's father may be the boss of a bankrupt group. The bankruptcy was put in prison, and the debt owed was repaid by Ying-yi. The reason why this deep stake is reliable is because there are traces to follow. Ying-yi studied management in abroad before the age of 20, and also obtained a management degree. At the age of 20, he went to the film academy to perform a performance. Moreover, the boss of the bankruptcy group that was picked up was also surnamed Yi. When Shishi sat next to Ying-yi, looking at his sleeping face, sighing inexplicably. She followed Ying-yi for a few days and knew Ying-yi's workload. She didn't even spend her birthday with her parents. She had to hold a birthday party. If that deep stake is true, then Ying-yi can see how pitiful it is. From frugality to luxury, from extravagance to frugality, let alone carry so much debt. Ying-yi was about to fall asleep, and the sound of the mobile phone shocked suddenly around him. He frowned and his eyelids lifted. After opening his eyes, he saw that Wen Shishi was looking at him with a pity. Seeing that he woke up, the latter quickly turned his head, only to find that her phone rang. Lian Lian was sorry, just prepared to hang up, but when he saw the caller ID, he froze. "Take it," Ying-yi said. He just woke up, his voice was dumb, and he added a puzzled laziness. "Okay." When Shishi glanced at Ying-yi, pressed the answer, and only said hey, Ying-yi toe leaned on his seat, staring at Wen Shishi with slightly oblique eyes. The little girl kept listening quietly, and the tangles in her eyes became more and more strong. When the people over there were finished, she bit her lower lip slightly, her upper teeth were white and beautiful, and the biting part was slightly white. "I think about it again." After confirming another sentence over there, Wen Shishi loosened his teeth and returned to the warm voice. "I don't know what to say again on the phone." When Xixi responded, smiled and said, "Thank you," and then hung up the phone. After hanging up, Wen Xixi held his mobile phone, rubbed his fingertips on the screen twice, his brows frowned slightly, like two small fish. The phone was called by the Kitchen Nyang app, and asked if she intends to participate in the annual meeting of the Kitchen app. Wen Xixi thought that it was not so good, but a call before the annual meeting of the Kitchen Nyang app could not move. In the past year, she was able to refuse. This year, she listened to the nice female voice on the phone, thinking about the people standing in the desert, and the desire, hope, and inferiority of her inferiority, which made her fall into entanglement. When Xixi pressed the mobile phone screen, and the screen lock screen was a desert photo. She had no courage to put a photo of the person, so she chose a one. "Xixi, help me pinch my head." She was in a daze, and Ying Yi made a voice. "Okay." After returning to God, when Xixi put down his mobile phone, got up and poured the seat behind Ying Yi, put his fingers on Ying Yi's head, and kneaded him. I have to say that Ying Yi Ji enjoys when Xixi to pinch him. There is a godfather who is a Chinese medicine, and the technology is not ordinary. Wen Xixi has a good cooking skills and has a strong squeeze technology. Although he often makes things he hates for him, he also does it. As far as Ying Yi is concerned, the assistant to Wen Xixi is not right. Ying Yi closed his eyes and felt the strength of Wen Xixix's fingertips. He asked, "How many years did you have been with your godfather?" Wimbledon stunned and said, 2 years. After she was sent to Province Y in senior high school, she lived in the small medical hall of the godfather. After the college entrance examination, she chose to fill in the university in City S. She knew that she returned to S City, and Li Jiao didn't jump his feet less. What Li Jiao can control is limited to that family. If Wen Xixi himself is alone, Li Jiao will not be able to control her. Who made the phone just now? Knowing that his phone was awakened by Ying Yi, Wen Xixi felt very scared and nervous. In this way, I didn't have an idle mind to lie, so I had to say a word. An annual meeting of an app invited me to participate. Ying Yi got curious. Being able to participate in the app annual meeting must be exactly, and Ying Yi's understanding of Wen Xixi is still very powerful. I just don't know which app it is. What time? Where? Ying Yi asked lightly, as if he was always at home with Wei Xi. Wen Xixi only said honestly, and said honestly. The 17th of March, at Yingyin International Hotel. Ying Yi sat on his body, Wen Xixi quickly followed, and when he looked up, his head hit the roof. I have a private itinerary that day and is also in Jingyun. If you want to go, you can pass that day. Wen Xixi heard it and tangled it again. Isn't she worried that she had no time to pass? Is she struggling or not? Ying Yi looked up at the back, the latter was sad. Where are you like it? Ying Yi asked coldly. With a jump under his heart, Wimbledon's eyes widened, and quickly said, No, the topic flashed and did not continue. After arriving at H City, Ying Yi stayed in the previous suite. There are night shows in the evening. Seeing her coming in, Ying Yi arranged a sentence, You go and talk to Zhang Dao, I'm too tired today, I won't shoot tonight. As far as Wen Xixi came, Ying Yi really had to rest, high-intensity shooting 3 days, rushed to the premiere, and then went to the city of S, and came back to participate in night shooting. Cha Wen hesitated, and after watching Ying Yi, he nodded and left. Wen Xixi still lived with Ying Yi, thinking that Ying Yi was going to sleep, and she was also going back to her room. As soon as I walked halfway, Ying Yi was called back. You continue to live with me? Ying Yi said, lying on the sofa and said, Help me squeeze my head again. Accepting the arrangement quietly, Wendai put the suitcase and pulled the chair to sit next to the sofa. Open the posture to pinch Ying Yi's head. When the small medical hall is usually busy, Wen Qixi will also help the godfather, and the godfather is not taboo. She wants to teach. But the godfather always looked expressionless, and Wen Qixi was actually a little afraid of him. Annual meeting, go to participate. When Wen Qixi was dazed, Ying Yi suddenly said such a word, and she was stunned. Ying Yi opened his eyes, and his brown pupils were exhausted and lazy. He looked up at Wen Qixi on the top of his head. From this perspective, the little girl's eyelashes were thick and long, and their eyes were black and white. Close his eyes, the man's lips slightly hooked, and he carelessly supplemented. Qixi is still very cute. When Qixi returned to his bedroom, packed up a bath, went to bed in pajamas, and picked up his mobile phone. Click on WeChat, when Qixi looks at the head of the top. It is a dining table, fresh grass green and milk yellow plaid tablecloth with a fine-necked glass bottle on it, and 2 roses are inserted inside the glass bottle, which is fresh and elegant. This is taken by himself. Looking at his usual matching style, he can also see that he is a simple person. If the person lives in her mind, her imagination has fermented his goodness, and his likes to him became more and more eager. The fingers poked twice the avatar of the person, and when the chat box opened, Wen Qixi entered a few words, pursed his lips, and pressed the sending. Qixi, Kitchen Niao customer service called me, and I also participated in the annual meeting. After sending it, Wen Qixi wanted to ask another sentence, don't you go? But pull it to the above chat history. If the person seems to be vaguely showing that she will go, she will ask if it will be a little extra. Hesitating back and forth like this, Wen Qixi felt that he was really a curse. If the person did not reply immediately, after a while, had a reminder, and if the person responded to a voice, Wen Qixi's heartbeat gradually accelerated. His fingers trembled twice and opened. For example, Wen Qixi watched it countless times and was very familiar with his voice. But that kind of voice is different from the present, serious when teaching, and this time, the voice sent with the gentleness of the man. Really? Looking forward to meeting you. After listening to Wen Qixi, his ears were pregnant, and he smiled quietly, holding his mobile phone and sticking to his heart. She went to the courage to participate in the annual meeting, relying on Ying Yi's words. Junren said that she looked good countless times, and she didn't believe it. Ying Yi's phrase, Qixi is still very cute, Wen Qixi really believes. Sure enough, people with high face value are highly credible. Chapter 9. On the 14th of February, Valentine's Day was now arrived. Love Literary Film is a small-cost movie. This time, the profit has brought great profits. The main creators of this film have basically arrived, and even the senior executives of Huchun Entertainment attended the celebration banquet. Except for the director's production, Luo Zigao, one of the directors of Huchun Entertainment, praised Ying Yi. Although Luo Zigao's appreciation is just a few words, the response brings is not ordinary. These praises have confirmed the status of Ying Yi in Huchun Entertainment. The artists in the front had a celebration banquet, and the assistants were waiting behind. Wen Qixi sat in a corner and happened to be able to see Ying Yi. Many media in Qingou banquet, Wen Qixi brushed Weibo and entertainment news, Ying Yi went on a hot search. The box office of A Scoop of Weak Water was sold, and Ying Yi and Bai Ying CP fans more firmly believed that Ying Yi and Bai Ying had been together. Now, in the topic that Wen Qixi pays attention to, there are many new two people's interactive screenshots appear, and she is so cute. While Wemixi brushed Weibo, Bai Ying's assistant Ako once again found her with a gift. However, this gift was not given to her, but to Ying Yi. Arka explained that this is a birthday gift prepared by Bai Ying for Ying Yi. At the end, she also added that she was Ying Yi's new assistant. I may not know that in previous years, Ying Yi and Bai Ying would escort birthday gifts. Since Ako said so, Wen Shishi could only accept it and thank you. With the gift, Wen Shishi continued to brush Weibo, but his mind was on the gift from Bai Yi in his hand. Ying Yi's birthday tomorrow, Bai Yingda can be delivered to the courier tomorrow, but chose to send it today. Bai Ying gave this gift today, and Wen Shishi sniffed some taste. Bai Ying should be somewhat interesting to Ying Yi. But the woman's reserved will not let her give gifts in the name of Valentine's Day. If it is delivered in the name of the birthday gift, it can test Ying Yi's heart. Too embarrassing. Unexpectedly, Bai Ying, who was as cold as the moon on weekdays, would also have these thoughts of the little daughter's house. In terms of self-concern, Wen Shishi felt that Bai Ying and Ying Yi were very good. Both of them are the facade of Huchen Entertainment. The status of the entertainment industry is almost the same, and the age is similar. If they are together, they can also satisfy the wish of a bunch of CP powder. At the end of the celebration banquet, it was 9 o'clock in the evening, and the driver drove Ying Yi and Wen Shishi back to the residence. In the car, Wen Shishi handed the gift to Ying Yi. Ying Yi rubbed his eyebrows, glanced on his eyes, and his eyes were slightly raised. After receiving, he looked up at Wen Shishi. "This is the birthday gift that Miss Bai Ying gave you." Wen Shishi smiled and said, "Sister Ke said that Bai Ying went early today and couldn't give it to you in person, let me transfer it." After that, Wen Shishi replaced Bai for Bai Ying said good words. Miss Bai is really intimate, the gift is prepared 1 day in advance. Ying Yi and Bai Ying's earliest cooperation was 3 years ago. That year, Ying Yi's birthday, Bai Ying was a gift from his birthday. The next year was also a gift from her birthday. In the third year, Valentine's Day gift. Moreover, the celebration banquet that the two participated together gave the gift to his assistant. Putting the gift aside, Ying Yi didn't look at it again. Instead, I looked at Wen Shishi sitting next to her. Wimbledon was still talking. After she finished speaking, Ying Yi smiled and asked, "CP powder?" Wen Shishi did not expect that he was so obvious that he raised it. Seeing Ying Yi, he laughed and did not deny it. With a look, Ying Yi's arms were on the back of the chair and stared at Wen Shishi. After a while, laughed, Ying Yi's index finger bent slightly, knocking lightly at the forehead of Wen Shishi. Ying Yi said, "What CP, can you just do one of me?" Wen Shishi. The driver drove off the two, and there was a special person in the villa. Ying Yi was coming back tonight. Not closed. The salty wet sea breeze, the dark sea, the lights of the Baishan villa on the shore are bright, and it is like a day to illuminate the sea water. The floor-to-ceiling window in the room was opened, the curtains were encouraged, and the wet wind blew in. Ying Yi entered the room, and Wen Shishi first closed the floor window. Closed the window, Wen Shishi pushed the door and entered the bath water for Ying Yi. Time is not early, she has to go home after she is busy. When entering the door, Ying Yi was facing her sideways and was standing under the light. The fingers with clear bone joints hooked the tight-a-tear, and the corners of the lips were slightly smiling, and the sound was clear and nice. "Thank you, Mom, of course, I haven't forgotten my birthday today." "Okay." Wen Shishi's movement stopped abruptly. "Ying Yi's birthday today. Isn't it tomorrow?" Wen Shishi's head stuffed into the open door crack. "Well, if you go home, you will cook your longevity noodles." When I called the phone, Ying Yi turned to sit at the end of the bed, and my body fell down. Looking at the door, he looked at Wen Shishi's gaze. Ying Yi laughed and talked with his mother warmly. Listening to the content of the phone seemed to be today's birthday. When the stars enter the entertainment industry, there will be renames. I have never heard that there are still birthdays. Wen Shishi thought carefully about Ying Yi's notice today. Opening his eyes was filming. After the filming, he attended business activities. After the event ran to the city of S to participate in the celebration banquet. I was working on my birthday. I remembered the deep stake I saw in the forum, and when Xixi was distressed. What did you decide under his heart? When Xixi took the door and went to the kitchen. Yingyi and his mother called the call for a moment, hung up the phone to take off the suit. Yingyi, who only took a shirt, got out of the door, and when Xixi did not come in after he went out. Pulling the door and walking out, Yingyi listened to the kitchen that there were some movements in the kitchen. As soon as he was about to pass, when Xixi walked out with a bowl of noodles, Yingyi's eyes moved. When Xixi saw him coming out, he didn't avoid taboos. He walked towards the living room and said with a smile, "Do you want to eat longevity noodles?" When he called with his mother, Yingyi did not avoid it. He knew that he was heard by Wimple, and he arrived in the living room with Wimple. Seeing that she put the chopsticks, Yingyi too raised her legs and sat on the sofa. The man's legs were very long, and he had not had time to change his clothes before returning home, and only took off the suit jacket. Black trousers and white shirts are lined, and under the pure white crystal lights of the living room, it is cold and abstainable. He looked at the longevity noodles, lying on his face with a poached egg and white vapor. Tap my call. Yingyi took the chopsticks handed over by Xixi and asked with a smile. It's not intentional. When Xixi said embarrassedly. Yingyi didn't pay much attention. What he cared about was whether he hated something in this bowl of longevity. Before moving the chopsticks, Yingyi looked up at Wen Xixi on the opposite side. His eyes were slightly loose, and his index finger knocked on the desktop. Xixi to Wimbledy's scalp was numb. Before Yingyi asked, his fingers looked at the sky and said honestly, "Put a egg with a noodles in clean water. What you hate is not put." The eyes moved slightly. Yingyi stared at it. For a long while, the latter was sincere. He put down his vigilance and picked up chopsticks. "If I am at home, my mother will make a longevity noodle for me, thank you." Yingyi was so people's love, and the mother's love of Wimbledy was flooded. All day to make money and pay debts, even the birthday could not see the family. Wing6's cooking skills are really good, a bowl of soup noodles is particularly delicious. Yingyi ate a little, chatted with Wing6, and asked, "How do you live your birthday?" When he mentioned his birthday, Wen Xixi thought a meal and tilted the corner of his mouth and said, "Just live it." Her birthday is just a day when she is in a hukou, not her birthday. She was born a few days after a few days, and only her mother knew, but she had never seen her mother since she was a child. Yingyi looked up at her and didn't ask much. He didn't eat much for dinner. After eating a bowl of noodles, he didn't move the chopsticks. When Xixi took the chopsticks and asked Yingyi, "Your birthday is the 14th of February. Why is it the 15th of February? Legs sit on the sofa, arms on the sofa back." Yingyi took out his mobile phone and brushed his Weibo. His brown eyes stared at the screen, and asked, "What day is the 14th of February? Wimbledy thought for a long time, saying, "Valentine's Day." Viewing from the screen and placed on Wing6's face, Yingyi's expression was faint, and his beautiful fingers scratched. Turn the phone screen downward. The throat is slightly moved, and the sound is clear. Valentine's Day is to be reserved alone with her lover. How can I have a birthday with the fans? Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the sea breeze whistled at night, and the coldness could not blow into the room. Wen Xixi sat on the sofa, sitting on the opposite side of Yingyi. The man was wearing a white shirt, lifted the cuffs, and the button of the neckline unbuttoned 2 capsules, revealing half a beautiful collarbone. There are only 2 of them in the huge space. Wen Xixi. Chapter 10. Wen Xixi accepted the chopsticks into the kitchen and put the bath water for Yingyi. Ying Yi came in from the living room and leaned his arms on the door frame of the bathroom. How do you go home? Ying Yi looked at Wen Xixi. The bathroom was a little hot, and the small assistant's cheeks were hot. Turn a taxi. Wen Xixi didn't care. She came to Baiqing Villa. She took a bus when she was not in a hurry. She would take a taxi when she was in a hurry. She lived far away and thought of a taxi money for a while. Now there is no car. Ying Yi glanced at his wrist and turned around. Let's go, I'll take you home. The man's back was tall, and in a word, Wing Ji was shocked. She is just a little assistant, how can she let Ying Yi drive her back? Moreover, if it was photographed by the entertainment, Cha Wen had to wipe another ass. When Chuan was unhappy, he really deducted her salary. No, I can call one with a taxi software. Wimbley's legs were short, and I didn't keep up with Ying Yi. She accelerated. Ying Yi stood at the staircase and stopped. Wimixi had no time to brake and hit his back, making her oh. Wimixi was hit with red eyes. Slowly turned around, Ying Yi glanced at Wen Xixi, who rubbed his nose and knocked on her forehead, saying, I want to take a ride and give you home, by the way. Sleeping, patting me, and assistant scandal? Wimixi was knocked and understood later. Ying Yi insisted on doing good people and good things, she couldn't stop it. No, when Xixi took the bag and agreed to go downstairs. Behind Baiqing is a small garden, the stone road paved by pebbles, turning to the garage. At night, you can only hear the turbulent sound of waves, mixed with salty and wet taste. My mother said that I bought a car as a birthday gift, so I drove it. Then, Ying Yi opened the garage door with his mobile phone remote control. Although Ying Yi was a car he bought for him, Wen Xixi didn't think so. If Ying Yi repaid the debt at home, the fucking money was probably given by him. Now, Ying Yi's notice is still so much, and the debt does not know how it is. On weekdays, the company is a nanny car and driver sent by the company. When Xixi's compassion and mother's love became directly proportional, and it became more and more flooded, looking at Ying Yi's eyes became more and more pity. Until the garage door opened, Wimixi looked at a dozen cars that were neatly placed in the garage, and she panting up and took a sip. Ying Yi entered the garage and stood in front of a Rolls-Royce. He was charming and sexy under the light in the light. Wimple does not recognize the car, she only recognizes a few car logo. The cars in the garage, Bentley, Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini. All kinds of cool sports cars are dull, and are consistent with the low-key luxury on the first floor of Baiqing Villa. When Xixi was stunned at the door, his eyes were round, and his eyes were unpredictable. Humming in his nose, Ying Yi opened the white Phantom in front of him. After he was able to drive in an adult, his mother Yi Yizhu gave him a sports car every year, and he changed a Phantom this year. The sports car is a representative of single, such as Phantom, such a high sedan. Fucking is a disguised marriage. Go in the car. Ying Yi opened the door, his elbows supported on the door frame, looking at Wen Xixi, and said lightly, "Oh, okay." When Xixi retracted his mother's love, took back his pity, his face was stretched, and he opened the door and got on the car. Ying Yi launched the car and drove out of the garage. For the first time, Wen Xixi took such an expensive car and looked at it with a good look. After a long while, he leaned on the seat and looked at Ying Yi, who was driving sideways. When Ying Yi drove, his posture was comfortable and relaxed, and his expression was rare and serious. The beautiful fingers held the steering wheel and slid back and forth. At first glance, it was an old driver. The car is a new car, not even music, but only hear the female voice in the map navigation say left and right. Wen Xixi suppressed the gossip heart for one night, and eventually did not suppress it. She moved her body, and after a while, she opened her mouth. "Mr. Ying, The Ying family of the Yi group. Have nothing to do with you. In such a late time, there were not many cars on the coastal highway. The waves shot around the shore, and the car galloped. Ying Yi listened to Wen Qixi's mouth, and glanced at her scattered. Her beautiful hand hit the steering wheel, the car turned, and Ying Yi opened her mouth. Xixi, too, I will watch more news webcasts in the future, and look at the gossip of the wind and catch a little bit. Wimbledy learned a lesson, and quickly nodded and thought that he was thinking of his salary of more than 3,000 a month. A luxury car lives in a big star with tens of millions of films in the Seaview Villa, and feels that he is really a big fool. As a small assistant with a salary of more than 3,000 a month, Ying Yi thought that Wen Xixi would live in a remote place in the suburbs. Unexpectedly, the car drove into the urban area and went into a good community in a good area. Driving downstairs in the Wimbledy unit, Ying Yi's parking, holding his hand on the steering wheel, watching Wen Xixi on the co-pilot. Thank you, Mr. Ying. Wen Xixi saw the home and unbuttoned the seat belt and opened the door. From the car, Wen Xixi suddenly remembered something, and helped the door and looked up and asked Ying Yi on the car, Mr. Ying, do you want to go to my house? The unclear look floated after a while. Xixi too, Wen Xixi couldn't wait to bite his tongue. Ying Yi smiled and said, this time, a woman told a man to go to her house, usually not to sit down. You go slowly. Wen Xixi interrupted Ying Yi's words, bowed deeply and closed the door. Ying Ying in the car smiled and rushed to Wen Xixi before the car waved his hand, driving away. It wasn't until the shadow of Chiying and Wen Xixi entered the corridor and climbed home. Wimbley finished washing, and her back pain was painful. After going to bed, Wen Xixi calculated the time and sent a WeChat to Ying Yi. After confirming that Ying Yi went home, he fell asleep with his eyes closed. At 10 a.m., Wen Xixi took the bus to Baichen Villa. Ying Yi had already got up and was in the lazy chair sitting outside the balcony to bask in the sun. He greeted Ying Yi, and Wen Xixi took out a delicate small box from the bag and handed it to Ying Yi. I thought you didn't bring it today's birthday. I made up today. Although Ying Yi is so rich and nothing is missing, what you should have. Ying Yi laughed, reached out, dismantled the box, and took out the gift. It was a wooden mini autumn. Small gadgets, not worthy. Wimixi said. The fingers rubbed Qiu Qian and the texture of the wood grain across his fingertips. Ying Yi put Xiao Qiu Qian on the round table next to the lazy chair. The round table is covered with a light blue tablecloth with a thin white porcelain bottle in the middle with a starry star. The sea breeze of the morning was blowing slightly, and Xiao Qiu Qian was blown up. Ying Yi looked at the swinging Qiu Qian back and forth. With a smile in the brown eyes, he looked at Wen Xixi and said, "Thank you, I like it." At 2 in the afternoon, the driver came on time. The birthday will be in a 5-star hotel with the entire 22nd floor. Wen Xixi was waiting in the background lounge to open in the background. Ying Yi wore a black suit today, with long legs. Sitting idle on the sofa and looking at the mobile phone, Gao Leng was abstinence. Wen Xixi was boring and sat next to playing games. Wimbledy is not good at playing games, and the 188 level that eliminates the fun has been unable to play. After she failed 3 times in a row, the people around her suddenly moved, and a long fingertile hand took her mobile phone, and the man's clear voice sounded. I'll help you. As soon as Wen Xixi looked up, Ying Yi's eyebrows were slightly crushed, and the brown eyes were gaze with her IQ. It can be seen that the 3 times she just fought was watched by him. Okay. Wen Xixi was staring a little unconvinced. She watched Ying Yi start with her mobile phone and said, "This level is really difficult. Move." He seemed to have never played this game. After moving 2 times, he found the rules. The following was very smooth: 3 or 5, and gave this level. Wen Xixi, do you want me to help in the next level? Ying Yi finished speaking, found a shock in his hand, and glanced subconsciously, showing the 2 words Li Xiao on it. Sending the phone to Wen Xixi, Ying Yi said, "You call." Looking at the name of the caller ID, Wen Xixi's expression froze, pursed his lips slightly, and pressed the answer. "Xixi, I will take a friend to see the house at 9 o'clock today." Li Jiao came over by the unreasonable voice. "I may not get off work yet at 9 o'clock. When Xixi whispered with her mobile phone, raised her eyes, and she quickly dodged to Ying Yi's gaze. "That's not okay. My friend can't offend. You can't go back and give me the key," Li Jiao said. Wimple just refused. At this time, a man's anger suddenly came from outside the door. When Xixi reacted, when he looked up at the door to confirm the situation, he only listened to the door bang and was kicked apart. A high fierce muscle man with more than 1 meter 8 meters appeared outside. The man came to Ying Yi after seeing Ying Yi in the house. He scolded and slammed towards Ying Yi. "Sir!" Wen Xixi shouted well, and he had to stop him if he couldn't care about his mobile phone. However, her strength was too weak, and she was pushed by a muscular man backhand before stopping. Wimbledy stunned, hitting the sofa with one end, bang, a pain in front of the forehead. "Mr. Sir!" he shouted, and Wimbledy's eyes were looking up. She hadn't worked hard, her neck was held, and she was light under her, and was mentioned by Ying Yi. When Xixi looked up, Ying Yi's lips tightly, his eyes were cold, and after putting down Wen Xixi, he lifted his feet to the muscular man. The muscle man did not dodge, and he greeted his foot on the front. This foot was very strong. The muscular man took 2 steps back, sitting on the ground with his buttocks and his chest panting. Ying Yi was raised quickly and fiercely, and the bodyguards chased out of the rest were taken aback. Seeing Ying Yi's action, I did not practice for 10 or 8 years. Wen Xixi sat on the sofa and rubbed her forehead. Ying Yi stood beside her. Her face was cold, as if she was very angry. He put his hand on Wen Kai's forehead, frowned, and asked, "How?" After being cared about, Wen Xixi was still a little moved. It was okay to say that it was okay. Ying Yi's next sentence made her almost angry. "Bleeding." Ying Yi looked at the muscular man who was uniform in the bodyguard. There was no mood in the brown eyes. She was stupid enough, you still hit her head. Wen Xixi, who was moved. Chapter 11. The muscular man who is in trouble is a soft meal. His girlfriend likes Ying Yi to chase the stars and does not give him to him. Buying the basketball shoes he wanted, he was unbalanced in his heart, so he ran to smash. Even the ticket was not willing to buy it, or he stole his girlfriend. After the security guard came out, he was still scolding the ugly words in his mouth, saying why the money he made by his girlfriend was spent to Yi Yi, and Wen Xixi listened to it. If you do know the cause, I think that the muscular men and women will take money to come to Ying Yi. Chasing the stars is personal preferences, who is not spending money to buy happiness. Ying Yi can be liked by fans. It is his ability. Besides, he is usually good to fans, and valuable gifts never accept it. Wen Xixi felt that Ying Yi was a bit wrong. But thinking about the words that Ying Yi said just now, Wimity suddenly felt that Ying Yi continued to be wronged. Ying Yi was cold and he did not care about the muscular man. He arranged for the hotel staff to get a cooked egg and pressed it on Wen Xixi's forehead. It was not light when I hit it just now, and the forehead was obviously drum. With a bleeding of the eggs, Wen Xixi grinned the eggs and began to vindicate for his IQ, "I don't stupid." Wen Xixi's voice was very small, but the 2 were approaching, and the 2 were close. No one else. The empty space enlarged her voice. Ying Yi's nose snorted and asked, "Are you stupid? Do you still rush up?" "I am not." When Xixi was excited, no, didn't not come out for a long time. She didn't know that when she saw someone coming in and troubled, she subconsciously protected Yingyi. Instead of defining this behavior next, it is not her stupid, but because her subordinates are loyal to Yingyi, the boss. When Xixi lost her movement, Yingyi looked down at her rolling eggs and smiled at the corner of her lips. A little accident does not affect the orderly birthday. Chuan controls the field, and the birthday will end at 8 p.m. Yingyi got off the stage. When Xixi took a down jacket and put him on him. Yingyi wore clothes, looked at her red pawn in front of her forehead, raised her hand and touched her head. Blushing heartbeat. Is it still painful? Yingyi's eyebrows and whispered. Well. It doesn't hurt much. When Xixi said with a blushing heartbeat and said with a scalp. The driver sent the two to home. When Xixi went to pack Yingyi to clean up the room to take a bath water. It was almost 9 o'clock. Li Jiao's phone began to call frequently. When Xixi felt annoyed and threw the mobile phone to the side. After packing the room, when Xixi went to the living room and was ready to leave with Yingyi. Yingyi took a camera and took a picture at the table. When I saw her out, I beckoned and said, "Come on, are you photographing? It's time for you to glow and heat." When Xixi walked over and took the camera in Yingyi's hand. Love. Bin Gen 645D is the favorite camera of Wen Xixi. Taking this. Yingyi sat on the sofa with his legs, pointing at Xiao Qiuqian in front of him. Seeing that Qiuqian was going to be taken in a photo, when Xixi was a little happy. She focused on the camera, and before she was shot, she got up and went to the balcony and took 2 stars. After shooting, when Xixi picked 2 and sent it to Yingyi. Yingyi opened the picture and glanced at it, and the photo was taken in particular. Little Autumn is full of stars, fresh and leisurely. The effect of the camera was not a little better than the mobile phone lens. When Xixi held the camera and pointed at Yingyi sitting on the sofa. After focusing, press the shutter. In the photo, Ying Yipun sat on the sofa and knocked on the mobile phone. Men are wearing white tee and grey trousers, and the slightly rolled bangs hang in front of the forehead, and the long rolled eyelashes tremble slightly. The bridge of the nose is tall, and his lips are red, like a beautiful boy under the green willow sun. Good-looking people make people unable to move their eyes. When Xixi stared at Yingyi, who was just taken in the camera, thinking about what Yingyi would look like when he was in high school. The bell sounded in the living room, and when Xixi glanced at the time, and said to Yingyi, "Mr. Ying, I will leave first. If you go now, you can catch the last bus." Yingyi's eyes kept staring at the screen, and when Xixi was the default, and left the Baixing villa with a bag. When Xixi arrived home, it was almost 10 o'clock. She put down her bag and moved her body, ready to take a bath. Before he arrived at the bathroom, the knock on the door of the bang sounded, accompanied by Li Jiao's anger. "Wen Xixi, you open the door for me." I didn't expect Li Jiao to come over at this time, and it didn't seem to be a good thing to listen to this tone. When Xixi was slightly nervous, and glanced from the cat's eyes, only Li Jiao, who had a blue face outside. Wimixi opened the door. "Aunt Li, what about the key?" Li Jiao put Gucci on the sofa and looked aggressive. He reached out and asked Wen Xixi for the key. She waited downstairs at 9 o'clock and found the unlocking company. It could not prove that the homeowner unlocked the company and did not open the door. She waited for a fire this hour, and she said that she would return Wen Xixi to 9 o'clock, and she did not return until 10 o'clock. Wen Xixi stunned and said with a smile, "Aunt Li, this house is now, and the key is inconvenient for you. You also know that you just live here." Li Jiao interrupted Wen Xixi's words and ridiculed, "The house is your dad, belonging to the common property of me and your dad. I want the key now, you still don't want to give it to me. Li Jiao did not stop tonight. Wen Xixi smiled and said, then also pass by my dad. Wen Xixi. Li Jiao sneered and said, you also know how annoying your dad because your mother is. You will give me the key now, you can still live here, 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 you can still live here. Don't give it to me, you have no qualifications to live here. After Ying Yi will seize the popular comment editing, he will post a happy birthday Weibo with a large number. After posting, he quickly switches the number. He commented on a trumpet. After the comments on the upper right corner of he opened the address book and called Wen Xixi. Wen Xixi did not answer the phone, but Ying Yi saw Winsifer's mobile phone that had been on the screen but did not ring the screen in the bedroom. At the time of the phone, Ying Yi took Wen Xixi's mobile phone and went downstairs to the garage. He had to hurry to let Wen Xixi like him. Sending Li Jiao away, Wen Xixi sat on the sofa in a daze. She was very dry, thinking about what Li Jiao said, and her dad and even everyone who knew her when she looked at her. Wimixi raised her head and stubbornly shed tears back. She was born of her mother, but she lived for more than 20 years. Most of the sorrows were related to her mother. Ying Yi reached Wen Xixi's house and knocked twice. After a while in the door, I heard the sound of slippers stepped on the ground. As soon as the door opened, Wen Xixi looked at him in surprise and asked, Mr. Ying, how do you come? Xixi swallowed her eyes because she raised her eyes and saw Wen Xixi's red eyes. His eyes moved slightly, and the phone was handed to Wen Xixi and said, you have forgotten your mobile phone. Wen Xixi still wondered what Li Jiao would do after Li Jiao took away her key. For Ying Yi's big star, there was no doubt about running her little assistant to send this little assistant. Come in and sit. Wen Xixi smiled with her lips, stretched some spirit, and turned back to the living room. Raising his eyes and sweeping Wen Xixi's home, the decoration was very comfortable, quite like Wen Xixi. Wen Xixi went to the kitchen and made Ying Yi a cup of fruit tea. Although she laughed, she was dazed from time to time, and she was farewell when she was holding fruit tea, and almost fell. Ying Yi reached out subconsciously. Wen Xixi became stood up like a tumbler. Looking at her like this, Ying Yi couldn't help laughing. Mr. Ying, what's the matter with you? Wen Xixi knew that Ying Yi's trip was not as simple as sending a mobile phone, so he asked. You log into your Weibo and help me like it. Ying Yi didn't make a circle, and said directly with Wen Xixi. Wen Xixi turned on the phone and opened Weibo, and then found that Ying Yi posted a happy birthday Weibo, and the picture of this Weibo was the one she took just now. The gifts they gave, the photos they took were used on Weibo. Wen Xixi was happy, and his brows stretched. She originally thought that Ying Yi was let her praise her on this Weibo. Who expected? Ying Yi arranged, you find the 2525, which is the one who commented on the happy birthday of the male god, that is my trumpet, click praise, send me to the popular. Wen Xixi. According to Ying Yi's instructions, Wen Xixi gave a praise. Ying Yi's Weibo was only posted for half an hour. The comments had broken 10,000, but his small number of likes was very small, and he was quickly drowned among tens of thousands of comments. When he put the phone, he thought about it for a long time, and asked Wen Xixi, what are the reason why you said that I didn't grab the popularity? Wen Xixi looked at it with a comment and replied, netizens like gossip. Try the Bai Ying on a hot time. The lights of the living room are soft, and there are only 2 people in the living room with a slightly crowded living room. After listening to Wen Xixi's words, Ying Yi smiled angrily. His hands were crossed, and the brown eyes were full of laziness. Ying Yi's long tone and screamed leisurely. Xixi to the nightmare-like voice screaming Wimbledon, and immediately refers to the loyalty of the vow, I only like you, just do you, don't make CP. Wimixie's little emotions. Does the forehead still hurt? Wen Xixi froze, but did not expect Yingyi to ask this. To be honest, it hurts when I was hit, and now it is much better. Wen Xixi rubbed it and said, it's not a pain, it's not a big deal. The brown eyes moved slightly. Yingyi raised his hand on Wen Xixi's head, rubbed it twice, and said, can't make you hurt so much, let's say, what rewards want. Wen Xixi looked up at Yingyi and asked, is everything? Only by making you happy. Chapter 12. Yingyi's words will make Wen Xixi feel better. But she would not tell Yingyi at home that her affairs would only make the listener hate it. Moreover, Yingyi is just her boss. Wen Xixi drank a mouthful of fruit tea and said with a smile, then give me a paying salary. This is the most practical idea at present. Li Jiao now just wants the key to go. I don't know when I will collect the house. Walk. She wants to stand in City S. It is impossible to rent a house and live a life. Okay. Wen Xixi didn't want to say more. Yingyi didn't ask carefully. The fruit tea handed over with Wimbledy handed on his hand, took a sip, sour and sweet, and a slight floral fragrance. The taste was not too bad. What did you do? Yingyi took another sip, glanced at the porcelain cup in his hand, and the tea became light orange. Rose fruit tea. Wimbledy poured out the cup and brought out. Yingyi was unclear what he put in it. Wen Xixi pursed his lips and said with a smile, there are lemon and fragrant pears. One of the fruits that Yingyi didn't like to eat. At 10 o'clock now, today #rescue the picky boss, #big battle is also perfect. The eyes were slightly moved, Yingyi sighed softly, and the tone stretched again. Xixi too, when Xixi laughed and said, you said you want to raise your salary, you also say that gentlemen say a word, and it is difficult for the horse to chase. The sharp girl, how could she not live? Wen Xixi. The key at home gave Li Jiao, and Wimixie replaced the bedroom door again. She couldn't attack, she could only retreat. Since then, Li Jiao hasn't called her for more than a month. Wen Xixi asked Yingyi to raise her salary. She thought she'd just increased a few $100. She did not expect that the salary would arrive next month, and there was 10,000 more. This made Wen Xixi a little scared, just like eating the last dinner. I thought Yingyi was doing what he hated to eat, so he finally sent her some condolences to dismiss her. She called Cha Wen to explore the wind. Cha Wen heard her vomiting a few words, and suddenly laughed. Rest assured, I won't dismiss you, Yingyi likes you. Hanging the phone, Wen Xixi touched the meaning of I like you, and finally summarized it. This kind of like should be said to be the boss's emphasis on his subordinates. Whether I go to school or work, Wen Xixi has never been emphasized. This greatly increased her confidence and decided to do more about Yingyi in the future to eat him. In March, Wen Xixi's mood was looking forward to and embarrassed. Perhaps it was because she was about to meet. If the person chatted with her more frequently, she even sent her a few photos in the kitchen. The inclined sun was shot to the door of the kitchen through the kitchen window. If the appearance of the person is nothing compared to Yingyi's, but he is better than the gentle temperament, making people feel that he is very easygoing. With him, he will never be hurt by a little bit. Wen Xixi longed for the life of Ruwu. She had a child from a young age to open a private restaurant to study her favorite dishes and make it for those who like to eat. Except for morning and lunch, you can soak in the kitchen at other times, or study recipes, or learn flower arrangement, or study new sets. Whenever I was free, about 2 or 3 like-minded friends went to the place where I have never been there, and feel that I have never felt it. But this is just a dream. Good. Perhaps, she and the person will be a good combination. She is responsible for cooking, and he is responsible for operation. If you are a very well-known chef, you can see it from the number of fans on his Weibo. The annual meeting blinked, and the driver sent Ying Yi and Wen Xixi to the hotel. Ying Yi is a private itinerary this time. The hat of the hat's sunglasses does not fall. He didn't have to look at his face, his body was long and upright, his temperament was cold and aurelated, and he was in dark tone clothes. The annual meeting was on the 20th floor of the hotel, and when Xixi first got off the elevator. See the invitation letter to the registered person at the door and take over his identity card. The staff at the door is the waiter of the hotel and does not know Wen Xixi's chef ID. After handing to Wen Xixi's identity card, the two continued to chat with each other just now. That person is not only a chef, but also the owner of a private restaurant, and handsome and rich, can cook. It is a perfect husband. When Xixi listened to the two of them chatted, and the corners of their lips gradually rose, and their moods were nervous and nervous. The 22nd floor of the Jingying Hotel is a specialized annual meeting. The front is the platform, the second half is a chair, and the place near the platform is a round table. The staff led Wen Xixi to the front round table, and Wemixi said thanked and sat down. She raised her eyes and scanned the famous names placed on the table, all of which were large V with more than 50,000 fans in the kitchen girl. In the place where she was obliquely, the word like was quietly placed there. When Xixi glanced, and her heart was inexplicably nervous. She came earlier, and the lights in the hall were as bright as day, only a few sporadic people. She sat on the table for a while and got up to the bathroom. The toilet in the lobby is connected to the corridor in the background. Shu is because people have not yet reached Qi, and the hot wind in the corridor has not been warm. When Xixi was cold, and looked up at the sign of the women's bathroom, and pushed the door in. She just closed the door of the compartment, and suddenly banged outside. Wincisa shrank. As soon as she was about to open the partition door, a fierce kiss of men and women suddenly came from outside the door. "What should I do here?" a female voice asked with a smile. "This is exciting." A male voice said with a smile, his voice was sinking and nice, even if he was physiological and fell, he still brought his original tenderness. Holding his hand on the door handle, when Xixi stood in the compartment, listening to the sound of men and women outside, and tinnitus, as if dreaming. The two outside the door did not finish what should be done according to the original plan. Women obviously did not want to be eaten by men so easily. The two of them grinded for a while, and after sorting out some time, they pushed the door and went out. When the people inside go out, the people outside also come in. The man opened the door of the Wimbledon compartment and saw Winchi standing inside, and his heart jumped. "I scared me, you didn't say anything." After the man finished speaking, he stared at Wincixi and looked at it with a surprise. "Are you Xixi?" The woman's figure was slightly fat, pierced with the ponytail, he looks thick and his dress is very comfortable. When Xixi was called by her. After returning to God, the heart in the chest seemed to be stunned fiercely, and she felt hurt afterwards. She did not hear it right, the voice of the man just now is the voice of the person. She stood a little unstable. The woman quickly helped her and introduced herself first. "I am Bai Kai, the kitchen mother app, leave you in space. I came in behind you and saw your back." After the self-familiar Bai Kai pulled Wen Xixi and said, he said, "Are you going to the bathroom, right? You wait for me for a while, I will go to the lobby with you. Think of what to do next." After Bai Kai went to the toilet, he went out and pulled her to the lobby. In the hall, people have gradually become uniform. When Xixi was pulled at the table by Bai Kai, and said to the person who had already come to the table, "Hey, let's introduce, this is Xixi." The people on the table were just Qi. And two men were sandwiched among the women. One is the person. As soon as Wen Xixi came over, someone smiled and said, "This is not very beautiful. Why didn't you come in the first two annual?" Wen Xixi looked up and looked at the person sitting opposite. If you look thinner and handsome than watching the video, he is sitting there quietly, with amazing eyes, a gentle smile in his eyes, smiling with a stuck in Wimbley's head. Wen Xixi really dressed up today, and also asked Ying Yi's makeup artist assistant to help me make makeup. In her eyes, she felt that she was not good looking. However, in the eyes of outsiders, her facial features, gentle temperament, clear eyes, and her body exuding purity. Have you ever seen a beautiful woman? The familiar female sounded, when Xixi shook her teeth, looked up, and a very beautiful woman sat next to the person. When Xixi recognized her, and it was a rising show of the kitchen mother. She is also very beautiful, and video teaching gives her a large number of fans. She focused on baking and opened a Taobao shop to monopolize baking products. In the washing room, the two of them lingered in their ears. Wimbley's eyes were sour. She seemed to be picked out from the desert, and put it between a pile of stones, lonely and inferior. Sorry, I still have something. Wen Xixi said vaguely, getting up and going, and was stopped by Ling Lang. Come here, why go? Ling Lang said with a smile and asked, You haven't said it yet. I haven't come in the past 2 years. Why is this year? I am curious. After that, Ling Lang the arm stabbed next to the person, and sneered and said, Isn't it for the sake of the person? When Xixi shook down, and the gossip eyes were staring at her. It was stolen by a person. The opposite person made a laugh, and the low and gentle voice seemed to penetrate Wen Xixi's eardrum. Where I have such a big charm. Oh, you too, alas. Ling Lao's red lips laughed, but his eyes were full of disdain. Others have gradually attached to peace. The gossip is the relationship between the two. This person says that every time they leave a message in Wen Xixi's space, and the saying that Wen Xixi personally guides Rulai to cook. Just want to escape. She was sitting on a chair, and everyone's mouth seemed to make her thousands of knives. When she was about to support it, her shoulders sank, and one hand was pressed on her head. Wen Xixi's eyes trembled, and the familiar sound sounded on the top of her head, clear and nice. Baby, we should go. It was Ying Yi. Chapter 13. The emergence of Ying Yi attracted the attention of everyone on the table. He still wears a hat and mask, a long grey coat, leaning forward slightly, tall and outstanding. It was like a pile of messy numbness, and Wen Xixi looked up at Ying Yi. The mask covered his half face, with only a pair of brown eyes and wide eyelids. His eyes were bright and godly, and he seemed to laugh. Okay. Wen Xixi responded with Ying Yi. Holding Wen Xixi's left hand in his right hand, Ying Yi nodded with the people on the table and pulled Wen Xixi away from the table. Ying Yi's touch is the same as that, with a clear bone festival, and the toughness of some men. The temperature of the palm was low, and Wen Xixi wondered that the clothes he had paired with him was not warm enough. After walking from the table, Wen Xixi gradually calmed down, and had some leisure time to think about other things. Ying Yi's timely rescue the scene made her not that embarrassing. Moreover, Ying Yi's baby just shook her heart, and the girl's heart was sprouting. Wen Xixi's red face later. When I walked to the VIP lounge in the lobby, Ying Yong patted Wen Xixi's hand. With an empty hand, Wen Xixi's fingers trembled and pursed his lips. Ying Yi, just on the 20th floor. He obviously went to the floor above. Why did he go to the 20th floor again now? When Xixi thought so, Ying Yi opened the door of the VIP lounge alone, and a smile came in it, asking, How do you guess? Ying Yi pulled Wen Xixi's arm and said, I remembered the wrong floor. There are 4 men in it, and they are similar to Ying Yi. Wen Xixi knew one of the 4 people, called Yu Ze, and was the owner of the kitchen app. When Yu Ze saw Wen Xixi, he was quite surprised in his eyes. After looking at it with a smile, he greeted Ying Yi first, and then watched Wen Shishi saying, "But for the first time you brought a female companion." 4 people are all classmates of Yingyi when studying in National Y, and they have their own careers after returning home. Today, the annual meeting of user company, several people came together. On weekdays, Yingyi was alone, and this time he brought a female companion. When Shishi listened to the ambiguity in the words, and smiled and explained, "I am the assistant of Mr. Ying." "Yes." Yingyi echoed, and said, "She is still the big V of your Kitchen Mother app." User's eyebrows were picked. Although he was not as good as Yingyi, he was quite Zhou Zheng. And counting, User was also his own boss, and this eyebrows jumped next to Winkai. "I know." When Wen Shishi's heart was around, User recognized her and said, "The topic of picking boss is it yours?" That's for Yingyi. As a chef, the CEO of the Niao app, User will always pay attention to the dynamics of the big V in the Kitchen Mother. When Shishi launched the topic of #rescue the picky boss and carefully wrote how to make the picky eaters eat the food they hate. The practicality is very strong, and the popularity in the app has risen. He also pays attention to it. After a long time of attention, I gradually pondered the species of Wen Shishi's specific picky eaters, which is quite similar to Yingyi. Today, Yingyi's brought Wimbledy, and Wimbledy was a Kitchen Mother V, then he corresponds to it. Wen Shishi didn't keep up with User's thoughts later. When he returned to God, Yingyi had already tasted it. He had taken off the mask, and the eyes under the brim were bright and God, and his eyes were raised. "What to save the boss?" User said, "It's her." "No." Wimbledy interrupted 2 consecutive times, hiding and panicked, "That's not me. I wrote a lot of methods to deal with Yingyi, as well as the ingredients of Yingyi each meal. If you let Yingyi know her ID, it will not be easy to do later." Yingyi stared at her and yelled after a while. Westsi to Wimixi's scalp was numb. Yingyi said, "Your acting skills have not grown at all." Wen Shishi. At the beginning of the annual meeting, User had to go up to speak first, and a few people in the rest room also walked out and sat at another table. Superior. The table is full of User's friends, and at first glance, it is a VIP. As soon as Wen Shishi passed, Yingyi sat down and sat down. When User was named by the host, Yingyi patted User's shoulder, and the two smiled at each other. For example, the table where they and Yingyi sat in the middle of the table were separated by a table. The gossip is up. Although Yingyi still wore a hat mask, he seemed to be completely unable to affect his handsomeness. Bai Kai stared at a long while, and said to the people on the table, "It's all called the baby of Shishi, it should be a Western boyfriend." I didn't expect that Shishi's boyfriend was actually the friend of Mr. Yu. It's amazing. Yes. A girl next to him was stubborn. The girl was called Jishi. She was a cauliflower who had a cold personality. She glanced at Lin Lang and the person at a glance, "Shishi is so beautiful, her boyfriend is definitely handsome." This place where he showed up was so strict, 80% ugly. Lin Lang snorted, and the bright red Kodan knocked on the screen. Round. The person sitting aside just looked up at Wen Shishi. Wimple is very different from the appearance of his impression. He likes Wink Sixie's dishes and fancy her talent, so he associates with her. From her words, she can figure out her inferiority. In addition, he did not come for 2 annual meetings. He thought that Wen Shishi's appearance was certain, but he did not expect to be so beautiful. The mobile phone shook twice, as if the person returned to the mind. He took out his mobile phone and glanced. On the screen, a makeup woman who made an avatar of a woman sent him a message. "Ling Lang, tonight 2008, see it?" If the person glanced at Ling Lang, his lips smiled. Such as, "Okay, there are beautiful women inside, and they will inevitably go to appointment." Wen Xixi sat down with Yingyi and felt the eyes of the people who came to the table. She was subconsciously nervous, and even her movement was a lot stiff. The hand on the leg was poked by the other hand. Wen Xixi stiffened her neck and looked back, looking at Yingyi. Next to Yingyi, her eyes were confused. "What are you afraid of?" Yingyi's eyes laughed. "You look more beautiful than them. What can you do if you are better than them?" Wemixi was warm, and his tight eyes were relaxed. The body seemed to be cut, and it was lifted up instantly. Because of high inferiority and some social phobias, she could not cope with the scene where she was talking to her. She couldn't keep up with her movement, protecting her like shells. Yingyi's words seemed to put her in her favorite and most comfortable water, and gradually rescued her. Yin Xixi, who was from humble, still believed in Yingyi. Still, people with high face value are highly credible. Yingyi came over to join the scene. After meeting with Yuza, he did not follow the subsequent annual meeting process. He took Wen Xixi first. After getting on the car, Yingyi's kitchen app also downloaded it. After he registered an account to log in, he searched for Xixi. Wen Xixi's ID is so easy to find, search for search. Recently, she released the hashtag rescue picking boss hashtag topic is very hot. After entering, Yingyi saw the familiar breakfast, lunch and dinner, and the familiar recipes. Wen Xixi was sitting in the car, and was still thinking about the such as the person and Li Long in the bathroom. Her thinking has a fixed vortex. Every time she encountered such a thing, she didn't think of the other party's mistake. The other party was human, but inferiority. If the person and Li Long are matched, each of them has a role in their own fields, and the career is also matched. The two were born with a pair. Although I didn't want to admit it, Wen Xixi knew that her crush on her crush was over. She was sad, and Yingyi shungtone a Xixi to shock her eardrum. Wen Xixi hurried back and asked, "What's wrong with Mr. Ying? Yesterday's chicken soup, did you put things inside?" Yingyi put his arms together, pinched his phone in one hand, and looked at her with a smile. Wemixi was consciously thinking of the chicken soup stewed yesterday. It was actually placed in Pleurotus aringii, but after cooking, she removed Pleurotus aringii and threw it away. No, at that time, Yingyi didn't drink it, and Wen Xixi naturally continued to lie. Oh, Yingyi's smile became kind, and Wen Xixi's back had a layer of cold sweat. Opening the screen of the phone, Yingyi opened a recipe and said with a smile, "Come, I will give you yesterday's Pleurotus aringii chicken soup recipes." Wen Xixin's next nervous, no time to think about the person and Li Long, she after a long while, I said, I wrote it blindly. Yingyi put away his mobile phone and looked at Wen Xixi with a smile. Wen Xixi was watched by him, and his eyes dodged. She just moved away, and her nose was scratched. Looking up at Yingyi, the latter smiled with both eyes. Xixi, to lying nose will become longer. Wen Xixi. The driver carried the two of the Baixing villa and packed it, and Wen Xixi rushed home to return home. Although I did not follow Yingyi's notice today, Wen Xixi still felt tired. Most of her tiredness comes from the poor mood, and the mood is not good because of the person. From the annual meeting, if the person did not send her a message, she opened Li Lao's Weibo, but found that she posted a Weibo that took a group photo with the person. Fans under Weibo are commented on Lang Cai girls, Golden Boy Jade Girl, together. Wemixi took out the key, pulled the door handle to open the door. The key had not been inserted into the keyhole, and the door opened. With the tight eyes, Wen Xixi held the door, her heart was like a drum. Someone at home. Chapter 14. There was a seam of the door, revealing a thin light, and Wimberly glanced at the door lock. The lock is intact, and it can be seen that the door is opened with the key. The key to this house was only she had, and later gave Li Diao a set. Li Jiao just stopped for a month, and now it started again. It was confirmed that there was no danger. Wen Qixi opened the door and walked in, and there was a light in the living room. No one was there. Wen Qixi closed the door and screamed with a spirit. Auntie Li, the sound of flushing in the bathroom, Wen Qixi's lips. She hates others using her toilet, especially the person she doesn't like. Take out the keys in the bedroom. Wen Qixi stood at the door of the bedroom, and could not let Li Jiao see that she had a door lock in the bedroom. After the water room was flushed, the door opened in response, and Wen Qixi stared at the door of the bathroom, and a man came out in it. The strange man saw Wen Qixi first, and then it was clear. He is about 30 years old. He is thin and weak, but he looks very greasy. Wen Qixi's heart was tightened, and the key first inserted into the door of the bedroom and asked the person, Aunt Li. The man saw Wen Qixi so nervous, and smiled, and asked, Are you Qixi? Li Jiao told me you told you. He, what are you so nervous? I can still eat you. The man's eyes were sticking to Wen Qixi's face and chest like glue, and his eyes were not concealed. The man named Xu Feng, a friend of Li Jiao, usually worked as a leather bar. The business is not big or small. On weekdays, I started to complain about her husband Wen Zuyan's scourge at Li Jiao. Wen Zuoya's daughter was like her mother. Looking at a pure face, there was a hoof inside. I thought she was too hard. I saw it from Rolls-Royce a few days ago. Alas, I really have a native and means. Xu Feng got heart, and he liked this kind of money. Gold worship girl. I took the key from Li Jiao, picked it up for a night, and waited for 2 hours, and the kung fu of the toilet, this Wimixi came. It's pure and beautiful, and Xu Feng's heart moved. Xu Feng's eyes were too red and naked, and Wimbled's hair was full of hair. She didn't want to have too much contact with the man in front of her. She thought that Li Jiao took her key. At most, she took a few people to see the house. I didn't expect to let strange men enter her home, and it was night. If it's okay, please go first, I'm going to rest. Wen Qixi was not humble, holding the key with his fingers, and his body was tight. Li Jiao wants to sell this house. Xu Feng received a guest order, looked leisurely, and laughed. After selling, you have no place to live, what should I do? Wimixi did not think about it as a turtle. When Xu Feng said like this, it was like being beaten with a stuffy stick. Wen Qixi gritted his teeth and didn't slow down for a while. I bought this house, can you stay with me here? Xu Feng took advantage of Wen Qixi to respond. After speaking, he hugged Wen Qixi's waist with both hands, thin and soft. Xu Feng almost pinched its right. As soon as Xu Feng came over, Wen Qixi reacted, and said coldly, Please respect yourself, I don't need to. Wen Xionix's character is too gentle, and even so tempting when he is angry. Xu Feng didn't wait for her to finish, holding Wen Qixi's face, and kissed. When Qixi's face was held, her heart was panicked, and my tinnitus burst. When Xu Feng's face came together, she kicked Xu Feng's crotch and below. With the sorrow of Xu Feng's pain, Wen Qixi opened the bedroom door tremblingly, and banged closed the door. Xu Feng scolded outside the door, picked up a chair, and smashed the door of Winxi's bedroom fiercely. As soon as the door of the bedroom shocked, Wen Qixi fell to the ground unstable, and the tears fell out. Butter. Xu Feng was also very painful. He was so angry. After holding back the pain, he picked up the chair to the door of the bedroom. You are a wave of hoofs, other men can go to you, why can't mine? I will give you a house when I come up, right? You wait for me, smash the door. There was no light in the bedroom, and the sound and smashing sound of men in the living room were dark. Wen Qixi's eyes were dark and tinnitus, like falling in hell. She turned on her mobile phone trembling and dialed 110. Xu Feng obviously did not expect Wen Xixi to call the police. When the police rushed in, he stunned. When the police entered the door to adjust, Xu Feng scolded and hit the chair on the door of the bedroom. Xinan's door lock on the bedroom was smashed by this last blow. Wimberley closed his eyes and cried. There was a female police officer who had heard Wen Xixi's cry, and Xu Feng was escorted first. Entering the door, he patted Wen Xixi's shoulder like it, and Wen Xi West was crying and scared back. The policewoman sighed and said, "Don't be afraid, go to the police station with us." Wen Xixi returned to God, suppressed the cry, and got up with the female police officer. Xu Feng was not afraid of the police. After he was in the police, he could still see that he still didn't stop smashing the door, because he had appropriate reasons, and the police couldn't help him. "This is my friend's house. I said it was going to sell it. I gave me the key to let me see it myself. If I look at the house, of course, I have to see each room. The bedroom door is locked. I called my friend asked me to smash, and I smashed it." Xu Feng was a pimp, and he didn't do a lot of scratching balls. The police station was helpless about this kind of relying. "Then you mean you don't know someone in the room?" the policewoman asked. "I don't know." Xu Feng glanced at Wen Xixi and asked, "Miss, why don't you say nothing in the room?" Wen Xixi took a step back and stunned. "You shut me up." When the female policeman saw Wen Xixi, she hated Xu Feng even more, knocking on the table and let him turn back. "You report to the police that he entered your house and was obscene?" the policewoman asked Wen Xixi. Wen Xixi nodded and said, "Yes, he entered my house without me. I asked him to leave him, and he had to molest me. I said, 'This lady, this kind of charges cannot be deducted.'" Xu Feng stood up from the chair and rushed to Xixi and said, "Why is it your house? Do you write your name on the real estate certificate? Why should I pass by your permission?" As soon as Xu Feng stood up, Wen Xixi was tight and immediately far away. "You sit down for me." the policewoman threatened sharply, "Let me talk nonsense, I will hit you first." Wen Xixi was called into the interrogation room by the female police officer and poured her a glass of water. The policewoman sighed said, "Miss Wen, the house is indeed not yours. We checked the name of the household, and her speech was consistent with Xu Feng. You. Are you? Have you any evidence that Xu Feng is obscene? You. Voice or video is okay." When the policewoman asked, she felt difficult. Who would think of recording when she was obscene? Wimixi is still lucky, and the brain responds fast. If they are one step later, Wen Xixi will not come to report the case tomorrow. "I don't." Wen Xixi was a little weak. She looked up at the female police officer, her eyes cried a little swollen. Seeing the eyes of the policewoman's powerless eyes, Wen Xixi was dark in front of her eyes and was a little dizzy. After leaving the interrogation room, Wen Xixi sat in a chair outside. The mobile phone shook, and Wen Xixi looked down at and answered the phone. "Xixi to old rules, 2525 comments, give me a praise." Ying Yi's voice was anxious and excited, still clear and nice. Hearing the familiar voice, Wen Xixi's heart was sour, and he couldn't hold back choking. He responded, "Okay" to Ying Yi, who was sitting on the sofa, heard the slightly crying cavity on the phone and stood up from the sofa. "What's wrong with you? Where are you?" "Police." Wen Xixi dripped on his thigh with his nasal sound, tears dripped on his thigh, and his voice was helpless. "I was obsed." After speaking, the phone was hung up immediately. After Wen Xixi sent the address to Ying Yi, her heart settled in an instant. In the interrogation room, Xu Feng hung Erlang Tone to her heart like a needle. He knew she had no evidence and he would be released tonight. He will go to that home in the future. Will he retaliate against her? Wen Xixi's life is full of despair in this narrow police station. The interrogation was interrogated for half an hour, and when Xixi leaned on the wall for half an hour. Half an hour later, a handsome man wearing golden silk glasses stood in front of her. The man's facial features were deep, with a smile on his lips, his eyes were dark, and his body was penetrated. "Is Miss Wen?" "My name is Bo Yan, Mr. Ying's lawyer. Mr. Ying is waiting for you on the outside car. You can go first. The rest, I will deal with it." In her body, her neck was a little stiff, looking up at the man, and her eyes blinked. Bo Yan's temperament is quite gentle, and he smiles in Xixi. When Xixi returned to God and stood up from the seat, she sat with a little numb legs, almost fell after getting up, and Bo Yan reached out to support her. "Thank you," when Xixi said. Bo Yan smiled and knocked on the door into the interrogation room. When Xixi obeyed Bo Yan's arrangement and went out of the police station. Now at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Wan Xixi frozen with a cold wind when he went out. The car sounded, and the headlights of the car were turned on at the same time, shaking Wen Xixi's eyes. When Xixi saw the familiar phantom, and a person sitting on a hat, sunglasses and masks on the driver's seat. When the man saw him, took off his glasses and masks, smiled softly at her, and called Xixi to in the mouth shape, and after the call, the man reached out and said, "Come here." Again to accumulate to the eyes, when Xixi's grievances settled with tears. Tears fell off the clothes, and when Xixi got up and walked over. Ying Yi is really good. Chapter 15. Wimixi got on the car and stretched out his back and wiped 2 tears. Ying Yi took the paper towel and handed it over. When Xixi whispered, "Thank you," the paper towel wiped the tears, and the more he couldn't stop it. She was still dressed when she returned from the annual meeting. Today, in order to see the person, she specifically made her makeup. Now I cried and spent a piece, dark eyes around, especially embarrassed. A girl in her 20s was molested at the door at night, and Wimberley was soft and humble, and the scaredness and blow after being molested were larger than others. When Xixi wanted to stop her tears, but the tears were not controlled by themselves at all. They started to tear, and they were crying. Ying Yi drove the music in the car and soothed peace. Wimixi heard a while, used the last paper towel, and dried the last tears. "Thank you." When Xixi swollen eyes and thanked with no sound. She didn't know what to say. Ying Yi was just her boss, but when she heard that she was difficult, she immediately drove to pick her up. When Xixi felt that Ying Yi was warmer than a good friend. "Don't thank you." Ying Yi put on the mask, leaned against the back of the chair, and looked down at Wen Xixi, saying, "This is employee benefits. Where can there be such a good employee benefit? Ying Yi is simply her. Noble." When Wen Xixi was grateful, Bo Yan came out of the police station and knocked on the window of his fingers. Ying Yi opened the window. Bo Yan glanced at Wen Xixi and said, "It is not difficult to convict. What crime does Miss Wen want to give him?" Wen Xixi was a little embarrassed. At first, the policewoman asked her if she had evidence, and said that if there was no evidence, she could be convicted now. "And can there be a selective conviction? He is obscene." Wimbledy said truthfully, doing a movement of Xi Feng holding her waist, and said, "His building, my waist." I ran into the bedroom and locked the door. Ying Yi looked at Xi. The mood in brown eyes is dark and unknown. Bo Yan glanced at him and asked his opinion. Ying Yi said, "Do what she said." Bo Yan nodded and expressed his understanding, and then left Ying Yi's car and unlocked a Bentley parked at the door, driving away. "Where to go?" Ying Yi turned around and asked Wen Xixi. "It's late." Ying Yi still needs to rest. But Wen Xixi was too counseled, so I dared not take a car by myself so late. She said hard and said, "I dare not go home, can I take me to the hotel along the way?" the corner of her lips pressed what Yin Yi wanted to say. Seeing Wimple on the co-pilot, the nose was still twitching slightly. In the end, she did not say a proposal to let her go to his house. Now, Win-Sixie lacks a sense of security and can't let her be alone with him. After all, he is also a man. I sent Wen Shishi to a 5-star hotel. Yin Yi opened the room downstairs and asked the hotel security guard to escort Wen Shishi to the room. Before Wen Shishi left, he bowed deeply to Yin Yi's. If it wasn't for him tonight, she didn't know how desperate she'd be. Watching the hotel's front desk monitor and confirming that when Shishi returned to the room, Yin Yi went out of the hotel and called Boyan. Entering the room robbing and attempted. Yin Yi said. The obscenity was too light, and after coming out, he would find Wen Shishi for revenge. For temporarily, he couldn't protect Wimixie as well. Okay. Boyan said, saying, that house is not Miss Wen, it belongs to Miss Wen's father. Xu Feng is a friend of Miss Wen's stepmother. The key was to Xu Feng. When I went to Wen Shixi's house last time, he also thought about how could a small girl like Wimixie who lived in such a good house. Unexpectedly, the house turned out to be her father. The stepmother had a key and gave the key to strange men. What a good means. Yin Yi hung up the phone and dialed a past, and arranged, you can help me see the house. Wen Shishi didn't dare to stay in the hotel, and called him to come over. Junren heard what happened tonight, and he was desperate to be angry with Li Jiao, and was pulled by Wingshen. Why don't you ask the lawyer to convict him, and attempted to enter the room, and attempted. Jorai Ran angrily asked Wimixie angrily. It's not so convicted. When Shishi said, I don't want to be too troublesome, Mr. Yin. You. George said, he runs at night to deal with you the trouble. Do you care about it more? When Shishi couldn't say it. Yin Yi came to help her in the middle of the night. She was grateful to Dade and helped her more. She was afraid that she would not be able to pay back in the future. With the handsomeness accompanied, Wen Shishi did not sleep well. When she closed her eyes, Xu Feng smashed the door with a chair. She hugged the quilt and listened to Jun's breathing sound. She couldn't cry when she wanted to cry. Wen Shishi had not slept for 2 hours a night. The next day, Jorai Ran went to work. She got up dizzy, and Yin Yi's call had already been called in advance. Listening to the call, Yin Yi calling her Shishi, when Shishi's fear was raised one night. You take a good rest today and don't have to go to work. Yin Yi's mood said not much. When Shishi was relieved, but he persisted, I can still. Treatment of things first. Yin Yi said, let me not eat a happy life of hate things in a day. With very much expectations and jumping, when Shishi laughed and responded lightly, okay. Hanging the phone, Wen Shishi called the landlord who rented a house previously found. After the phone call, the landlords told Wen Daishi's houses that they had rented out. In addition, the prepaid deposit and half a year of rent are required, and Wimple Size does not have so much money in his hands. After sighing, Wen Shishi was ready to go home to clean up, then find the house, and then move out. Poor is poor, and it is better to eat and be more insulted and frightened. She didn't move away. Li Jiao would not give up. After checking out the checkout procedures, the lady at the front desk told Wen Shishi, the gentleman who came with you last night paid you for a week's house fee. Are you sure you want to check out now? Such a hotel, the cost of one night is not 1,000, Yin Yi's prepaid a week's house fee. Don't retreat first. Wen Shishi and Miss of the front desk finished saying, holding a mobile phone to call Yin Yi. The boss like Yin Yi is so good. She can't do anything except for gratitude. Before the call of Yin Yi, Wen Shishi's mobile phone screen was on, and the word Li Jiao surprised and angry. She hadn't asked her yet, and she looked up in advance. Wimple answered the phone. The voice was flat and cold. Hey! Li Jiao seemed to tear off the disliked queen, and said strangely, Shishi, your dad lets you come. Hanging the phone, Wen Shishi took the anger and helpless, and went to the home. Wen Shishi's father Wen Zuoyan is the boss of a food company. There are thousands of employees under his men and strong assets. Their home is in the villa area of the southern district of S, although not a sky-high villa at the beach villa, but it is also good in S city. For calculating, Wen Shishi has been gone for more than half a year. Wen Shishi got off the bus and found the one he lived along the villa community. After knocking on the door, the nanny came to open the door. At first glance,